Michael gently asks if the water temperature is absolutely perfect. Elizabeth is receiving royal treatment, unlike anything she's ever known. Being cradled by such remarkably firm muscles, she genuinely wishes she could vanish into this moment forever. In her grueling past life, a simple bath was an unimaginable luxury. But now, she isn't just showered with exquisite food and lavish clothes. She even has an entire entourage catering to her every whim, basking in the glory of this elite, top-tier pampering. Is entirely thanks to being reincarnated with her previous memories fully intact. Honestly, who in their right mind would ever want these blissful days to end? Yet the moment her mind drifts back to the tragic end of her past life, that icy, suffocating dread still clings to her soul. Before this grand reincarnation, my name was Lizzie. I never once experienced the comforting warmth of a family, and my entire childhood was defined by pure, unadulterated loneliness. As a helpless commoner with absolutely no one to back me up, surviving was an utter impossibility without cold, hard cash. Desperate to finally secure a place to call home, I gambled my very life trying to breach the imperial palace, naively believing that once I crossed those gates, my miserable existence would finally turn around. Welcome to the kingdom of Erto, a majestic ancient realm that has endured for 3 grueling centuries. But during that highly romanticized era, the royal bloodline completely stripped itself of all actual authority, and the ruthless factions who seized absolute power amidst the chaos are the real, living nightmares. Behold the rumored family of absolute tyrants, whose signature crimson hair strikes sheer paralyzing terror into the hearts of everyone. Michael is a bloodthirsty total war maniac, who ruthlessly crushed all political opposition with sheer brute force. And Adelina is a deadly, toxic femme fatale who rules with chaotic malice, shamelessly rewriting the supreme laws of the land just to satisfy her twisted whims. Yet it was ironically because of one of her erratic new decrees that mere commoners finally gained the golden opportunity to work within the imperial walls. To a desperate soul like me, this was nothing short of an absolute lifeline. Even though their reputations are utterly drenched in infamy, I refuse to let myself crash and burn alongside this doomed family, as long as I can keep breathing. Infiltrating the palace remains my absolute best bet. At the tender age of 15, I finally manifested my ultimate desire and took my first steps into this terrifyingly unfathomable imperial palace. I genuinely believed crossing this threshold would rewrite my tragic destiny, but brutal reality immediately delivered a devastating slap to my face. Commoners possess absolutely zero status to speak of in this den of vipers. My so-called peers didn't just flat out refuse to offer a helping hand. They actively went out of their way to relentlessly mock and degrade my existence, and even had the absolute audacity to say they were just finding some pity work for these pathetic peasants. But what crossed the line into pure outrage was when they brutally dumped their slimy leftovers straight onto my head, sneering with total disgust that a lowlife's presence is utterly repulsive. So if I was so desperate for food, I should just eat their trash. I had no choice but to silently swallow that agonizing humiliation, because I was backed completely into a corner with nowhere left to run, and could only desperately brainwash myself over and over again that I absolutely had to survive this hell. Right when I hit my absolute rock-bottom breaking point, a pristine hand suddenly reached down, offering me a handkerchief. A remarkably soothing voice echoed in my ear, softly asking if I was all right. The ethereal savior, appearing right before my tear-filled eyes, turned out to be none other than the legendary first crown princess, Claudia. She was revered as a true savior, the ultimate hero who personally liberated this entire country from ruthless tyranny. She gently comforted me, acknowledging how much I had suffered, and whispered that only someone like me could truly understand the struggles of the common folk. She swore she believed there were great things that only I could ever accomplish. At that exact moment, a helpless, broken nobody like me felt, for the absolute first time in her life, that she could actually matter. I secretly made a sacred vow to myself that I would achieve absolute greatness for her sake. Sure enough, dynamic shifts happened fast, and I was suddenly appointed to a monumental, high-stakes mission, being handpicked to manage the ultimate national treasure, the sacred magic crystal. This was undeniably the most critical, high-security job in the entire imperial palace. I foolishly believed my glorious, blessed days had finally arrived, but who in their right mind could have ever predicted that the precise, terrifying moment I took charge, a catastrophic disaster would instantly strike. A manic blonde woman suddenly ambushed the room, ruthlessly shattering the priceless crystal while shrieking at the absolute top of her lungs, "Apprehend the thief! Someone is trying to plunder the magic crystal." She viciously flipped the script and accused me first, bellowing to Crown Princess Claudia, who had just rushed into the chaos. "Mother, it's this filthy rat who is trying to steal it." I desperately scrambled to explain that I am the official crystal manager, and was only performing my duties directly under her royal orders. But what I never in a billion years could have anticipated was that the crown princess, who had radiated such warmth toward me just moments ago, now looked like a completely detached, cold-blooded stranger. She glared down at me with absolute ice in her eyes and sneered, "Before you dare point fingers at anyone else, you had better produce undeniable proof of your own innocence." She then ruthlessly announced to the entire gathering crowd that giving privileges to commoners was indeed a catastrophic mistake. That single, devastating sentence completely hurled me into the dark abyss. Before my shattered mind could even process the betrayal, a dozen razor-sharp spears were already pressed directly against my throat. Crown Princess Claudia declared before the roaring crowd that her brilliant daughter had single-handedly exposed the crime, branding me as the traitorous high-felony thief who sabotaged the crystal. She pointed a trembling finger, claiming this filthy commoner put the entire realm in jeopardy, ordering the guards to lock me up and orchestrate my immediate execution. The entire courtyard erupted into a toxic cacophony of mockery and vicious insults. They jeered about how a pathetic, low-born peasant could ever possess the sheer audacity to commit such a heinous act. I stared blankly at those cold, gleaming blades, and the very last flicker of hope in my shattered heart completely withered away, when even the supposedly wise and benevolent crown princess stood on the opposing side to orchestrate my downfall. I knew I had officially hit a total, inescapable dead end. In the absolute blink of an eye, I was dragged up the steps of the towering guillotine. Fast below the scaffold was a bloodthirsty mob of fanatical citizens, manically screaming, "Off with her head! Kill the rat!" In that horrific moment, I realized my entire miserable existence was destined to end right here. It turns out that in the eyes of these elite highborns, the lives of common folk are truly nothing more than worthless garbage. No matter how much blood, sweat, and tears you pour out, at the end of the day, you will never receive a single shred of justice. This is a vicious, rigged cycle designed never to be broken. Gazing down at the deranged, cheering faces below the platform, a profound wave of paralyzing sorrow washed over my entire soul. I was quite literally working myself to the bone for your sakes, too. Does everyone truly blind themselves to the blatant truth? I once naively fantasized that as long as I hustled hard enough, the grueling reality of the commoners might improve just a fraction. But the grand prize, what I received in return were jagged rocks hurled violently at my skull. At that precise, devastating second, I could practically hear the sound of my own core beliefs shattering to pieces. To hell with it all, I honestly couldn't care less anymore. Some social divides can never be bridged, even if you slave away for an entire lifetime. Because from the exact millisecond you take your very first breath, your tragic demise has already been set in stone. This is the coldest, most unvarnished reality. Since I'm completely isolated and alone in this world anyway, I have absolutely nothing left to fear or stress over. I couldn't help but ponder, if I had only been blessed with a loving family, would I have ever taken that fatal step into the imperial palace back then? Would my ultimate destiny have turned out completely different? If there truly is a merciful God pulling the strings in this world, I beg of you to hear my final, desperate prayer. The heavy blade dropped with a deafening screech, and everything instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. But when I snapped my eyes open once again, what greeted my vision was definitely not the fiery depths of hell, but a breathtakingly gorgeous sanctuary. Could this truly be heaven? I vividly remember the cold blade of execution slicing through me. So how on earth am I still breathing? This bizarre sensation is completely throwing me off. My entire body feels so incredibly heavy that I can't even budge a single millimeter. I strained with all my might to scan my surroundings, only to realize I was snugly swaddled inside a lavish cradle. What kind of Matrix glitch madness is actually happening here? And what is going on with these bizarre hands? They are ridiculously short, stubby, and round, and my mouth is literally only letting out incoherent baby babbling sounds. I reached out to feel the plush bedding underneath me, and the sheer quality is mind-blowingly premium, unquestionably far beyond anything an ordinary family could ever dream of affording. Is it possible that, in this brand new life, I've actually been reincarnated as a high-born, noble young lady? Gazing around at this breathtaking room that's as colossal as a palace chamber, I am finally the 100% certain of my theory. I have quite literally hit the absolute cosmic jackpot. If anyone asks if I'm complaining about this wild reality, are you absolute freaking kidding me? Even if I'm currently trapped as a helpless infant who can't even wipe her own nose, I am 100% down for this upgrade. Because to a broken soul like me, simply being blessed with a family of my own is the ultimate peak happiness in this entire universe. Just as I was joyfully admiring the insane luxury of my new crib, my eyes locked onto a massive family portrait hanging on the wall, and my entire body instantly paralyzed with sheer dread. That unmistakable blood-red hair. Don't tell me it's that terrifying monster, the savage, undisputed demon of the battlefield, the ruthless, unapologetic, cold-blooded butcher, Michael? As for the bone-chilling, horrific rumors surrounding his name, my ears practically grew calluses from hearing them on repeat during my past life. Oh my god, I am completely and utterly doomed. I somehow got reincarnated as the flesh and blood of the world's worst tyrant family. I genuinely thought my existence was completely done for this time. But who could have predicted that the second I blinked, I'd wake up as a tiny infant? This gotcha luck, or whatever reincarnation skill, is truly on a whole different level. Scanning the room, every single item is peak top-tier luxury. As expected of an ultra-elite, mega-wealthy household, even a basic baby crib is insanely over-the-top opulent. It seems I have stumbled into a literal, golden bed of roses this time around. But I absolutely cannot afford to celebrate too early, since noble households like this are notoriously the most cutthroat, dangerous battlegrounds. Alright, I can officially roll over now. Judging by this lack of coordination, this body is probably only a few months old. But the exact moment I got a crystal clear look at that family portrait on the wall, I completely chilled to the absolute bone. There is absolutely no way I misread it. This is unmistakably that notoriously infamous, blood-soaked tyrant family. The patriarch leading this psycho clan is Michael, feared globally as the demon of the battlefield. The number of high aristocrats who met a gruesome end by his blade is simply too massive to count. The matriarch, Adelina, is somehow even more dangerously unhinged, widely condemned as the ultimate country-ruining femme fatale. Even the supreme royal family was completely manipulated like puppets in the palm of her hand. And that genius prime minister brother of mine, Julius, became the treacherous first crown princess's inner circle confidant at a shockingly young age. Every single one of them is a terrifying apex predator level character. How on earth is this considered being blessed with a wealthy family? I have quite literally spawned straight into the ultimate villain's den. Is my fragile little life even going to survive the week? The crown princess icily spat out those horrific words. Slaughter them all. Leave absolutely no survivors behind. It appears this tyrant couple has already officially bitten the dust, and the entire lineage is scheduled to be completely annihilated. The current version of me is nothing but a defenseless, down-and-out young lady trapped in a crib. Even though this reincarnation plotline is utterly unhinged, at the very least, it's still a hyper-elite, wealthy household, which is historically better than starving as a stray on the streets, right? Besides, I am literally just a tiny infant right now who can't even articulate basic words. Surely they wouldn't stoop so low as to brutally execute a harmless newborn, right? As long as I hustle hard and weaponize my absolute cutest baby axe, I should realistically be able to secure the bag and survive, right? Wait, what happened to the whole pampered princess of an elite family vibe? It has been half the agonizing day already, and there hasn't been a single soul or shadow stepping foot inside this room. My stomach is violently growling from starvation, and my diaper area is still completely, miserably drenched. This new life is officially unlivable. I shrieked at the absolute top of my lungs for what felt like centuries. But the grand result? Absolutely nobody gave a single damn about me, right when I accepted that I was destined to starve to death in luxury. The massive doors finally creaked open. A maid marched inside with a completely dead, expressionless face. Before my tiny brain could even process her entry, a plastic bottle of milk was violently shoved straight down my throat. How can anyone call this nurturing care? This psycho is clearly attempting to assassinate me. This milk is quite literally ice cold. How is this toxic sludge meant for a living human baby to consume? This is straight up textbook child abuse. The toxic maid didn't even bother giving me a proper glance, carelessly tossed the empty bottle aside, and coldly mumbled a single phrase, mission accomplished. Hold up, you think you can just bounce right after forcing me to choke? My entire lower half is still soaking wet over here. You won't even spare a single decent glance at my miserable diaper. Even if this house is on the verge of ruin, I am still a helpless, innocent newborn child after all. This entire staff can actually be cold-blooded to such a horrific extent, abandoning me completely, isolated in this void, for half the day, without a single drop of nourishment or a fresh change of clothes. This current existence is truly unlivable for even a single, agonizing second. If the sleeping tiger doesn't show its inner beast, you're going to treat me like a total joke, huh? I absolutely refuse to take this disrespect anymore. Just when I was on the absolute verge of an emotional breakdown, the robotic maid finally reached down to perform a basic inspection, mumbling, "Waste elimination confirmed," coldly under her breath. Right after that mechanical phrase, a brilliant flash of golden light violently flared up, and this high-tech diaper actually revealed itself to have a built-in auto-clean function, as expected of a literal, high-fantasy magical world. Finally, my soul is officially resurrected and brought back to life. My lower half is pristine, clean, and perfectly fresh now, but my stomach is still so hollow that it feels like it's collapsing into my spine. It's been the vast majority of the day without proper food or drink. Are these heartless monsters trying to starve me into a mummified museum specimen? Since absolutely nobody gives a damn about my survival, I guess I have no choice but to entirely rely on myself. See that glowing jar perched precariously on the table? Yep, that's my ultimate target right there. As long as I can somehow telekinetically grab it, I can finally feast on a full meal. Oh crap, my infantile control completely slipped, and the jar plummeted straight to the floor with a deafening, echoing smash. This chaotic commotion instantly triggered the maid to march back over. I quickly buried my face deep into the plush pillow, instantly activating an Oscar-level flawless fake sleeping mode. The maid suspiciously retrieved the shattered remnants of the jar, glaring daggers at my tiny form for a solid, agonizing minute. Finally, she muttered, "Zero anomalies detected." And only then did she turn on her heel, seal the heavy door, and leave. Phew, that was a dangerously close call. I was almost caught red-handed on the spot. But when I really stopped to think about it, if that raw force I just channeled was indeed genuine magic, I must find the perfect window to secretly test my limits. In my miserable past life, I was classified as a total bottom-tier magical loser. In a desperate bid to survive, I had no choice but to ruthlessly study magical theories day and night, optimizing every single micro-ounce of mana to strike where it mattered most. Since I've been forcefully reincarnated into this apex tyrant family, my genetic mana reserves definitely won't be lacking in the slightest. I focused my mind and attempted to chant a basic fire-type spell, simply wanting to manifest a tiny spark to get myself something warm. But who on earth could have ever guessed that the dormant power sealed within this tiny infant body would be so utterly terrifying? An absolute Titan-class magic circle instantly exploded into existence beneath my tiny feet. This apocalyptic commotion almost scared the absolute living crap out of me. But the actual result, because this uncooperative mouth of mine can only produce incoherent, baby-babbling sounds, there was absolutely no way to execute a high-level verbal incantation. The unstable magic circle flickered twice before completely short-circuiting and dying out. Looks like trying to speedrun my way to god-tier magic is a total bust. I pivoted to a basic low-level lifestyle magic instead, and to my absolute shock, I not only clutched the formula jar via telekinesis, but even perfectly calibrated the water temperature to a flawless, soothing warm. Finally, I can secure a proper, comforting meal. It's truly facts that if you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. And utilizing high magic for self-babysitting is an absolute top-tier life hack. This massive gulp of warm milk is finally coating my stomach. And the taste is so incredibly heavenly, I could literally cry tears of joy. Letting out a tiny, satisfying baby burp, my entire exhausted soul is officially brought back to life. But rolling back the tape, it's already been several days. And aside from these robotic, low-ranking maids, how on earth have I not seen a single trace of a blood relative? Is it actually true that in this unhinged tyrant family, absolutely nobody gives a single damn about whether their newborn child survives or perishes? Then again, expecting those cold-blooded, notorious butchers to exhibit a single shred of wholesome family warmth is an absolute joke. In my tragic past life, I was completely starved of familial love. And in this reincarnation, I genuinely thought I could flip the script. But at the end of the day, I still only have myself to lean on. Whatever. If love isn't on the menu, then so be it. As long as I have this insane magic overflowing from my fingertips, even if I'm completely unloved, I can still comfortably alpha walk through this terrifying den of wolves. Well, speak of the literal devil, because the ultimate final boss of this psycho family just officially graced me with his terrifying presence. Michael demanded with a completely frozen, unreadable expression. Have there been any bizarre anomalies reported lately? The maid instantly dropped her gaze, not even daring to breathe a millimeter too loudly. The crushing pressure radiating from him is just way too suffocating. He is precisely as advertised, the legendary demon of the battlefield, who slaughters whole armies without so much as blinking an eye. Just by his towering figure occupying the room, the entire surrounding atmosphere feels like it has instantly turned to pure ice. But who could have ever predicted that? Right at the absolute epicenter of this terrifying high-stress zone, the tiny infant Elizabeth was actually completely unbothered, carelessly drifting through sweet dreams born from being blissfully full and satisfied. Michael interrogated in a low, gravelly voice. Any notable movements recently? The maid frantically stammered. Everything is perfectly normal, my lord, and every single operation is proceeding precisely according to the master plan. As for the status regarding that Lord Julius, Michael ruthlessly cut her off, stating, there is zero need to report on that individual ever again. He determined it was time to go inspect the situation with his own eyes. After all, certain mind-boggling things must be witnessed firsthand to truly be believed. This colossal estate is clearly crawling with a massive army of servants. But the utterly bizarre anomaly is, there are literally only 2 low-ranking caretakers tasked with managing Elizabeth. These 2 completely clueless, slacking maids are living in pure delusion. One arrogantly assumes babysitting is a total walk in the park, while the other naively believes her lazy partner is putting in overtime. And as a direct result of this massive disconnect, absolutely zero actual work is getting done. Elizabeth is left completely and utterly speechless by this incompetence. If she hadn't been blessed with an astronomical amount of sheer luck, her fragile little life would have been snuffed out in this crib a long time ago. Right at this exact second, a sudden, bone-chilling aura violently swept through the room. This terrifying sensation is definitely a massive red flag. Elizabeth abruptly snapped her gaze toward the entrance, and peering through the dark crack of the door, a pair of icy, predatory eyes was actually lurking. Just how long has that monster been standing out there silently observing her? Who on earth is that cloaked shadow? Slinking into her nursery at the exact moment when nobody else is around. The sheer, crushing weight of his presence is simply suffocating. Elizabeth is left entirely in the dark regarding his true motives, even shifting into paranoia, wondering if this creepy guy is actually a legitimate resident of this house or a lethal intruder. But after a few consecutive days of this bizarre routine, this adaptable little toddler has actually grown strangely desensitized to it. Without fail, Michael manifests like clockwork every single day, doing absolutely nothing but staring at her with intense, unblinking focus. This highly practiced, intensely serious surveillance stance forces Elizabeth to subconsciously wonder, is it possible that this terrifying warlord in his past life was actually a highly experienced professional nanny? Watching him analyze her every move with such life-or-death gravity, could it be that this brutal tyrant secretly possesses a soft spot for kids? Deep within Elizabeth's hyperactive mind, a remarkably bold, game-changing hypothesis suddenly sparked to life. Could this intimidating alpha possibly be my literal, biological father in this current timeline? Since that massive possibility is on the table, then his official identity must be thoroughly vetted and confirmed. Elizabeth resolved to take the ultimate initiative and make the first move, initially attempting to drop a casual verbal greeting, but the moment she unsealed her lips, it translated into pure baby gibberish that the giant couldn't decode at all. Time to pivot strategies. Frantically flailing her tiny hands to initiate some form of sign language. But that desperate attempt still crashed and burned as a complete failure. It looks like she has no choice but to unleash her ultimate, localized weapon, which is flashing him an undeniably bright, blindingly radiant baby smile. This legendary move worked like absolute clockwork, just as she anticipated. Michael finally lost his icy composure. He broke his stance and marched over step by step, authoritatively looming over the crib and locking his piercing gaze directly onto Elizabeth. Up close and personal, this man's rugged face looks infinitely more terrifying than a final boss's. Even analyzing him from this close proximity, this sinister face is honestly scarier than any anime villain's. Elizabeth was instantly, completely frozen in place. This suffocating pressure is truly no joke. But who on earth could have guessed that the legendary Michael would actually extend his massive hand and incredibly gently pat her head? That single action was surprisingly, mind-blowingly tender. It appears that even though this towering warlord looks pure evil, his core might not be completely rotten after all. Right at this precise, tense second, heavy footsteps echoed from just outside the corridor. Michael instantly snapped back his hand, erasing his warmth, and completely dissolved into the shadows like a literal ghost. By the time the oblivious maid pushed the door open and stepped in, Elizabeth was once again the only living soul visible in the room. Just what on earth is this final boss trying to hide from? Elizabeth subconsciously reached out and tugged the maid's uniform, but glaring down at Elizabeth swaddled in the cradle, that abusive maid actually unmasked her true, venomous, ferocious nature and straight up prepared to violently lay a hand on her. Elizabeth was backed into a corner, forced to activate her magic to retaliate. Staring at that descending hand about to brutally strike, the entire situation instantly spiraled into absolute chaos. Right at this life-or-death moment, a powerful iron grip hand firmly clamped down on the maid's wrist. Michael materialized out of the pitch-black darkness with a deadpan, icy expression, his vocal tone freezing the surrounding air to the absolute extreme. Glaring daggers at the instantly paralyzed, terrified maid, he demanded to know exactly what she intended to do to his child just now. Cornered by Michael's terrifying interrogation, the delusional maid still desperately tried to fabricate a lie, frantically quibbling that she was merely meticulously catering to the young lady's needs. But this utterly pathetic acting was completely laughably useless. Michael let out a low, blood-chilling sneer and directly exposed her long history of secret misdeeds. It turns out this toxic maid didn't just relentlessly neglect and abuse the infant. She even possessed the audacity to constantly put on a fake, loyal act right before him, the Grand Patriarch. The absolute millisecond those words left his lips, Michael smoothly unsheathed his colossal longsword, thrusting the icy, gleaming blade straight at the maid's throat. At this point, the maid's composure completely collapsed as she hit the floor, reduced to doing nothing but sobbing and begging for her pathetic life. Elizabeth, watching from the cradle, couldn't take this madness anymore. Even though this toxic maid is indeed utterly detestable, executing someone right out in the open like this is way too unhinged. Right at the split second the heavy sword was about to slice down, Elizabeth suddenly unleashed a piercing, loud baby cry, forcibly shattering the terrifying, murderous atmosphere. Hearing Elizabeth's sudden, echoing distress call, Michael actually froze and halted his lethal swing. He swiftly sheathed that icy, bloodthirsty longsword and bent down to tenderly scoop the fragile infant up into his massive arms. He gazed intently at Elizabeth nestled in his protective embrace, his deep voice softening into a tone gentler than anyone had ever heard before, asking her softly if she felt any pain or discomfort anywhere. This whiplash-inducing face-changing speed is simply way too fast to comprehend. However, while the immediate death penalty was narrowly spared, the brutal living punishment was absolutely 100% unavoidable. Michael cast a lethal, frozen glare down at the shattered maid trembling on the floor, harshly barking in order to have her dragged away and thrown directly into the deepest dungeon. Elizabeth finally let out a heavy, long-overdue sigh of relief. It appears that, against all odds, this imposing man is not as brutally tyrannical as the rumors made him out to be. Michael closely held the tiny toddler against his chest, vowing word by word with absolute gravity that from this monumental day forward, he, as her biological father, would personally protect her from the entire world. Elizabeth was now left completely and utterly shell-shocked. The legendary name Michael Walter, isn't that literally the most infamous, blood-soaked tyrant in recorded history? He is actually still breathing and very much alive. She originally hallucinated that she had been reincarnated into this cursed lineage, long after its historic downfall, thinking she could just lay low and coast through a peaceful life. But who in their right mind could have ever predicted that the current timeline is actually the distant past, long before the family's total annihilation? Now we have a colossal, system-breaking problem on our hands. This terrifying realization means Elizabeth's current, high-born identity is none other than the daughter of that monstrous tyrant who is universally destined to be brutally executed. This entire family is on a rapid collision course with a devastating apocalyptic catastrophe. The moment that realization clicked, Elizabeth couldn't help but burst into a frantic, weeping fit. How on earth is this considered securing a powerful, god-tier golden thigh to carry me? This is quite literally falling straight into a roaring, inescapable fiery pit. Although she was immediately upgraded to highly reliable, top-tier maids for her daily care, and her general living conditions have undeniably skyrocketed in luxury, just obsessing over the horrific, doomed ending awaiting them, Elizabeth's hyperventilating heart can't find a single ounce of inner peace. How on earth is she supposed to survive and navigate her life from this moment on? Suddenly, a passing maid casually dropped a massive lore bomb, gossiping that the matriarch Adelina is scheduled to ascend as the new prime minister next month, even admiringly praising her as an absolutely brilliant, awe-inspiring woman. But those celebratory words, striking Elizabeth's fragile ears, are practically a loud, ringing death warrant. Elizabeth was so violently triggered, she literally projectile spat her milk on the spot, because according to the official, unalterable, historical records, exactly 1 single year after Adelina seized the prime minister's seat, the entire corrupt tyrant family was hunted down and completely wiped off the face of the earth. In other words, her remaining life clock has only one final, grueling year left on it. Who could possibly stay calm and do nothing when faced with a literal countdown? Elizabeth absolutely refuses to get her head sliced off a second time. Since she is the literal chosen one who holds the ultimate knowledge of the future, she absolutely cannot just sit around idly waiting to be slaughtered. She tightly clenched her tiny, determined infant fists, and her fiery gaze hardened with absolute, unshakable resolve. Since escaping this horrific fate is out of the question, then she will single-handedly carry and save this doomed tyrant family. This tiny infant, currently swaddled in plush blankets, is about to straight up defy the heavens and rewrite her entire destiny. From that definitive moment onward, this little toddler's daily existence finally received a massive upgrade. Not only were those toxic, incompetent nannies permanently fired, but even the nursery itself was completely overhauled and refreshed. Elizabeth was initially hyped to absolute bits, but before this brief wave of excitement could even settle, she slammed face first into a devastating realization. Just vibing and being happy isn't going to cut it. She still carries a monumental, high-stakes mission on her tiny shoulders, which is to intercept and stop this tyrant family from sprinting toward that absolute destruction. But the glaring problem is, she's currently trapped in the body of a baby who can't even articulate a coherent sentence. So how on earth is she supposed to pull off a god-tier plot twist? Granted, Lizzie from her past life was an absolute academic weapon and devoured an endless mountain of books. But when it comes to strategically managing complex, real-world relationships, that is an entirely different, highly toxic ballgame. To successfully defy the heavens and flip the script on destiny, she must first decode the true nature and secrets of the dangerous power players around her. Elizabeth officially determined to initiate her master plan by testing the waters with this massive warlord dad of hers. To be perfectly real, this patriarch looks downright terrifying, as his mere presence forces an absolute mountain of suffocating pressure onto the room. But analyzing the situation objectively, he was also the exact one who shielded and fiercely protected her back then. As a mature, rational soul, this essential word of gratitude simply must be expressed. So Elizabeth weaponized every single trick in the playbook, flashing her intimidating father a dazzling, blindingly radiant smile, and even let out a soft, adorable babyish coo. Now it was the legendary Michael's turn to be completely and utterly shell-shocked. He never in a billion years could have anticipated that this tiny daughter, who usually quakes in pure terror before him, would actually take the ultimate initiative to show him genuine affection, even though this notorious tyrant dad's crushing aura is heavy enough to suffocate a grown warrior. Elizabeth understands with absolute clarity deep in her soul that backing down now means instant game over. After all, in the original canon bad ending, Julius was the sole survivor of the entire bloodline's brutal liquidation. To permanently erase that fate of total, horrific annihilation, she must forcefully recruit her dad and bind him to her own side. Elizabeth is officially going completely all out, directly triggering Operation Hyperspeed, father-daughter bonding, and even instantly channeled her raw mana to manifest a defensive shield around herself, just to guarantee she wouldn't be reduced to tears by her dad's bone-chilling presence. But just as she was bracing herself for the ultimate cringe, she suddenly noticed that the entire vibe was a little bit off. This absolute unit of a dad who looked ready to devour a soul was actually tightly holding a ridiculously tiny frilly dress in his massive hand, while his other giant fist clutched a soft pink bunny plushie. It turns out that this seemingly cold-blooded monster was actually, in his own hilariously clumsy way, trying to figure out how to unlock a wholesome relationship with his daughter. Staring down at this bizarre little toddler who wasn't screaming or throwing a frantic tantrum, Michael actually found the entire situation incredibly strange. He couldn't help but gruffly interrogate her. "Aren't you terrified of me?" Elizabeth violently rolled her eyes in the back of her mind. Bro, an ordinary literal baby, would have been traumatized into therapy by your demonic aura at ages ago, and even stray cats and dogs would cross the street to avoid you. Can't you tone it down and be a fraction gentler to a newborn infant? Right at this exact awkward second, the brave nanny standing nearby casually dropped a major line. "The young mistress must genuinely, absolutely adore you, my lord." This single sentence was quite literally an emotional depth charge. Michael, who was rocking a stone-cold killer face just a millisecond ago, instantly lost his absolute composure. He widened his predatory eyes and aggressively demanded answers. "Is that the absolute truth?" This sudden, booming excitement scared the absolute living crap out of the poor nanny, and Elizabeth also frantically squeaked out a baby noise to stop him, deeply terrified that his explosive voice would completely shatter the fragile bonding atmosphere. Even though Michael still maintained his fierce warlord exterior, his internal monologue had already started second-guessing everything. Could it be that this tiny human truly finds me charismatic? Elizabeth just unlocked a massive cheat code secret, this notoriously fierce-looking dad of hers. The very second his raw emotions get violently riled up, the colossal mana radiating from his body will start destabilizing right along with it. It looks like even though he's built like a final raid boss, he doesn't actually harbor any malicious intentions in his heart. The man is simply completely clueless on how to organically interact with a tiny, fragile baby. Desperate to flex his hidden fatherly love, Michael authoritatively summoned the head nanny over, demanding to know how mothers typically nurture their children. The nanny casually listed off the basics. Probably just bottle-feeding milk, or perhaps accompanying the little one to enjoy a warm bath. Who on earth could have predicted that the second Michael finished listening, his entire soul would instantly catch fire with determination? It was as if he had just unraveled some cosmic, mind-blowing truth, loudly proclaiming, "Then I shall immediately initiate a joint bath with my daughter." This utterly bizarre, unhinged train of thought completely left the poor nanny standing nearby at an absolute loss for words. Elizabeth, even more so, paralyzed into shock on the spot. Like, hold up, wait a minute. For this level of extreme physical proximity, do you genuinely not think you need to consult my opinion first? Elizabeth was originally still mentally sighing with deep emotion that this elite noble lifestyle is truly on a whole different level, and even a simple bath involves such a massive dramatic turnout, which is VIP treatment she wouldn't have dared to dream of in her past life. But the exact millisecond she saw Michael intensely marching over, her heart instantly plummeted into her stomach. This unhinged newbie dad's intense battle aura is actually more dead serious than a general deploying to the front lines of war. But what crossed the line into pure absurdity was Michael actually, like casually hoisting a tiny helpless chick, directly snatched Elizabeth up, leaving her dangling miserably in midair. The nanny standing nearby was left completely and utterly dumbfounded. Although she was so utterly terrified that she couldn't even articulate a sentence properly, she still bravely risked her life to voice a desperate reminder. Lord Duke, holding the child like that will literally traumatize the young mistress to death. Under the nanny's frantic, step-by-step guidance, Michael finally deactivated that terrifying combat stance of his, clumsily and awkwardly gathering his tiny daughter into his rigid embrace. Feeling the massive warmth of her dad's broad chest, Elizabeth was completely stunned. It turns out that this ruthless, cold-blooded executioner's physical embrace could actually be this shockingly warm. Nestled safely within Michael's massive arms, Elizabeth felt her internal sense of security instantly max out to 100%. This absolute unit of a dad's physique is simply flawless, and leaning against it feels like being embedded in a premium luxury sofa, unbeatably steady and profoundly comfortable. But this wholesome, heartwarming moment didn't even survive for one full minute before the entire situation started spiraling dangerously out of control. Michael pointed a massive finger at a bottle of bath product and gruffly demanded to know what its utility was. Elizabeth squinted to get a closer look at the label and almost fainted on the spot from sheer, unadulterated terror. That is the extreme, high-potency super minty type. To the sensitive skin of a tiny baby, this toxic sludge is quite literally a hazardous chemical weapon. The exact millisecond she was plopped back onto the bed after the bath concluded, Elizabeth felt as if her wandering soul had already fully vacated her body. Even though she technically managed to survive the ordeal, this aggressive brand of fatherly love is truly way too heavy to handle. Just observing the utterly traumatized expression on the nanny's face nearby, anyone would understand just how tragic, chaotic, and painfully unbearable to watch the entire scene just now actually was. How on earth is that considered taking a peaceful bath? He was clearly aggressively scrubbing me down like a brick wall. The agonizing after effects of that hardcore military-grade bath just now hit her with absolute ruthless speed. Elizabeth felt a violent churning deep in her gut, straight up pushing away her absolute favorite bottle of milk. The poor nanny completely lost her cool this time, instantly panicking that the extreme bath from earlier was way too overwhelming for a newborn. But before she could even formulate a basic reaction, Elizabeth's tiny body actually began to glow with an eerie radiance. This physical sensation was absolutely horrifyingly terrible, as if there was an immense, ancient power compressed inside her for a long time that had finally unraveled an explosive exit and was on the absolute verge of completely detonating. Just when Elizabeth was about to lose her grip on her consciousness, a blinding, dazzling golden light instantly engulfed every square inch of the entire room. Hearing the apocalyptic commotion, Michael violently kicked the door open and charged in. Gazing down at Elizabeth, who had suddenly quieted down inside the cradle, Michael finally exhaled a heavy, long overdue sigh of relief. That terrifying, destructive aura from a moment ago seemed to have ultimately been just a massive false alarm. Still, to be absolutely safe and cover all bases, he authoritatively ordered the trembling nanny to fetch the finest royal doctor. Elizabeth stared down blankly at her own slender, adult hands, left completely and utterly dumbfounded. What kind of Matrix glitch madness is actually happening here? Could it be that the violent mana rampage just now actually triggered her by some crazy anomalous twist of fate to temporarily manifest her original adult body? The exact second Michael exited the nursery, Elizabeth could finally breathe a massive sigh of relief. She quickly scrambled over to check on the vulnerable infant's condition. But the precise millisecond she made physical contact with the baby, a blinding streak of volatile light violently flared up. It turns out this inexplicable surging mana had entirely tethered and transferred into her original physical form. No wonder she would suddenly manifest out of thin air like a ghost. But the major catch is, the moment anyone touches her primary infant body resting in the cradle, Elizabeth's consciousness will instantly snap back awake inside it. Elizabeth was still frantically theorizing in her own mind if it was because she had been slacking off on her core magic training lately that caused such a catastrophic, high-stakes commotion. Before she could even solve the puzzle, Michael violently kicked the door open and rushed in like a man possessed, looking as if he was ready to single-handedly tear down the entire estate. You honestly have to pity this poor old doctor, who at his fragile age was forcefully dragged along into a frantic, high-speed sprint. Before the old man could even suck in a breath of air, he was aggressively pressured to instantly evaluate the child. Witnessing the veteran physician in such a miserable, gasping state, Michael finally realized his overprotective instincts had gone a bit too hardcore. How on earth is this considered calling for a doctor? This is straight up demanding the poor old man's life on a silver platter. The veteran doctor carefully examined her for a good, long while, and finally wiped away his cold sweat, confirming the young mistress's health is in tip-top shape, without a single solitary thing wrong with her. The exact millisecond those words came out of his mouth, Michael instantly snapped and lost his mind on the spot. He didn't buy this medical diagnosis for a single second, convinced the terrified doctor was just half-assing his job, and his demonic glare was so fierce, it looked like he wanted to devour a soul. Witnessing the poor old doctor get completely scared out of his wits, she realized if this intense interrogation keeps going on like this innocent old gentleman is definitely going to kick the bucket right here in the nursery. Elizabeth really could not bear to watch this chaotic disaster unfold any longer. Even though it was a bit cringe and heavily embarrassing, in order to save a literal human life, she had no choice but to unleash her ultimate trump card. She dramatically reached out her tiny, chubby infant hand and let out an adorable, dramatic, babyish cry directed straight toward Michael. This single, high-pitched shout instantly quieted down the chaos in the entire room. Michael's terrifying stance from a moment ago of looking ready to devour someone instantly vanished into thin air without leaving a single trace. Elizabeth struck with absolute precision while the iron was hot, actively begging for cozy hugs and desperately asking for his attention. This legendary move worked like absolute clockwork as expected, and Michael, without a single second word, scooped her up into his protective embrace, his vocal tone shifting to become unbelievably, shockingly gentle. It's honestly pretty weird and wild to say, but this warlord dad really seems to possess some hidden mind-reading skills, actually being able to perfectly decode a literal baby's random gibberish. The old doctor's fragile life was finally saved from the brink, but Elizabeth was also frantically second-guessing everything in her heart. It turns out that intense stomach ache from before was purely because way too much raw mana had accumulated and hit a severe bottleneck. Although she successfully diagnosed the root cause of her physical illness, as a mature girl harboring a fully adult soul, being cradled in her biological dad's muscular arms like this every single day really makes her feel a little bit deeply awkward and embarrassed inside. Seeing his precious daughter apparently sleeping so soundly, Michael finally exited the room with absolute peace of mind. But the exact split second he left and closed the door, Elizabeth snapped her eyes wide open right after. Since she knows the root cause of the crisis is that her mana is hitting a bottleneck, then the ultimate solution is incredibly simple. She just needs to forcefully let this overflowing energy escape. She deeply held her breath, charging up a god-tier ultimate move in her mind. Following a sudden, blinding flash of dazzling white light, she finally triggered her transformation back into her original adult form. She stood silently in front of the full-length mirror, carefully evaluating her true self. It seems the complex mechanics of this transformation magic have pretty much been completely decoded by her. However, admiring her reflection in the mirror, she couldn't help but start acting a tiny bit vain. Her glowing complexion is undeniably way better than before. It's just, is her current physique maybe a little bit more on the voluptuous side? To be completely honest, back when she was just a helpless, suckling baby, even if she wanted to save this doomed family, she had absolutely nowhere to exert her strength. But now that she can seamlessly materialize back into an adult, her strategic options have suddenly widened up significantly. Since this physical body is entirely woven from pure mana, then changing outfits should definitely be a seamless one-click gear swap too. Wearing this extravagant long dress stands out way too much, so it's far better to swap into a stealthy maid outfit to make it easier to get things done. Following a sudden, blinding flash of light, she instantly, completely overhauled her look. Staring at her sharp, disguised self in the mirror, Elizabeth let out a highly satisfied smirk. Since her cover identity is all perfectly sorted out, then the next phase of the grand plan is about to get incredibly interesting. Throwing on this default gear and blending straight into the working crowd, absolutely no one will ever be able to expose her true identity. Elizabeth quietly pushed open the door, intending to first scout out the layout and real deal of this massive mansion. It's also quite magical and insane to think about. Even though this physical form is synthesized from raw mana, she can still vividly smell the sweet fragrance of the flowers and physically touch the cold porcelain vases. These 5 physical senses are so hyper-realistic, it's hard to believe. She casually strolled around while quietly observing everything, originally thinking this was just a simple, casual recon mission. But as she kept navigating the corridors, she quickly realized this historical estate is simply ridiculously gargantuan. If she keeps exploring on foot at this sluggish rate, when on earth will she ever finish mapping out this labyrinthine maze? Elizabeth felt like her exhausted brain was on the absolute verge of shutting down. Even though her temporary body is fueled by cosmic mana, her natural ability to memorize complex maps is truly, utterly trash. Just as she was stressing over how to locate her tyrant father's study, an alluring premium aroma of fresh tea suddenly drifted past her nose. Gazing at the maid just ahead, carefully carrying a tray of refreshments, Elizabeth instantly formulated a genius idea in her mind. These high-end tea snacks are clearly destined for a major VIP. As long as she covertly stalks the trail right behind her, She will definitely stumble upon her target destination. And sure enough, following the oblivious maid directly to a massive ornate door, Elizabeth felt her heart skip a beat in absolute anticipation. Elizabeth felt a violent burst of wild joy explode in her heart. This time, it's an absolute lock. She finally managed to accidentally stumble upon the most elusive target to find. Michael was buried deep in handling critical official business, and the maid, visibly trembling with fear, delivered her report while desperately clutching a tray of sandwiches. She originally assumed it was just a routine, boring update, but who would have known that Michael would suddenly completely hijack the conversation and aggressively interrogate her about his infant daughter's condition? This overprotective dad is being so ridiculously detailed, it's practically terrifying. From the exact method of her taking a bath to the precise volume of milk drank, he even demands a highly specific report on her minute breathing frequency. The overwhelmed maid was left completely dumbfounded by the rapid-fire questions, unable to keep up or follow along with the intense conversation at all. Michael clearly, instantly lost his last shred of patience, violently pushed back his massive chair, and stood right up. Judging by this dramatic stance, he's about to personally raid the nursery and check the room. Elizabeth, crouched and hiding just outside the door, completely panicked this time. Her terrifying father is walking directly toward this exact direction. If she gets caught red-handed right now in this maid outfit, then it is completely, utterly game over. The exact millisecond Michael pushed open the heavy door and stepped out, Elizabeth was so deeply traumatized, her soul almost flew straight out of her body. Only one single, desperate thought was left functioning in her brain, which was to hurry up, activate her magic, and immediately vanish. But this monstrous tyrant, Michael's survival intuition, is quite literally as sharp as a high-tech radar. Standing like a statue in the empty, silent hallway, he clearly, instantly captured the faint residual fluctuations of volatile mana vibrating in the air. Michael's predatory gaze turned stone cold, lethal suspicion already rapidly rising in his heart. Just who on earth was lurking out here? Michael made his massive strides incredibly, blindingly fast. He aggressively threw open the nursery's massive door, and as a result, the very moment he stepped into the lavish room, he lowered his deep voice and asked a heavily coded line. Has everything been taken care of completely cleanly? Who on earth could have predicted that this little suckling baby actually perfectly understood and even gave an incredibly sweet, weaponized reply back? "Da! This is none other than Elizabeth, a literal tiny genius who looks completely harmless to humans and animals alike, but is actually secretly carrying an absolute mountain of drama." Just a brief moment ago, her pants were truly, genuinely on fire this time. Michael was actively marching over this way like a heat-seeking missile. If her adult clone got busted red-handed, then her entire multi-layered secret would be completely, brutally exposed. Right at this critical, hair-trigger, life-or-death moment, the underlying magic circle finally lit up with emergency power. Elizabeth's entire adult being instantly, miraculously vanished into thin air. The exact split second the nursery door was forcefully pushed open, Elizabeth was already lying perfectly still and composed on the bed. She finally managed to miraculously bluff her way through this impossible level, while closely cradling the infant Michael. Grimly muttered that the political weather was about to violently shift. As Elizabeth closely listened to his tone, she suddenly felt that something was seriously off about this entire estate. Logically speaking, her father is the highly ranked, legendary knight commander, so how come he operates like a completely isolated lone wolf in his own office? In such a gargantuan, sprawling mansion, one can barely spot a single shadow of a servant on regular days. Just as she was deeply pondering over this architectural anomaly, Michael suddenly locked eyes with her and gruffly interrogated. "Are you genuinely not terrified of me in the slightest?" Michael stared down at his own massive palms, his heavy vocal tone dripping with raw self-deprecation. He admitted these hands are permanently covered in stains of blood, asking the vulnerable daughter in his embrace if she would eventually fear him. How could this intimidating warlord possibly know that Elizabeth had already seen right through his facade in her heart? In this ruthless, dog-eat-dog fantasy world, to fiercely protect this lineage and the entire empire, he was forced to choose to manifest as that cold-blooded tyrant who slaughters without blinking. This tragic brand of involuntary, crushing loneliness is actually something the two of them, father and daughter, share exactly the same. Michael snapped back to reality and let out a bitter, self-aware smile, muttering that he must be truly losing his mind to vent these things to a suckling baby. But Elizabeth tightly clenched the corner of his heavy cloak. This crisp, clear, reassuring baby coo was the ultimate solitary comfort she could currently offer her lonely father. Michael closely embraced his daughter, his tone becoming so unbelievably gentle it felt as if he had swapped into a completely different person, even promising that from this day forward, whatever her heart desires, she just needs to cry out. This wholesome, extreme contrast left Elizabeth totally and utterly stunned. The maid standing nearby couldn't help but playfully tease, Noting that the Lord Duke is getting more and more professional at this babysitting gig by the day, Michael quickly maintained his stoic face and talked tough, dismissing her praise and claiming this is nothing but a trivial, easy task. It turns out that in private, in order to flawlessly practice holding the fragile baby, he had no earthly idea how many luxury cushions he had aggressively squished and exploded. The sheer raw effort behind this Iron Man's tender affection is undeniably a bit too financially costly on the mansion's cushions. Right in the middle of this heartwarming, wholesome moment, furious, hurried knocks on the door violently echoed from the hallway. The elite knight's order had a high-stakes, urgent situation to report immediately. It looks like this peaceful stay-at-home dad life is about to be rudely interrupted once again. The exact millisecond Michael crossed the threshold and left, Elizabeth immediately executed a massive high-speed body swap act right after. Taking absolute tactical advantage of the fact that there was no one left around, she directly reverted back to her elegant teenage girl form. She knew full well in her heart that if her father kept being this insanely busy with his feet barely touching the ground, then her high-stakes father-daughter bonding plan would have absolutely zero chance of succeeding. If things keep developing at this disastrous rate, the entire family will head straight toward that brutal destruction, ending sooner or later. Elizabeth instantly realized that if she genuinely wants to save her own life, she must first help her father solve his crushing troubles. As long as she proactively changes the current trajectory, the doomed future will definitely follow suit and turn out completely differently. However, the more she deeply analyzed it, the more off the whole setup felt. Her father is the grand, legendary Knight Commander. So why on earth must he stay locked inside this gloomy mansion 24/7? Elizabeth took a quiet lap around the massive office and discovered that there wasn't even a single shadow of a civil official or clerk in this place. She realized that this was a prime, god-tier opportunity to flex her skills. And if she takes swift action, these tedious documents piled up like literal mountains can be sorted out in a matter of minutes. No sooner said than done. She intended to first get all these chaotic files neatly organized and prioritized, so that the exact moment her father comes back from his meeting, he will only need to lift a single finger to sign his name. Michael stared blankly at the perfectly organized documents laid out on the desk, his entire being falling deep into a state of utter confusion. He just couldn't understand for the absolute life of him how these incredibly troublesome political matters suddenly resolved themselves out of nowhere. Elizabeth hid right outside the window, feeling secretly smug and proud, thinking her secret shift as an undercover helper fairy this time was totally worth the risk, happily shoulder-carrying the immense pressure for her stressed father. However, she also understood full well in her heart that this kind of high-risk adult-swapping magic drama cannot be sustained forever without getting caught. She needs to quickly figure out a far more secure, permanent method. Turning around, she seamlessly morphed back into her innocent baby form, nestling in Michael's warm embrace to recharge her mana with a completely clear conscience. Gazing up at her father's surprisingly gentle expression, she felt all her previous behind-the-scenes hard work was totally worth it. But Michael, closely evaluating the fragile daughter in his arms, felt a wave of deep suspicion rising in his mind. How on earth could an ordinary standard baby possibly withstand and absorb such a massive, overwhelming amount of raw mana leaking from his body? The more Michael overthought the entire situation, the more he felt that his current squad of elite knights were just too utterly trash, unable to even compare to the resilience of a literal newborn baby. With just a casual, terrifying sentence, he unilaterally decided that those unlucky bastards would have their training ramped up until they lose a whole layer of skin. Elizabeth could only, deep down in her heart, silently light a funeral candle for those poor souls. However, Michael suddenly remembered something highly critical, muttering that back home within the estate, there is actually another fellow capable of effortlessly withstanding his dense mana, who is none other than Elizabeth's biological older brother, Julius. The absolute second she heard that name, Elizabeth was completely, utterly frozen in place. She had been so intensely hyper-focused on securing an alliance with her father that she actually completely blanked on this highly dangerous wildcard figure. According to her mental database, this notorious older brother is definitely not a character who is easy to deal with. Now a fresh batch of serious trouble is really brewing on the horizon. She just barely managed to pacify one supreme giant demon king, and right as she can breathe, there is already a many demon king lying in wait right behind him. Who on earth could have ever guessed that the grand, unstoppable Lord Duke is actually straight up going to flake on his duties today? The personal retainer announced with absolute helplessness. The Lord Duke will not be attending swordsmanship practice today, as he is currently fully occupied with meticulously nurturing Lady Elizabeth. Julius was left completely and utterly dumbfounded by the news. His stoic father, solely for the sake of that fragile little infant, is actually blowing off his critical official training and work entirely. It truly looks like the political weather inside this mansion is about to violently shift. The Grand Duke's mind is currently fully occupied with absolutely nothing but his newborn daughter, completely erasing his own biological son from his thoughts. This time around, Julius has truly and thoroughly fallen out of favor. The authentic family power hierarchy is crystal clear and undeniable at a single glance. Regarding the bizarre mystery of why there are so few servants operating in this massive mansion, Elizabeth finally unraveled the hilarious truth. It's not that the wealthy estate can't afford to hire people, but rather that her father Michael's natural killer aura is simply too terrifying for mere mortals to handle. Since her patriarch father is constantly this buried in work, why not strategically trick her brother Julius into stepping up and lending a hand? This tactical scheme is simply purely genius, as it can simultaneously offload the crushing household workload, while organically forcing some much-needed father-son bonding. But digging deep into Elizabeth's memories of the canon timeline, the Julius of the original past was definitely not this docile. Back in those dark days, he operated precisely like an unfeeling, emotionless block of wood. To the easily fooled eyes of high society outsiders, Julius is not only breathtakingly incredibly handsome, but also serves as the fiercely loyal, supreme confidant of Empress Claudia, making him practically the top-tier, untouchable male god of the entire noble circle. But who in their right mind could have ever guessed that behind closed doors he is actually a savage, toxic-tongued fiend? In her brutal past life, when crossing paths with Lizzie, who came from a totally ordinary background, his weaponized words were as harsh, elitist, and nasty as humanly possible. He had even ruthlessly and publicly humiliated Lizzie, sneering that a peasant of such disgustingly low status is simply not worthy of breathing the same air or appearing before the majestic empress, practically single-handedly dragging down the entire royal family's prestige. And literally, every single time Lizzie crossed paths with him, she would be totally infuriated by his sheer, insufferable arrogance. This man's personality is simply absolute, unadulterated trash. The more Elizabeth deeply overanalyzed it, the more she felt that her brother Julius, aside from that fiery red hair, doesn't share a single, solitary thing in common with her father, Michael. According to high-level investigations from her past life, Julius actually enlisted and entered the palace at just 12 years old. This is simply ridiculously unprecedented in high noble circles. A 12-year-old kid should have been throwing tantrums and acting spoiled at home, so why on earth did he have to infiltrate a viper's nest like the imperial palace so early? Elizabeth instantly realized there must be some massive high-stakes secret buried deep behind this anomaly. And sure enough, Julius had been brutally coerced by his tyrant father to grind swordsmanship since early childhood, with every single week's grueling schedule being Michael's, personally curated, absolute and unshakable imperial commands. Julius simply, utterly couldn't believe his own ears. That monstrous father of his, who was strict to the absolute, toxic extreme with him, actually canceled their sacred, unchangeable swordsmanship masterclass, just to play doting parent to his newborn little sister Elizabeth. The sun is quite literally rising from the west today. Without wasting a single second, he aggressively dashed right out the door, dead set on witnessing with his own two eyes exactly what kind of insane mental game his father was playing. Michael, who is usually the epitome of decisive and ruthless, was actually gently cradling the infant while casually sunbathing right now. Michael even lectured the servants with a deadpan serious face, firmly stating that absorbing more morning sun is highly optimal for the baby's structural health. This shockingly gentle tone makes him look like a completely different entity compared to the usual stone-cold Duke. While Michael was fully in the zone, executing his supreme babysitting duties, the thundering sound of a carriage suddenly echoed from afar. In broad public daylight like this, how could some reckless, uninvited guest dare show up at their doorstep? The head maid instinctively wanted to go over and interrogate the driver, but Michael casually waved his hand, signaling there was no need, because that oncoming carriage was aggressively charging straight toward their exact position, before the speeding vehicle could even come to a full screeching stop. The frantic figure recklessly leaped right off the steps. Julius roared out at the absolute top of his lungs, "Father!" That chaotic explosive commotion was so incredibly loud, it almost violently rattled Elizabeth, clean out of Michael's secure grip. Well, how absolutely perfect. Her toxic brother Julius has officially stormed back onto the scene, judging by his furious expression like he's about to settle a lethal score with his dad. The upcoming family showdown is highly likely to spiral completely out of control. Elizabeth completely broke down and panicked this time. Even though her underlying soul is a mature adult, this fragile baby body simply refuses to listen to her mental commands. Julius's single, thundering shout triggered her waterworks so hard that her tears completely couldn't stop flowing. She was incredibly anxious and frustrated in her heart, and the more she desperately wanted to stop, the louder she wailed instead. Julius was left completely and utterly dumbfounded. He originally stormed in aggressively to pick a massive fight, but now, thoroughly rattled by his little sister's explosive crying, he wished he could find a random crack in the ground to crawl into and hide. Michael's face instantly turned stone cold and ominous. While gently comforting Elizabeth in his muscular arms, he locked his death glare onto his eldest son, demanding why he wasn't staying locked at the Imperial Academy at this hour, and what on earth he blindly ran back home for. Julius, who was full of smug majesty just a brief moment ago, was instantly silenced on the spot by this single bone-chilling question from his father. Now absolute top-tier trouble has officially arrived. Caught red-handed skipping class by the Tyrant Duke, how is he supposed to wrap this up? Michael didn't even give him a single second's chance to explain, directly throwing out a few ice-cold cutting words, telling him to immediately scram back to school. This brutal attitude is honestly more estranged than how one would treat a total stranger. Julius couldn't find a single word to fight back, able to do absolutely nothing but clutch his training sword and turn around to leave dejectedly. This entire heartbreaking sequence was fully witnessed by Elizabeth. She could vividly feel the heavy aura when her brother departed, sensing just how deeply wronged and abandoned he felt in his heart. Michael carefully handed the sniffling Elizabeth over to the head maid, instructing her to take the young mistress back to her luxury nursery to rest. Elizabeth had a strong, instinctual intuition in her heart that although Michael wields a dangerously sharp tongue, he doesn't necessarily truly despise his own biological son. Between this emotionally stunted father and son, there must still be some massive, unresolved psychological knot. Elizabeth couldn't help but deeply sigh with emotion, realizing the toxic communication style of this tyrant household is truly more bizarre and dramatic than what's written in a standard webtoon script. Literally, everyone here has a mountain of dark secrets hidden in their hearts. Julius didn't actually venture very far away, but instead found an empty, secluded corner by the estate wall to hide. Being publicly humiliated and scolded by his dad just now, that suffocating feeling of being deeply wronged in his heart hasn't faded yet. Right when he was feeling at his absolute lowest and most miserable, the adult Elizabeth suddenly popped out of nowhere, asking him with a playful smile if he felt uncomfortable or hurt somewhere. This abrupt jump scare instantly startled the absolute crap out of Julius. He quickly wiped his tear-stained face, desperately trying to save face while aggressively shouting, "Who's there?" He even tried his absolute best to scramble for an explanation that he definitely wasn't crying, insisting it was just that some random sand accidentally got into his eyes. This kind of incredibly clumsy textbook excuse. Who on earth would actually buy it? Staring at his ridiculously tsundere little appearance, Elizabeth was already completely and utterly amused in her heart. Who could have ever guessed that such a cute, vulnerable kid would actually evolve into that cold-blooded, ruthless tyrant in the future? It's truly a tragic waste of such a handsome face. Julius originally despised women getting anywhere near his personal space the most, but for some completely bizarre, unknown reason, he didn't feel any repulsion or irritation at all standing next to this maid. Elizabeth casually squatted down to his eye level and began to gently pour out some top-tier chicken soup for the soul, arguing how could there possibly be parents in this world who genuinely despise their own children. After this unexpected wholesome combo of psychological moves, Julius was directly left at a complete loss for words. Right when the emotional atmosphere was getting a bit heartwarming and tender, Elizabeth suddenly looked like she was frantically pumped with chicken blood, excitedly proposing that they pull off a massive, world-altering plan together. Julius was completely and utterly stunned. We were literally just getting deep and emotional a single second ago. So how come you're turning around to start cooking up crazy trouble right after? The more Elizabeth spoke, the more passionately fired up she got, directly announcing her grand, top-secret plan right on the spot. The title she gave it was incredibly resounding and dramatic, dubbed Operation Super Father-Son Bro Bonding. Julius, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded as he listened to her pitch, left totally dazed and questioning reality in place. Julius couldn't help but cynically roast her. "Are you actually a fully grown adult or what?" Elizabeth completely froze, thinking like, you were just crying your pathetic little eyes out a brief moment ago, and now you're immediately starting to put on high and mighty airs. Julius put on his classic elite aristocratic look, haughtily commanding her to quickly spill the classified details on that so-called plan. Elizabeth had already aggressively cursed his bloodline 800 times in her heart, thinking this future tyrant's son really carries zero manners whatsoever. She originally wanted to flex some adult tolerance and just silently bear with it, but as a direct result, Julius landed yet another toxic-tongued, devastating blow. This single insulting sentence directly caused Elizabeth to completely lose her mind. Any semblance of adult maturity and calmness were thrown right out of the window. Being permanently stuck dealing with such a spoiled little ancestor, her daily life from here on out is afraid to be completely unlivable. This dinner meal was simply suffocating to even sit through. The insanely heavy low pressure radiating at the dining table made Elizabeth, who was standing nearby, desperately want to run away from the room. Julius took a deep, agonizing breath and bravely took the initiative to shatter this suffocating, dead silence. He tentatively reported his current status to his father, explaining that he absolutely must return to the elite academy first thing tomorrow morning. But Michael didn't even bother to raise his head from his plate, only letting out an ice-cold, dismissive reply, "Understood." Julius wasn't ready to throw in the towel just yet, quickly throwing out the massive news that he easily secured first place, and even completely crushed the competition to win the grand championship in swordsmanship. This kid is an absolute top-tier star student through and through. In the end, however, Michael remained his same old emotionally detached self, offering nothing but absolute silence without a single extra word of praise. This painful dynamic of aggressively offering affection only to receive a cold shoulder is truly so awkward it hurts to watch even through the screen. However, in the hyper-observant eyes of Elizabeth, this older brother is simply drop-dead gorgeous and talented, excelling flawlessly in both high academics and elite martial arts. While grinding this hard, he is quite literally the supreme future hope of the entire household. Elizabeth saw the core problem very clearly, realizing it's entirely useless if she is the only one hyping up her brother. She absolutely must force that stubborn ice-block dad to acknowledge him, so she ruthlessly decided to launch the second phase of the operation, strategically helping her brother cater directly to the Duke's favorite hobbies. Julius had heard rumors that his intimidating father loves big game hunting, so he specially went out of his way to test the waters, asking Michael if he would care to venture out and go hunting together. As a direct and brutal result, Michael dismissed his son's genuine invitation with a blunt, one-sentence shutdown. "No time." Julius still stubbornly refused to give up, concluding that since you are refusing to go yourself, then I will brave the wild and hunt a prize beast alone to present to you. This desperate, humble people-pleasing is honestly just painful to witness. But Michael wouldn't even grant him this small window of opportunity, coldly rejecting all hunting proposals out of hand, and casually turned his back to affectionately pick up the nearby Elizabeth. This blatant, extreme differential treatment instantly made all of Julius's desperate emotional efforts go completely down the drain. Elizabeth is completely out of tactical moves this time around. Her patriarch dad is as unyielding and frozen as a permanent block of ice, giving absolutely no one an opening or a single chance to get close to his heart. Elizabeth still desperately wanted to pitch a new strategy to Julius, suggesting that he should try throwing away his pride and acting spoiled like a normal child. The exact millisecond those words escaped her lips, Julius instantly snapped and lost his temper right on the spot. He felt this kind of childish proposal was simply, utterly ridiculous. In this notorious household, widely known as the Tyrant's territory, acting spoiled and vulnerable or relying on others are completely forbidden taboos. He understands better than anyone alive that the high and mighty Walter family has absolutely zero use for emotional warmth and strictly outlaws any form of psychological indulgence. The so-called normal, affectionate father-son relationship is simply an utterly unattainable luxury for someone like him. Staring at Julius's completely hollow and hopeless expression, Elizabeth could only dejectedly bow her head and apologize for her ignorance. Within the walls of this ice-cold, suffocatingly grand mansion, craving a basic shred of parental affection is truly harder than climbing to heaven. Julius deeply began to doubt his own self-worth. He bitterly felt he was being incredibly naive. In a ruthless dynasty like this, displaying an ounce of weakness would only cause him to lose even more thoroughly. He knew full well, in the depths of his heart, that his uncharacteristic father's hyperfixation on that tiny baby is definitely nothing more than a temporary, passing whim. To genuinely earn his stone-cold father's absolute recognition, aside from executing flawless, undeniable results, there is simply no other magical shortcut. He must evolve to become just as terrifyingly powerful as his father, because only absolute, crushing strength can ever allow him to gain a firm, permanent foothold in this family. He was already mentally prepared to endure a lifetime of hardships. But right on cue, Elizabeth leaned over into his space again, mysteriously and enthusiastically proposing. If he wanted to test drive some sort of high-stakes operation hug, Julius's face turned completely, dangerously black after listening to her nonsense. This ridiculously unreliable, sketchy plan, how on earth is it any different from the garbage failure from last time? Elizabeth was still wildly unconvinced and defensive over there, playfully tapping her head and bragging that she still possessed a secret backup plan. In the end, silently watching her goofy antics, Julius actually couldn't help but let out a rare, genuine chuckle out loud, even playfully roasting that she is truly a certified weirdo. Elizabeth was completely choked up and speechless by this single insult. Clearly, she was the mastermind trying to bail him out of depression, but in a hilarious twist, she got ruthlessly mocked instead. However, witnessing Julius's exceedingly rare, handsome smile, The burning frustration in Elizabeth's heart instantly vanished without a single trace. Compared to that dead, lifeless puppet look he carried from before, the current him finally radiates a tiny bit of a normal teenager's vitality. As long as she can successfully stop him from feeling so profoundly sad, what does it even matter if she gets labeled a total weirdo? Judging by this intensely serious, dramatic expression on Julius's face, those who didn't know the context would think he was about to march onto a bloody battlefield. He kept fiercely muttering to himself in his heart that it was finally time to unleash that ultimate secret move he had grinded hard for a long time. To prepare for this exact high-stakes moment, he had painstakingly made a massive amount of secret preparations. He quietly and stealthily lurked to the side of the nursery cradle, just happening to bump into Elizabeth right as she was opening her big baby eyes. The little toddler stared up at him with a completely clueless, innocent face, utterly unaware of just how shockingly chaotic the upcoming family scene was about to be. Who could have ever guessed that the ultimate secret move Julius had been holding back for so long was actually just tightly covering his face with both hands, before suddenly popping out and shouting, "Peekaboo!" This whiplash-inducing shift in tone is just way too fast. Where on earth did that terrifying murderous aura from just a moment ago vanish to? Elizabeth was instantly giggling and laughing out loud, thoroughly amused by the antic. Julius also finally let out a long overdue sigh of relief. But before she could even celebrate this rare wholesome victory for too long, a bone-chilling voice suddenly echoed from the shadows behind them. Her titan of a dad, Michael, was standing right there, looming in the dark, staring down at this utterly ridiculous scene with a face full of absolute question marks. This time, the vibe is truly and magnificently awkward. The grand, noble heir of the legendary Walter family, instead of sleeping in the dead of the night, is actually lurking in the nursery, playing this kind of cutesy, childish game. Julius quite literally wants to find a random crack in the floorboards to crawl into right now. Michael marched over with a grim, deadpan face, sternly demanding to know what on earth Julius was trying to achieve just now. Julius began stuttering and sweating bullets in private, leaving him with no choice but to bite the bullet and nervously explain that this was a specialized baby entertaining technique recommended by the academy instructors. He was fully braced to get heavily chewed out and reprimanded by his terrifying dad, but in a shocking twist, Michael remained dead silent for a long moment and actually dramatically covered his own face right on the spot, fully intending to personally demonstrate to his son exactly what a pro-tier peekaboo performance actually looks like. When that booming "wow" was aggressively screamed out, the overwhelming pressure was simply like he was charging onto a bloody battlefield to slaughter enemies. Julius was left completely dazed and traumatized just watching from the sidelines. How is this supposed to make a tiny child happy? This is clearly an assassination attempt intending to send someone straight to the afterlife. As a direct result of Michael flexing way too much unnecessary force, the sheer shockwave sent Elizabeth flying straight out of her cradle. This time, the innocent baby entertaining session instantly devolved into a high-stakes accident scene. Julius's trained knight reflexes were remarkably fast, though. With a lightning-quick dash forward, he perfectly caught the airborne baby. Elizabeth was so profoundly terrified her soul almost left her physical body, wildly roasting this chaotic, unreliable dad in the depths of her heart. If Julius hadn't clutch caught her just a second ago, the second chance at life would probably be completely over before it even started. Julius quickly bowed his head to submissively admit his mistake, chivalrously taking all the blame for the chaos onto himself. Unexpectedly, the perpetually strict and unyielding Michael actually let out a heavy, weary sigh this time, openly admitting that he himself was far too reckless just now. Staring at Julius tightly and protectively holding his little sister, Michael unprecedentedly muttered the words, "Good job." This single, simple sentence of genuine recognition instantly caused Julius's whole downtrodden being to light up with validation. Michael then exhorted his son with a deeply serious expression. "Elizabeth is your one and only little sister. As her older brother, shielding and protecting her is a lifelong duty you must engrave into your very bones." Julius carefully cradled the tiny, fragile bundle in his arms, his eyes softening with an expression so exceptionally gentle it could practically melt. His mind is completely consumed right now with an absolute primal urge to protect this impossibly adorable little sister of his. Elizabeth, witnessing this, beamed a smile that was incredibly radiantly triumphant. This is the legendary future Imperial Prime Minister we are talking about, and as of right now, he has been completely and utterly won over by her charms. This early game wave of investment is simply an absolute massive profit. The grown-up soul of Elizabeth was casually dragging Julius along, hushedly whispering in a secluded corner of the garden. She earnestly advised Julius to simply not enlist or go to the Imperial Palace at all, urging how grand it would be if he just stayed back at the main estate instead. They could also painstakingly mend that stiff, emotionally stunted father-son dynamic. Along the way, Julius's sharp IQ suddenly went completely online, blocking a piercing glare dead at the maid standing in front of him. He hadn't breathed a single syllable to anyone about relocating to the Imperial Palace yet. So how on earth did this low-ranking little maid know his classified schedule? Staring at her instantly stammering and hesitating under pressure, the more Julius overanalyzed it, the more he felt something was deeply fishy. This girl has been acting incredibly sketchy on the low ever since she first showed up. He strictly and aggressively interrogated her. You couldn't possibly be a hostile spy sneaked in by the former Duke, right? Elizabeth completely and utterly panicked this time, screaming an absolute GG in the depths of her soul. Seeing Julius closing the distance and pressing forward step by step, Elizabeth's panicked brain completely turned into mush under the intense heat. In a desperate, reckless bid to protect her secret identity, she actually blurtingly gasped out loud, "Actually, I am your sister, Elizabeth." The entire atmosphere completely froze solid at this exact chaotic millisecond. Julius's entire logical processing system crashed directly on the spot. The moment those ridiculous words left her mouth, even she herself desperately wanted to find a crack in the floorboards to crawl into. Julius was completely and utterly dumbfounded by what he just heard. Realizing that the situation couldn't possibly be salvaged normally, Elizabeth could only awkwardly laugh it off and play dumb, desperately trying to gaslight him into treating those words as a random auditory hallucination. But Julius didn't buy this transparent, clumsy trick at all. He directly issued a bone-chilling final ultimatum, fully prepared to report this nonsense-spewing intruder straight to his terrifying father. Now absolute top-tier trouble has officially arrived. If Elizabeth can't cleanly explain her way out of this corner this time, she's genuinely afraid she might really be locked up in a dungeon as a raving lunatic. Julius is playing for keeps and acting for real this time, tightly and unyieldingly grabbing onto Elizabeth, stubbornly demanding that she explain her suspicious self clearly. Elizabeth quickly discovered that although this young master possesses a notoriously fiery temper, thankfully, he is still rational enough to actually listen to people. Since simply explaining with words didn't work on him, she had no choice but to let the cold facts do the talking. She strategically led Julius straight to the front of the nursery cradle, fully intending to directly expose that mind-blowing truth. The exact split second she approached the baby Elizabeth, Julius completely panicked, fearing an assassination attempt. But before he could even rush up to physically stop her, a blinding, spectacular flash of intense light had already completely engulfed and illuminated the entire room. Who could have ever guessed that the tiny Elizabeth sleeping inside the cradle would actually pull off a literal shape-shifting stunt right in front of her brother? Julius was left completely dumbfounded and frozen watching this unfold. The supernatural scene he just witnessed had already completely shattered and exceeded his logical understanding. Elizabeth looked down at the soundly sleeping baby and finally confessed that utterly ridiculous truth. This adult-made body of hers was actually custom created by the infant Elizabeth, using pure high-tier magic. Now faced with undeniable solid evidence, even if Julius desperately didn't want to believe it, he was forced to accept this absurd, reality-bending fact. Julius finally managed to calm his racing thoughts down, but that arrogant, high and mighty bad temper of his has truly not changed one single bit. He haughtily insisted that Elizabeth explain the entire cause and effect clearly. Elizabeth secretly and frantically calculated in her heart that being wrongfully and brutally executed in her past life, that kind of tragic political nightmare absolutely cannot be spoken aloud. She just needed to gaslight him into believing she was working to protect the family. It honestly has to be said, this genius older brother's uncanny ability to grasp the core point is indeed incredibly strong. He miraculously pieced it all together at once. She was a reincarnated soul blessed with vivid memories of the future. Elizabeth quickly followed his logical lead and went along with the lie, claiming she was a mere civil official who died from extreme overwork in her past life. And as a result, she suddenly morphed into baby Elizabeth the second she opened her eyes. After Julius finished listening to the tragic tale, he was actually quite deeply moved, marveling that in that distant future, even girls possessed the right to become powerful officials based solely on their own merit. He recalled ancient historical texts mentioning that certain legendary mages could vividly foresee the future, and even magically manufacture autonomous clones, concluding Elizabeth must also belong to this elite class of reincarnated individuals. Elizabeth enthusiastically chimed in, agreeing on the surface, while frantically wiping away cold sweat in her heart, because the dark truths she hid from Julius weren't just a single minor matter. Deep within those forbidden, abandoned archives from her past life, she had seen the terrifying classified records about Michael with her own eyes. Michael was recorded as a brutally tragic monarch who once blindly charged into the perilous magic beast forest all by himself. Under the catastrophic circumstances of having absolutely zero reinforcements, he was completely surrounded and ambushed by countless ravenous monsters. Right before Michael tragically perished, he held onto a legendary magic crystal, deathly tight in his hand. That was a priceless treasure he literally traded his life for, which later became a crucial national treasure of the entire country. Who on earth could have ever guessed that this exact crystal eventually fell into his son's hands? Julius submissively offered it to the royal family, and by relying heavily on this massive merit, he successfully leaped from a ruined noble to the supreme, current prime minister. But Elizabeth saw a hidden truth in those archives that makes one's spine go completely and utterly cold. Back then, when Michael was desperately stuck in that bitter, fatal battle, there was clearly someone responsible for deploying the backup army. Yet they didn't send out a single reinforcement soldier or make a single move. That cold-blooded mastermind who intentionally left him to die was actually the young Julius standing right in front of her. Elizabeth didn't dare to breathe a single word about it. His older brother, she currently admires the most, would actually cold-bloodedly betray and kill his own father with his own hands in the future. Julius, on the other hand, lives his life quite transparently, directly and bluntly telling Elizabeth that he doesn't give a damn about that so-called predetermined future at all, much less wants to be led by the nose by things that haven't even happened yet. In his ambitious eyes, what matters most right here and now is every single deliberate decision of his present self. Julius spoke with absolute, unwavering confidence. The Titan currently supporting the overall survival of the family is father, and as his son, the only thing he needs to do is ruthlessly get stronger, and then evolve into his father's most unbreakable, solid backing. As long as he can strategically guide his father to avoid those fatal dangers and become more terrifyingly powerful than anyone else, that would be more than enough. Staring at her brother's intensely confident, charismatic appearance, the anxious heart that Elizabeth was tightly holding onto finally settled down. As long as her brilliant brother can fully understand her and firmly stay by their powerful father's side, that dark future of a ruined family and dead, slaughtered people will absolutely never be allowed to happen. But right then, she suddenly and chillingly realized that aside from the three of them, there is actually another incredibly key figure lurking in this family. Right at this exact tense moment, a sharp, sudden knock on the door echoed from outside. A panicked maid rushed over to urgently deliver a message, stating that Michael demands to see him right this second. Julius quickly urged Elizabeth to hustle along. After all, his terrifying father, Michael, was already waiting impatiently. Michael looked down coldly at Julius, keenly noticing that Julius's recent attention toward Elizabeth seemed a bit too excessive. A genuinely terrifying thought instantly flashed through Elizabeth's mind. Just now, they were passionately discussing how to rewrite the future. Could those high-stakes secrets that can't be spoken aloud have been completely and utterly overheard by her father? Michael silently and carefully picked up Elizabeth. It looks like it was truly just a false alarm just now. Michael didn't seem to notice anything unusual or sketchy at all. Instead, he bluntly announced a piece of bombshell news in public. Next month, he will personally bring Elizabeth into the imperial palace, and Julius will be tagging along as well. Julius instantly agreed without even thinking twice about it. Seeing that her brother can now finally communicate normally with their father, Elizabeth could finally breathe a sigh of relief and put her heart back in her chest. However, the ordinary maid nearby wasn't nearly as relaxed. Even if she was just submissively handing over a baby bottle from the sidelines, she felt that the overwhelming aura radiating from Michael's body was heavy enough to make anyone completely suffocate. The one who felt the most profoundly emotional was Elizabeth herself. Thinking back to her previous life as Liz, she had practically talked her head off and begged just to enter the palace. Yet in the end, all that brutal grinding came to absolute nothing. Who on earth could have ever guessed that now, reincarnated as the high-born young lady of a noble house, the golden opportunity she couldn't get no matter how much she begged before, is actually delivered right to her mouth so effortlessly now. This twisted fate is truly ironic enough to make one want to laugh out loud. Actually, entering the Grand Palace held in deeply special, personal meaning for Elizabeth as well. And that is she finally secures a golden chance to go face-to-face and meet that legendary biological mother of hers, Adelina. What kind of extraordinary person would she actually turn out to be? To actively ease the stiff, awkward father-son relationship, Julius bravely decided to take the initiative, helping that ice-cold father share the crushing official workload. He naively thought that as long as they interacted more, they could get closer. But as a direct result of their conversation, the topic wrapped right back around to his little sister, Elizabeth, yet again. Michael rarely articulated this many words at once, straight up declaring it was solely thanks to the Knight E Order eradicating magic beasts that they could secure a peaceful, safe environment for his precious daughter. But Julius didn't appreciate the dismissive attitude at all, directly shooting back with a sharp defensive retort, asserting that fiercely protecting his little sister and mindlessly helping his father do chores are two completely separate matters. The single audacious sentence made the fountain pen in Michael's grip instantly freeze. He immediately began interrogating his son about his elite academics. But Julius wasn't flustered or intimidated in the slightest, frankly stating that aside from his masterclass swordsmanship, he was basically dominating at the top tier of the academy. Michael didn't say much after processing the update, only casually dropping a piece of bombshell news. Immediately following next month's high-stakes inauguration ceremony, Adelina will officially seize supreme power. But before the two alpha males could converse any further, a terrified maid suddenly barged into the study, not even caring about basic rigid noble etiquette anymore. Her trembling voice was completely full of pure panic, only managing to gasp out one sentence. "Something terrible has happened to Lady Elizabeth." To the reincarnated Elizabeth, the words Imperial Palace do not represent a glamorous vacation spot at all, but are rather the exact living nightmare where she brutally lost her life in her past existence. Who in their right mind would ever want to willingly return to that execution grounds that once ruthlessly slaughtered them? What's even more profoundly terrifying is the fact that her cold-blooded killer, Claudia, is lurking in that very palace right now. The exact millisecond she pictures that sadistic woman's face, Elizabeth instinctively shrinks into a tight ball from sheer psychological horror, and even accidentally wet the bed right on the spot from the trauma response. She truly, desperately doesn't want to go back there. But right now her consciousness is trapped inside a helpless baby, leaving her with absolutely no physical way to resist her cruel fate. Aside from that terrifying, bloodthirsty killer, there is also a widely renowned, ultimate villainess dominating the palace, the infamous Adelina. Yet Elizabeth is actually quite deeply curious about her character. After all, this legendary woman's entire life path is simply like she was handed a god-tier cheat code script from birth. She originally crawled up from a completely humble, nameless background, yet armed with nothing but her extraordinary, terrifying talent, she successfully broke the glass ceiling to become the first female prime minister in the empire's history. She strictly demands absolute capability, completely ignoring family background, and ruthlessly refuses to tolerate even a single speck of political corruption. This relentless iron-fisted governance style made her an absolute savior in the eyes of the struggling commoners, but a massive, unbearable thorn in the side in the eyes of the corrupt nobles. She took those deeply rooted corrupt officials and completely eradicated them from the government. Such a merciless, formidable character is waiting for her arrival in the imperial palace right now. Strangely enough, although Adelina has a notoriously ruthless reputation, to the Elizabeth of her past life, she was a life-changing benefactor. If it weren't for her progressive policies, as a penniless orphan, she would have never stood a chance to secure a coveted royal government position. In order to survive her upcoming debut in the imperial palace, Elizabeth desperately decided to practice vocalizing first. Just in case she runs into mortal danger, she needs to at least scream for backup. But this awkward whimpering sound of hers took on a completely distorted meaning in the ears of her doting father and brother. Julius was completely dumbfounded listening to this bizarre babble. Could this squeaking possibly be some sort of high-class singing? Michael even proudly concluded right on the spot that his baby girl is absolutely a musical genius. Well, fantastic! The entire household has fallen victim to some delusional family filter. The dreaded day to enter the palace finally arrived. The elite family changed into their most breathtaking grand formal attire. This jaw-dropping, crisp military uniform of Michael's had Elizabeth staring without even blinking once. Leaning against these rock-solid pectoral muscles, the overwhelming sense of absolute security simply overflows, allowing her to temporarily forget her deep-seated horror of the imperial palace. However, Michael's expression remained dead serious. He sternly exhorted Julius that the imperial palace is crawling with hostile spies and hidden ears everywhere. Unlike back home, where everything is secured under strict magic contract protection, only now did Elizabeth shockingly discover that it turns out at home, even the newest maids had signed that kind of absolute, inescapable loyalty death covenant. It looks like for this high-stakes palace entry, her tactical father has already raised their defensive line to the absolute maximum limit. The grand, imposing carriage convoy smoothly drove into the imperial palace grounds. Gazing out at these hauntingly familiar buildings in front of her, Elizabeth felt an intense, chaotic, mixed bag of emotions in her heart. This was the exact place where she used to slave away in her past life, making her feel inexplicably nostalgic. But nostalgia is just nostalgia. The exact millisecond she thinks of that lurking killer who hasn't shown her face yet, she still couldn't help but shudder violently. Michael instantly felt the daughter in his arms trembling, asking with a completely deadpan face if her diaper was wet. Elizabeth almost choked on her own spit and passed out. In this kind of incredibly serious, formal occasion, can we please for the love of God not bring up the diaper situation? Right at this exact awkward moment, The leading maid ahead abruptly halted her footsteps. They had officially arrived at Adelina's supreme office. Back when she was a low-ranking civil official in her past life, Elizabeth never possessed the clearance to even step a single foot in here. As the heavy, grand doors were slowly pushed open, Michael protectively cradled the child and confidently strode into the room, offering a completely flat, nonchalant greeting to her. Adelina slowly spun around, her piercing eyes locking onto the baby resting in Michael's arms, her trembling voice carrying a distinct hint of absolute disbelief. But Elizabeth was left completely and utterly stunned by the sight. The legendary woman in front of her didn't exude any terrifying villainous aura at all. Instead, these massive dark circles bruising the skin under her eyes, along with this chronically exhausted face, so gaunt it was practically out of shape. How on earth is this supposed to be some ultimate final boss? This is quite literally just a depressed corporate slave, completely hollowed out by endless, brutal overtime work. Staring at the visibly haggard Adelina, Michael spoke to her with a rare, unexpected gentleness, earnestly advising her to stop forcing herself to work to death. But Adelina was an absolute unyielding workaholic. For the absolute sake of the Empire's survival, she planned to pull non-stop, sleep-deprived shifts right up until the inauguration ceremony, even deadpanning a dry joke about Michael's own inhuman physical stamina. Julius also hurriedly stepped forward to show his deepest concern, terrified for fear that his mother's frail body would completely collapse from exhaustion. The seemingly heartwarming scene of a loving mother and a fiercely filial son made Elizabeth feel completely dazed and disoriented as she watched from the sidelines. This intensely diligent and gentle maternal appearance. How is there any shadow of a bloodthirsty villainess left in her? Could those horrific, toxic rumors circulating outside all be intentionally and maliciously fabricated by her political rivals? But before she could even logically figure it out, Adelina's warm tone instantly turned into bone-chilling ice. She locked a dead, venomous stare at the baby resting in Michael's arms, demanding with absolute coldness, "Why on earth did you bring that creature here?" Michael replied in a perfectly flat, unshakable tone that he has always been raising this child entirely with his own 2 hands. But this single sentence acted like a stray spark falling into a volatile powder keg. Adelina instantly exploded with pure rage. Seeing that the shifting atmosphere had turned dangerous and hostile, Julius hurriedly stood up to shield and protect his baby sister, sternly reminding his mother that this child is officially named Elizabeth, not some worthless, stray object of unknown origin. Who could have ever predicted that Adelina would become even crazier at his words? She aggressively pointed a shaking finger at the baby in Michael's arms, screaming hysterically and losing her mind, shrieking for that hideous thing to stay the hell away from her. Elizabeth was left completely paralyzed and stunned. She had completely racked her brains to please her intimidating father, working herself to the bone, desperately wanting to fit into this high-class family, only to end up, in the ultimate tragic twist, universally despised like a piece of trash by her own biological mother. This kind of venomous glare wasn't looking at a newborn daughter at all, but rather targeting a loathsome enemy who made her feel intensely disgusted. Michael let out a heavy, tired sigh. Having quickly wrapped up his official business, he directly took Julius away from the scene, ruthlessly leaving Elizabeth all by herself, trapped in this ice-cold, suffocating room. Facing this absolutely unsalvageable, chaotic situation, Elizabeth screamed frantically and lost her mind in her heart. "Do you guys seriously plan to just dump me here and completely ignore my existence?" Adelina suddenly shouted in a panic. "Wait! Take this wretched child away with you too." But Michael coldly and nonchalantly dropped a final line. "She'll be perfectly fine right where she is," and then directly closed the grand main doors behind him. Looking at Adelina still over there, holding her throbbing forehead and heavily sighing, Elizabeth felt like aggressively rolling her eyes in pure anger from inside her cradle. The victim being cruelly abandoned here is clearly me. What on God's green earth are you over there acting all stressed and sighing for? Elizabeth never expected, in her absolute wildest dreams, that her biological mother would actually despise her existence even more than her detached father and brother. Adelina coldly and strictly instructed the trembling headmaid to just toss that thing over there in the corner and absolutely don't touch it. Elizabeth lay flat inside the basket, seeing with crystal clarity that in this high and mighty mother's cold eyes, her entire existence is viewed as nothing but a massive mistake and a misunderstanding. The very moment the maid turned around to pour some fresh tea, only the estranged mother and daughter were left remaining in the tense office. Elizabeth suddenly and sharply discovered that a bizarre, highly volatile, magical glow actually burst forth from the wooden desk. Well, fine, she finally caught a golden opportunity. Since absolutely no one cares for her or loves her in this world, then she might as well take matters into her own hands and make a massive scene. But before Elizabeth could even physically react to the mana shift, a violent wave of terrifying, ominous purple light instantly exploded across the room. This raw power was so intensely strong, it was completely and utterly uncontrollable, forcing her to witness an active, dark conspiracy. A sinister, mysterious figure is threatening the family maid to poison the upcoming tea. The hidden opponent is ruthlessly using the maid's kidnapped daughter as sick leverage. As long as she stealthily mixes this specific, lethal flower into the premium tea leaves, they can make the entire powerful Walter family completely vanish from the face of the earth. For the absolute sake of her child's survival, the desperate maid was forced to go through with it. Elizabeth recognized that poisonous flower at a single, terrifying glance. That was a strictly banned, lethal drug she had meticulously studied in the archives of her past life. Consuming a minuscule amount can indeed cure minor illnesses, but once the toxic dosage gets sufficiently large, then it mutates into a lethal poison that kills instantly. Was that horrifying scene just now a mere nightmare? It was so sickeningly realistic that it made one's spine go completely cold. Before Elizabeth could even snap out of her state of shock, the maid walked into the office carrying a polished tea tray. This specific maid looked incredibly out of sorts, cowering and acting completely, undeniably suspicious. Yet Adelina didn't even bother to look up from her work, casually telling her to just set the tea aside. Elizabeth's heart instantly skipped a violent beat. The sequence of events is exactly the same as the illusion just now. Could it be that it wasn't a nightmare at all, but a cold-blooded murder that is actively taking place? Seeing Adelina slowly reach out to pick up the poisoned teacup, Elizabeth completely panicked and lost her mind. She desperately wanted to scream a warning, but couldn't make a proper sound. Elizabeth decided to stop just sitting around waiting for a tragedy. She planned to directly manifest her magical adult clone, but right before she could execute her move, another maid suddenly barged into the room, using the urgent excuse of needing to change clothes for the ceremony, to successfully get Adelina to leave the office. Immediately after her departure, a shady group of staff surrounded the room. The head male servant, without giving any explanation whatsoever, snatched the basket containing Elizabeth in one aggressive go. With a bone-chilling tone, he ruthlessly chased the room's maid away, declaring that he would take full responsibility here from this moment on. Elizabeth secretly felt that things were going disastrously wrong in her heart. She was literally kicked out of the wolf's den and straight into the tiger's mouth. Where on earth do these sketchy people want to traffic her? The sinister blonde male servant coldly opened his mouth and demanded to know if the poisoned tea had been delivered. The maid replied with the violent tremble that it had already been sent over. The poor woman thought that completing the task meant she and her daughter could be free. But who could have guessed the man would reveal a twisted, sinister smile? He casually stated that since it's delivered, she can now go get a permanent rest. The exact millisecond his chilling voice fell, a brutal burst of fresh blood instantly exploded from the maid's chest. Without even having a split second to let out a final scream, she collapsed dead. This is outright, cold-blooded killing to silence a loose witness. Elizabeth saw the entire execution crystal clear from inside her basket. She suddenly recognized this murderer's face. This man isn't some ordinary household servant at all. He is actually a high-ranking spy from the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Julius had been feeling deeply uneasy in his heart, so he continuously pressed his father for answers, demanding to know if leaving baby Elizabeth there, all alone, really won't cause any sort of dangerous trouble. Michael, however, appeared eerily and completely calm. He genuinely felt that Adelina, as her biological mother, would eventually have to learn to accept this child sooner or later. But before he could even finish formulating his sentence, his stoic face completely and utterly changed. An extremely ominous, chilling premonition violently surged into his heart. Without a single millisecond of hesitation, he directly grabbed Julius, spun around, and frantically rushed back. Who on earth could have ever guessed that the killer would directly unleash lethal force right in front of an innocent child? Elizabeth was left completely stunned and paralyzed, unable to believe the horrific slaughter happening before her very eyes at all. Why did everything turn out so disastrously like this? The assassin, however, acted like absolutely nothing had happened, coldly dropping a dismissive line. What a fundamentally foolish woman. The dying maid was already at her final, agonizing moments, yet she still risked her remaining life force trying to protect the young lady. She yanked deathly tight onto the man's leg, stubbornly refusing to let go. The heartless man didn't possess a single shred of pity at all, directly kicking her away with ruthless, bone-breaking force. This traumatizing scene completely shattered Elizabeth's remaining sanity. She desperately wanted to put a definitive stop to all this madness, but the only thing her infant body could let out was a desperate, muffled cry. Right at this exact explosive moment, the dormant power inside her body went completely and utterly out of control. The loyal maid tightly and protectively embraced the basket. No matter how blinding or terrifying this power became, she absolutely would not let go until her final breath. Julius instantly sensed that something was catastrophically wrong. hurriedly straining to catch up with his father's rapid footsteps. But the apocalyptic sight before them made everyone completely freeze in their tracks. A massive blinding pillar of divine light shot straight up into the sky, completely illuminating every dark corner of the entire hallway. Michael intently stared at this bursting light, yet his deep tone remained unusually, eerily calm. He coldly muttered, "I knew it would inevitably be like this." And then he directly blew a sharp, commanding signal whistle. Michael finally rushed onto the active crime scene. The tragic, blood-soaked sight before his eyes made him instantly go into high combat alert. He decisively and instantly barked out the order for Julius to secure and evacuate Elizabeth away from here first. Elizabeth stared in horror at the fresh bloodstains painting the floor, scared, completely mindless and traumatized. This is fundamentally not the kind of gore she should be facing at her literal age. Michael quickly squatted down to closely investigate the scene. That blonde assassin had already collapsed limply on the ground, showing absolutely no signs of life left, with dark bloodstains still remaining at the corner of his dead mouth. Whether it was a self-inflicted poisoning or committing suicide out of fear of public punishment, Michael couldn't give a definitive, solid conclusion right this second. But he knew exceptionally well in his brilliant heart that the dark conspiracy behind this is infinitely deeper than anyone imagined. Michael slowly walked over to stand in front of the two shaken children, personally and softly calling out Elizabeth's name. He lowered his commanding voice and gently asked if she was absolutely terrified. Elizabeth just looked blankly up at her formidable father. All that horrifying blood and chaotic trauma from just moments ago finally dissolved into overwhelming, painful grievances at this very moment. She simply couldn't hold back her raw emotions any longer, and her heart-wrenching, frantic crying echoed loudly through the cold hallway. She didn't comprehend what on earth had triggered this nightmare at all, only knowing that the sheer horror of escaping death by a literal hair made it so she couldn't do anything else except wail out loud at the top of her lungs. Right at this critical moment, the guard frantically ran over in a desperate hurry to report that Lord Adelina's life was miraculously saved. The subordinate on the side also hastily reported the injured maid's situation. Her severe bleeding has already been successfully contained, and as long as she goes to the clinic to nurse her health properly, she will recover. Upon hearing this crucial piece of news, Michael flatly and stoically replied with a simple, "Got it." The guard then discovered a suspicious flower left at the crime scene. This was the exact botanical sample that fell out from the maid's uniform. Michael intensely stared at this toxic flower for a long, quiet time, and in the end, he didn't utter a single word, merely sliding it away securely into his heavy military coat. Julius was visibly worried, sick about the family's immediate safety, so Michael immediately barked out a stern order to completely double the elite security guards protecting Adelina. As for the vulnerable baby Elizabeth, he planned to fiercely guard her safety personally. Julius originally assumed he could finally return to his elite academy, but Michael suddenly called him to a grinding halt, leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation in his dominant tone whatsoever. During this volatile period, you are forbidden from going anywhere. Just stay locked down at home obediently. Michael dropped some brutally harsh, bone-chilling words. Anyone who possesses the audacity to oppose the mighty Walter family can completely forget about living in peace for the rest of their miserable life. He will definitely settle this bloody score with his own two hands. By the time Elizabeth finally woke up from her deep slumber, her mother Adelina's high-stakes prime minister appointment ceremony had actually concluded smoothly and without further incident. All that thrilling, near-fatal chaos from just now felt as if it had never actually transpired at all. Michael gently asked his precious daughter if she was finally awake, and an anxious Julius also leaned in, incredibly close, gazing down at her with a face full of intense sibling concern. Elizabeth, however, hadn't even fully snapped out of the terrifying trauma just now, and Michael had already gathered Elizabeth up and protectively held her tightly in his massive arms. He gently whispered to the precious daughter in his embrace, reassuring her that the brave maid had already been saved. "This miracle is all thanks to you." This shockingly tender scene completely dumbfounded the surrounding nobles. Who on earth would have ever thought that the bloodthirsty demon who slaughtered without blinking on the battlefield is actually a total unhinged simp for his baby daughter in private? Michael suddenly swept a bone-chilling glare over them, and the hypocritical elites who were just gossiping immediately shut their mouths. This kind of suffocating dominant aura, he truly is still that same terrifying man. Elizabeth gradually and peacefully calmed down in her father's safe arms. She stared intently at her mother standing not far away, with only one definitive burning thought left in her mind. Now is absolutely not the time to be paralyzed by fear. As long as both of her powerful parents are still alive, she must protect this entire family at all absolute costs. The exact moment the traumatized maid opened her eyes, she genuinely assumed she had already tragically lost her life. "Where on God's green earth is this place?" the commanding man asked in a low, gravelly voice. Are you finally awake? The faithful maid couldn't care less about her own critical injuries. Her frantic mind was entirely consumed with that tiny person's ultimate safety. Quick, please save the young lady! The man hurriedly held her down to stop her from rupturing her wounds. Rest assured, the young lady is completely safe and sound right now. Upon hearing these reassuring words, the maid's anxiously hanging heart finally dropped to the ground with immense relief. As long as the sweet young lady is completely fine, Michael stood nearby, completely lost in deep thought. It looks like he will have to drastically re-examine the absolute security of the magic contracts bound to those household servants. Julius impatiently pressed for concrete answers from the side. What on earth happened to that rogue assassin who barged in? Michael coldly replied, without even turning his head around to look. He is permanently no longer able to open his mouth to speak. Elizabeth tentatively thought this near-fatal crisis had finally passed over them, but who could have ever guessed that the real, unadulterated trouble had only just begun? The very millisecond Adelina laid eyes on the innocent child, she instantly exploded with volatile, blinding fury. Didn't I explicitly dictate that you are absolutely, under no circumstances allowed to bring her here? Julius still wanted to try and step in to persuade her a bit, but he was roared at by his enraged mother so hard he didn't even dare lift his head. Elizabeth now saw the grim reality with absolute clarity. This mother in name only seems to utterly detest her existence from the absolute bottom of her dark heart. Looking at the domestic way Michael was expertly bottle-feeding, Adelina sneered mockingly. Look at you bottle-feeding this child. Your maternal movements are quite practiced, aren't they? Michael replied with absolute expressionlessness. I was explicitly ordered to bring Elizabeth here. Adelina immediately pressed aggressively. Ordered by whom? Who on earth in this entire imperial palace possesses the authority to order you around? Right at this tense, volatile moment, an elegant voice echoed from directly behind them. That would be me. Everyone simultaneously whipped their heads around. The unexpected intruder was actually Princess Claudia herself. The very second this royal power player showed her face, the heavy atmosphere of the entire room instantly shifted. The exact millisecond she laid eyes on Claudia, Elizabeth was left completely and utterly stunned. This aristocratic face is exactly the same as the one burned into her past life's memories, virtually not changing a single solitary bit. She frantically kept reminding herself in her heart to calm down. I am just an innocent baby, named Elizabeth right now. Adelina offered a visibly fake, superficial smile as a greeting. The esteemed first princess honors us with her sudden presence. Are all the mandatory preparations for the grand banquet finalized? Claudia's tone remained deceptively flat and smooth. I caught wind that there was some security trouble here and simply couldn't put my anxious mind at ease. So I specially made a personal detour to check up on things. Adelina was clearly not having any of her fake politeness, directly kicking her out verbally. Thanks for the concern, first princess, but everything is perfectly under control here now. Claudia cut straight to the scandalous chase the moment she opened her mouth. I heard some rogue element was incredibly bold, actually attempting to kidnap the Grand Commander's newborn daughter. Adelina instantly picked up on the sharp thorn hidden in her words, replying half-heartedly and dismissively. A trivial domestic matter like this hardly requires the first princess to make a personal, exhausting trip. Claudia gracefully covered half her face with an ornate folding fan, laughing in an unpredictable, chilling manner. As a premier member of the royal family, of course I felt compelled to come and see the chaos for myself. More importantly, Adelina is my cherished intimate friend after all. Watching these two high society women subtly trade lethal verbal barbs, Elizabeth, however, felt her entire spine go completely cold. The sinister vibe this calculated Claudia gave off was truly way too disturbing. That kind of heavy, suffocating feeling is absolutely not born from ordinary concern. What on earth is this dangerous woman plotting behind the scenes? Adelina finally stopped pretending to be polite. She stared dead into Claudia's eyes, her sharp tone so freezing cold it made one shiver. Since we're supposedly friends, you should thoroughly understand my absolute non-negotiable bottom line. Except for the well-being of my son Julius, I don't care about a single other person's life or death at all. In fact, I genuinely feel like other people are just getting in my damn way. Facing this kind of naked, aggressive threat, Claudia merely covered her smug face with her ornate folding fan, letting out a deeply mysterious, meaningful sigh. Strangely enough, that suffocating, lethal pressure from just a second ago actually vanished completely into thin air all of a sudden. This terrifying, toxic face-flipping speed made Elizabeth feel even more profoundly uneasy. Just then, a royal attendant came over to respectfully remind the princess that the official banquet time was rapidly drawing near. Claudia flashed a plastic, fake smile and opened her mouth. My sincerest congratulations to you, Adelina, on successfully becoming the new prime minister. The future of the empire will depend entirely on you from now on. Adelina slightly and formalistically lowered her head, with absolutely no emotion to be found in her stoic tone. Thanks for the praise. It is strictly my utmost honor. Looking closely at Adelina's freezing cold demeanor, Elizabeth suddenly realized a mind-blowing detail. Although her mother is usually incredibly fierce and distant towards her, those brutally harsh, uncaring words just now seemed more like a calculated shield to intentionally drive the dangerous first princess away. Could it be that she was low-key protecting me just now? The exact moment this wild thought popped up, Elizabeth quickly shook her tiny baby head. No freaking way. This is absolutely, completely impossible. Meanwhile, Claudia turned her head with expressionless malice. It's time to permanently clean up those failed loose ends in the guest rooms. The serving maid was too terrified to even lift her head to look, only able to nod and comply submissively, because she knew exceptionally well that when dealing with the ruthless first princess, there would absolutely never be a second chance to live. Although this messy kidnapping plot completely blew up in her face, Claudia didn't think the operation was a total waste. Instead, feeling this little excursion wasn't in vain, that insane divine magic power radiating from the newborn baby was by far her biggest, most lucrative harvest. She sharply called out to the maid who was preparing to leave the room, coldly and strictly instructing, "Go immediately pass a direct message to the chief court mage. I have something of extreme importance I need them to investigate thoroughly." Who on earth could have ever guessed that hidden inside this tiny, helpless infant body, there actually lives a fully mature, reincarnated soul? Right now, rolling over is completely no pressure for me anymore, and I can even grip my baby bottle firmly with pure muscle memory without using magic. Looks like this OP body is developing way faster than expected, than I ever anticipated. However, even though my mother's grand appointment ceremony wrapped up smoothly, and that frantic kidnapping attempt targeted at me completely failed, the premonition I witnessed at that exact moment is the real, undeniable key to everything. I can state with absolute certainty that at that precise instant, I 100% caught a glimpse of the future. If I can completely master and weaponize this power, the survival game will play out completely differently. The sweet maid sister being able to return to care for me so incredibly fast is entirely thanks to my formidable father's decisiveness in personally casting top-tier healing magic on her wounds. Looks like her selfless act of risking her life to protect me finally earned the absolute approval of my otherwise cold, detached father. The maid herself was quietly wondering, under that kind of life or death situation back then, how on earth could she have done something so wildly impulsive? She softly and tenderly muttered, "Just seeing the young lady and the master getting along so beautifully made me want to risk my entire life to protect you even more." Now it was baby Elizabeth's turn to be completely stunned. So all of these positive plot changes were entirely triggered by her desperate Operation Please Dear Dad. Thinking up to this hilarious point, she couldn't help but giggle out loud, and even accidentally blew a cute spit bubble. Looks like my frantic previous efforts didn't go to waste after all. The icy dead-end situation has finally been completely broken wide open by me. Meanwhile, Julius was summoned directly into the private study. Michael observed that Elizabeth's magical state was fairly stable for now, only then letting out a rare, subtle sigh of relief. He coldly and strictly instructed Julius, "Tomorrow's brutal swordsmanship training will resume as usual." Julius dutifully nodded and agreed to the regime, and also casually mentioned his plans for returning to the academy along the way. He honestly thought this standard conversation was going to end just like that. But right as he spun around to exit the room, Julius suddenly ground his footsteps to a halt. Regarding the painful matter about their mother, he still couldn't help but ask. He simply couldn't keep from venting his frustration, feeling that their mother was just being entirely too harsh on poor Elizabeth. Michael slowly put down the confidential letter in his hand and flatly delivered a cryptic line. She must have her own complex reasons for doing so. Julius remained completely silent for a long, heavy moment, and in the end, he could only dejectedly lower his head and say he understood. Staring intently at Julius's retreating back, Michael's usually stoic eyes were completely filled with deep, looming worry. Back when she was giving birth to Julius, Adelina could still barely hold on to her sanity, but the current existence of Elizabeth, to her, is simply an overwhelmingly massive psychological burden. The loyal head butler suddenly pushed open the heavy double doors and entered, reporting that the royal family had officially dispatched an elite envoy over. Elizabeth's anxious heart instantly skipped a violent beat. Could this urgent visit be regarding her mother's near-fatal assassination attempt? Are there finally some concrete investigation results being brought forward? Elizabeth desperately wanted to stay behind to get a clear picture of the conspiracy, but Julius, without giving her any sort of explanation, stubbornly insisted on taking her back to the nursery first. He obviously didn't want a fragile baby like Elizabeth getting caught up in this dark political warfare, directly and firmly shutting down her intense curiosity. But at the exact fleeting millisecond they exited the room, Elizabeth glanced back and caught her intimidating father's gaze. That terrifying sensation of absolute aura-crushing coldness scared her so profoundly she almost burst into tears out loud. Later, in the absolute dead of night, Julius stood vigilant, guarding right beside Elizabeth's cozy cradle. He didn't look nearly as relaxed as he pretended to be on the surface. He suddenly spoke up into the empty room, coldly saying, "All right, manifest yourself and come out." The exact moment his commanding voice fell, Elizabeth's adult astral clone actually materialized for real. Elizabeth was obviously still incredibly frustrated. She aggressively questioned Julius about why he forced her to evacuate the study just now. She clearly wanted to eavesdrop on what on earth her powerful father was discussing. Julius, however, merely countered her with an unsettlingly calm face. "Don't tell me a supposed seer like you can't already foresee exactly what comes next." In reality, Elizabeth knew exceptionally well in her heart that her actual comprehension of the future was not complete or omniscient at all. Those so-called divine precognitions flashing in her mind were merely fragmented memories from her tragic past life as a mere commoner. But to her, how the messy process unfolded didn't matter at all. She was purely laser-focused on securing that ultimate safe result. Seeing Elizabeth being so incredibly stubborn, Julius ultimately softened his defensive stance and genuinely apologized. He wasn't maliciously throwing a tantrum at Elizabeth, but rather loathing his own pathetic incompetence for being so careless. He suddenly let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, vowing that he must grind his swordsmanship twice as hard from now on. Hearing this unexpected confession, Elizabeth was quite surprised. In her grand impression of the family lineage, this flawless young master was supposed to be completely omnipotent. But Julius mockingly scoffed at himself, revealing that lethal swordsmanship is ironically the only crucial subject he has failed. But he has absolutely no choice in the matter. As the sole official heir to the duchy, he must become monstrously strong in order to protect everyone's lives. Hearing these deeply honorable words, Elizabeth seemed to have finalized some sort of profound internal resolution. She looked straight into Julius's eyes and declared, "If that is truly the case, then please smuggle me into the prestigious academy with you." Julius was left completely and utterly stunned. He never expected, in his absolute wildest dreams, that a literal baby would take the initiative to demand to accompany him to that highly toxic cutthroat place. Elizabeth locked eyes with him and stated firmly that she was equally determined to safeguard this household and fiercely protect her new family. Julius quietly repeated those two heavy words, "my family." He suddenly stared dead into Elizabeth's mature eyes and bluntly questioned where the soul of the real Elizabeth had gone. Julius glanced back down at the sleeping infant in the cradle, but in the end, he still chose to back down from the truth. He didn't plan to ruthlessly interrogate or press her any further. As long as his current precious little sister was still right here, that was more than enough. In order not to leave his brilliant little sister behind all alone in the mansion, Julius made a wildly bold, high-stakes decision. He was going to personally negotiate with his terrifying father and take this magical little kiddo along for the ride. Facing this otherwise unanswerable existential question, Elizabeth could only maintain her tense, heavy silence. And just like that, the entire high-profile family set off with the baby. Who on earth could have ever guessed that this official departure to the elite academy would actually devolve into a full-blown, wholesome family outing? The stoic Duke Michael had actually agreed to the crazy plan for real, since the rest of the household was heading to the capital's campus. Leaving a vulnerable Elizabeth behind at the estate all by herself would indeed be far too dangerous and lonely. Michael tried his absolute best to look stern and serious, but the exact millisecond he laid eyes on his daughter, his entire intimidating aura instantly melted from the sheer cuteness. This terrifying war god has clearly turned into an absolute simp for his daughter. In order to guarantee Elizabeth's absolute bulletproof safety, he decisively resolved to pull strings and bring his infant daughter straight into the Royal Academy. After all, within that heavily fortified imperial territory, no rogue faction possesses the absolute balls to touch the Supreme Duke's direct bloodline children just yet. Elizabeth, on the other hand, was quite looking forward to this new arc. In her tragic past life, she couldn't afford school at all because she was completely broke. Who would have thought that in this life, immediately after respawning as a baby, she would get VIP access to a top academy to see the world? Meanwhile, Julius wasn't just idling around either. At such a remarkably young age, he was already aggressively studying parenting books. The text explicitly stated that infants grow at a rapid, exponential pace, so you absolutely must let them get plenty of daily physical exercise. Looking at the dead serious expressions on this powerful father and son duo, who would have ever thought that the #1 priority of the Empire's strongest duchy is actually conducting top-secret research on how to properly babysit? Duke Michael's absolute brain rot as a girl, dad is getting out of hand. He actually expects a literal, unweaned infant to start training with lethal swords. Elizabeth was left completely and utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this madness. How on earth is this guy a real, caring father? This man isn't a parent, he is straight up a demon coach. Fortunately, the level-headed Julius was calm enough to quickly step in and shut down this ridiculous proposal. Yet Michael still absolutely refused to give up his extreme regime, and next suggested his newborn daughter start building raw muscle with the elite knights. The hardcore education style of this ruthless duke's mansion is truly giving off some dangerously toxic next-level pressure. The massive armored carriage finally arrived at the prestigious Royal Academy. The exact millisecond this legendary family showed up on campus, they scared the absolute living daylights out of the entire reception staff. After all, given Michael's notoriously terrifying bloodthirsty aura, any establishment he walks into looks like he's about to violently crash the place. Before the group could even unpack or settle down, the frantic academy dean was already visibly anxious to meet with Michael. Michael carefully handed his precious daughter over to his young son, his stern expression becoming incredibly intense and serious. He strictly urged Julius that he must guard his little sister with his life. The absolute second Michael finally walked out of sight, Julius could finally breathe a massive, long-awaited sigh of relief. Since his grueling training schedule hadn't officially started yet, he planned to take his adorable sister for a relaxing stroll around the elite academy. Baby Elizabeth cooed and babbled along excitedly, clearly feeling incredibly curious about this brand-new, high-class environment. Right at this tranquil, unguarded moment, Elizabeth suddenly activated her advanced soul magic, directly manifesting right into her mature astral clone form. Julius watched the spectacle unfold, totally dazed and speechless. He never expected that not only could her soul materialize, but even the aesthetic clothes on her body could manifest along with her. This insane magical flex was honestly a bit beyond human imagination. Elizabeth giggled softly and explained that this elegant outfit was entirely constructed and woven by her raw magic power, meaning as long as she wills it, she can drip check and change her look anytime, anywhere. This broken skill is honestly just way too incredibly useful. Seeing her autonomy, Julius felt a whole lot more at ease. Slowly pushing open the massive, heavy double doors of the grand library, the spectacular sight unfolding before their eyes was simply mind-blowing. The legendary book collection here is rumored to easily rival even the Imperial Palace. Elizabeth gazed in awe at the endless room full of ancient texts, her entire being instantly immersed in pure, unadulterated joy. To a knowledge seeker like her, this spectacular place is quite literally the absolute paradise of her wildest dreams. Just as she was casually organizing the massive rows of books, an ancient weathered tome emitting a faint, ominous glow suddenly caught her sharp attention from across the room. Elizabeth was just completely spacing out while staring intently at the ancient text, when Julius suddenly leaned over in deep concern and urgently asked her if she felt physically unwell anywhere. Elizabeth quickly snapped out of her hypnotic daze, smoothly proposing to donate these discarded books to the local orphanage to help cultivate future, high-tier magical talent. Julius looked visibly thoughtful after listening to her brilliant suggestion, but he clearly had much more toxic and troubling matters weighing on his mind. He tentatively and cautiously asked Elizabeth if she wanted to head over and check out the campus training ground right now. But the exact moment he mentioned practicing swordsmanship, there was an unmistakable trace of heavy resistance bleeding through his tone. Elizabeth naturally assumed he just despised learning swordsmanship, but Julius instantly revealed the brutal truth. It wasn't that he hated practicing swordsmanship itself, but rather that he absolutely couldn't stand that abusive instructor's toxic methods. That corrupt guy specifically targets and bullies students with weak magic power, and even maliciously labels it special training to make it sound prestigious, when it's actually just leveraging his authority as a power trip to beat people up. Julius really couldn't stand watching the helpless students get assaulted, standing up on the spot to heroically tell the tyrant to stop. As a direct result, fantastic, that unhinged, crazy instructor targeted him directly as his next victim. Just as the two siblings were discussing the grim situation, a mocking, ice-cold sneer suddenly echoed from directly behind them. Hearing this arrogant commotion, it seemed that highly troublesome instructor had already actively come knocking on their door, looking for a fight. With a calculated cold sneer hanging on the corner of his mouth, he delivered a drippingly sarcastic greeting, remarking that it had certainly been a long time. Young Master Julius, staring at Walzer's ill-intentioned, punchable, smiling face. One look, and you can tell he came directly to torment Julius. This is a major recipe for trouble now. Elizabeth recognized his distinct villainous aura at a single glance. This repulsive man is the exact same trash-tier figure she saw, flashing in that prophetic magic crystal. The instructor asked sarcastically about today's brutal swordsmanship training. Is the precious young master still going to cowardly participate? Julius absolutely refused to back down or show fear. directly and firmly agreeing to the session right away. But literally, anyone with a brain could tell that this corrupt instructor harbored no good intentions whatsoever. He actually brazenly provoked him right to his face, insulting Julius's father as a bloodthirsty monster, and even maliciously cursing that Julius would inevitably warp into that too. Absolutely no one could swallow this disrespectful tone after hearing it, and baby Elizabeth was especially profoundly pissed off, seeing that she was on the absolute verge of using her magic to ruthlessly teach this trash man a painful lesson. She was urgently stopped by Julius instead. Julius knew exceptionally well in his heart that although this man's personality is absolute, unadulterated trash, he is still a certified high-tier combat expert after all. The current underpowered him is simply no match for the Tyrant at all. This kind of blatant, toxic humiliation. They can only grit their teeth and swallow it for now. But make no mistake, this heavy grudge will be avenged sooner or later. Julius was truly harboring genuine murderous intent this time. The subhuman bastard not only viciously insulted his father, but wouldn't even spare his bedridden, sick mother from his slander. This kind of pathetic scumbag doesn't deserve to be a royal instructor at all. Elizabeth was getting absolutely furious and seeing red listening from the side. This triggering display instantly reminded her of her tragic past life. Back then, she was also relentlessly bullied by this exact kind of self-righteous bastard. Just because her raw magic power output was weak, Julius desperately wanted to rely on his own hard-earned strength to settle this bloody score once and for all. But before he could even make a tactical move, horrified, agonizing screams suddenly echoed from over at the training ground. That unhinged, crazy instructor was openly committing horrific physical violence. The helpless students were brutally beaten up, lying scattered and broken and all over the ground. The sickening scene was simply not treating human beings like people. Julius physically couldn't stand watching it for a single second longer. He recklessly rushed straight to the front lines and loudly called out this unmasked atrocity. This sadistic instructor is simply completely insane. He relentlessly kept launching wild, lethal attacks, while spewing his twisted, brain-dead logic, claiming stuff like getting mutilated is the grand destiny of aspiring knights. Julius was forced to retreat repeatedly in a desperate defense, only able to barely raise his shaking sword to block the heavy impacts. But the bloodthirsty opponent had no intention of stopping the assault at all, viciously aiming for his lethal vitals with every single strike. He mocked the young heir sarcastically, saying that for the sake of Julius's illustrious, high and mighty noble status, he would show great mercy, and gracefully avoid messing up that pretty boy face of his. How on earth is this supposed to be training? This is clearly a malicious case of one-sided abusive torture. Elizabeth's heart was absolutely breaking as she watched from the sidelines. Although Julius had strictly told her not to interfere under any circumstances, the gory sight unfolding before her eyes was just way too brutal to tolerate. She was already reaching her absolute volcanic limit. At this precise, hopeless moment, Julius was spiraling into a pit of deep, suffocating self-doubt. Since he was a little kid, he has deeply yearned to be as peerlessly strong as his father, to possess that kind of absolute apex power that can effortlessly control everything. In order to desperately chase after his legendary father's back, he trained day and night, sacrificing almost everything he had. But harsh reality dealt him a devastatingly heavy blow. No matter how brutally hard he pushed himself, his subpar swordsmanship just didn't improve in the absolute slightest. This suffocating, pathetic feeling of powerlessness made him feel absolutely thoroughly terrible inside, and he even genuinely started to loathe his current incompetent self. Yet his burning desire to become stronger has never once wavered. It's just that the toxic pressure of the current situation is already making it incredibly hard for him to even breathe. At that moment, Julius finally rediscovered his ultimate reason to become strong. Looking back at a terrified Elizabeth, he already found the definitive answer locked deep inside his heart. No matter what kind of catastrophic disaster happens, he will fiercely protect this precious little sister of his. He gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand with newfound fury, no longer harboring a single shred of hesitation in his eyes, leaving only the absolute cold determination to win. The speed of his sudden counter-strike was so blindingly fast it was a total blur, directly and violently ripping through the opponent's arrogant defense. Now the tables have officially turned, before that overconfident, abusive instructor could even react. A deep, bloody gash sliced cleanly across his face. He never expected in his absolute wildest dreams that this supposed underachieving kid could actually injure him for real. The narcissistic instructor completely lost his cool. Just because of a minor, humiliating scratch on his face, he actually flew into an utterly shameful, unhinged rage, and illegally unleashed high-tier magic during a restricted combat match. Julius had the absolutely zero time to dodge the incoming blast, getting brutally blown away directly by this insidious, underhanded power, as fresh crimson blood instantly stained his clothes bright red. The horrified crowd of students angrily questioned the corrupt instructor, on why he had to be such a despicable, cheating coward. The madman instructor had gone completely insane. Not only did he refuse to stop, he even roared loudly like a rabid beast at the spectating students and even cursed maliciously and psychotically in his black heart, declaring this a well-deserved lesson for a literal monster's son. Seeing that a fatal, life-ending blow was about to land heavily on her brother, Elizabeth recklessly rushed forward into the fray, regardless of the danger. She thrown open her tiny arms to humanly shield Julius, desperately wanting to summon a high-level magic shield to block the lethal attack. But at this terrifying, life-and-death crucial moment, a disastrous, unexpected accident happened. Elizabeth discovered to her absolute horror that her immense magic power couldn't be channeled or mobilized at all. This time, they are completely and utterly done for. Her fragile, unformed shield shattered into thousands of pieces in a single instant. The two of them now had absolutely nowhere left to run. A highly volatile magic light exploded in an instant, gating at the thick blanket of smoke and dust before his eyes. The corrupt instructor laughed with absolute psychotic arrogance. He genuinely thought these two annoying brats were completely done for, his mouth continuously muttering that they totally deserved this brutal fate. But as he kept laughing maniacally, he suddenly realized something was deeply wrong. The absolute second the heavy smoke cleared away, Duke Michael materialized just like that, out of thin air, standing firm like an insurmountable mountain. He blocked all of the incoming lethal attacks completely. With an ice-cold face, Michael demanded to know what on earth all this pathetic racket was about. The instructor completely panicked this time, only able to bite this bullet and lie straight through his teeth, insisting that this chaotic scene was just a normal pre-match warm-up. But who exactly do you think Michael is? He wouldn't believe a single word of this kind of absolute lame excuse. This trash instructor really has a suicidal death wish, actually daring to weaponize the word education as a protective shield right in front of the Supreme Duke. Michael let out a terrifying cold sneer, having absolutely zero intention of listening to his garbage nonsense, and directly crippled the guy with a single bone-shattering punch. The moment this devastating move landed, the whole place instantly went dead silent. Julius was left completely dazed and awestruck by the sight. Hiding stealthily in the shadows, Elizabeth, taking perfect advantage of the fact that the dense smoke and dust hadn't cleared yet, quickly dispelled her clone and changed back into her harmless baby form. Fortunately, her tactical movements were fast enough just now. If her terrifying father had noticed even a single clue, then it would be game over and real trouble. Elizabeth lay quietly inside the cradle, staring up with her big, soulful eyes to play completely innocent. Hey, as long as she doesn't feel awkward about it, that chaotic mess just now had absolutely nothing to do with her. Michael slowly walked up to his battered son and flatly asked him if he could still stand up on his own 2 feet. Although Julius was covered in agonizing injuries, he still fiercely gritted his teeth and stood firm. Michael saw right through his tough facade at a single glance and asked if he felt suffocated and deeply aggrieved inside. Lowering his head in shame, Julius quietly admitted it. He utterly hated himself for being so pathetic, weak, and small right now. Unexpectedly, the always strict and terrifying Michael actually reached out and gently patted his son's head, telling him to never forget this unyielding, fiery spirit, because this raw frustration is exactly the true beginning of becoming strong. Julius silently made a solemn vow that in order to protect his precious little sister well, he will definitely evolve into a true, unbeatable powerhouse. Michael looked down at the bleeding instructor from an absolute height, his tone so bone-chillingly cold it sent violent shivers down everyone's spines. In his formidable eyes, this kind of pathetic trash is no different from a worthless bug by the roadside. Though this abusive instructor was brutally beaten and pinned to the ground, he actually still possessed the audacity to curse and swear, even desperately bringing up his influential family background, in a pathetic attempt to make the legendary Duke suffer the consequences. Too bad for him, he kicked a solid steel plate this time. Michael had absolutely zero intention of letting up his heavy foot, but instead directly crushed the man's head into the dirt, to shut his arrogant mouth up for good. Even if he really stomped him to death on the spot, who would actually go through the immense trouble of crossing the Supreme Duke for such an insignificant nobody? Gazing down at the instructor's desperate, agonizing face, Michael felt it would downright dirty his eyes to even spare another glance. He casually ordered his elite subordinates to clear this toxic garbage out. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was currently a bit deeply puzzled. At that critical, life-or-death moment just now, how on earth did her immense magic suddenly completely misfire? Could it be because she was too nervous that she couldn't channel her raw strength? Julius had absolutely no idea what his genius little sister was thinking. Staring down at the tiny tot cradled in his arms, he made a solemn promise with a dead serious face that he would absolutely never let her get frightened by such scum again. Seeing her older brother, looking this incredibly reliable, Elizabeth's heart felt all warm and fuzzy inside. That frustrating little internal struggle she experienced just now was instantly thrown completely to the absolute back of her mind. Just as the two siblings were sharing a heartwarming family moment, a strange, unfamiliar student suddenly popped out from the sidelines. Looking at his distinct skin tone and exotic outfit, he was clearly not a local. He held a high-grade box of medicinal ointment in his hand, claiming it was exceptionally effective for soothing severe bruises and injuries. Elizabeth recognized the premium brand at a single glance. This is a rare, high-end luxury item imported from a wealthy overseas kingdom. What exactly is this mysterious guy's true background, and how could he casually carry such a legendary item on his person? However, Julius flipped his attitude faster than pages in a book. He harbored a perfectly gentle face just a second ago, but turned around and gave that foreign exchange student a terrifying glare, directly and harshly, telling the guy to get lost. This icy cold, unapologetic attitude left baby Elizabeth resting in his arms, completely stunned. Only then did her adult consciousness finally realize that this savage persona is what her brother is actually like to outsiders. In her fragmented memories of the dark future, the adult Julius is notoriously a total, ruthless savage, who only possesses a shred of patience for the ultimate crown prince. And he is notoriously, unapologetically harsh toward everyone else on the planet. Looking at her brother's absolute stay-away-from-me defensive posture, Elizabeth actually felt a secret, wholesome bit of smugness in her heart. It looks like this rare, one and only pure gentleness is a premium privilege that only she, as his beloved family, can enjoy. But if things keep developing down this toxic path, who honestly knows what kind of unhinged villain he will turn into in the future? Elizabeth finally connected the dots and figured it out now. Her brother's notoriously icy, detached personality in her past life was probably not just because of his fractured, bad relationship with his father. There must definitely be an even deeper, much more tragic reason behind it. But honestly, none of that dark history matters anymore. Since she became his real, flesh and blood little sister in this new life, then this is the absolute best opportunity to rewrite history and change fate. Elizabeth suddenly let out a loud, aggressive baby shout, leaving Julius completely stunned and bewildered, totally clueless as to what this chaotic little toddler was throwing a tantrum about now. Elizabeth secretly and fiercely vowed in her heart that no matter what kind of catastrophic trouble they run into in the future, she will definitely risk her literal life to protect her precious brother. However, with Julius's rock-bottom level of emotional intelligence, it's completely useless no matter how desperately Elizabeth tries to teach him from the sidelines. When a classmate kindly offers him medicine, he scoffs and thinks it's redundant. When someone genuinely apologizes, he rolls his eyes and thinks it's a massive hassle. He even felt compelled to add a savage line saying, "You're really an eyesore." If the Royal Academy ever held a formal exam on basic interpersonal relationships, this boy would absolutely rank dead last in the entire student body. Elizabeth's heart went completely cold watching his social suicide from the side. After all, the powerful, noble students in this elite academy will all be directly linked to her family's grim fate in the dark future. If he keeps blindly offending influential people everywhere like this, the whole duchy will sooner or later suffer a catastrophic downfall along with him. In order to save her own precious little life, she must immediately plot and find a viable way to help this hopeless, tsundere brother build up a powerful social network. The clock is rapidly ticking, and Elizabeth can't afford to wait around to take tactical action anymore. After all, if she doesn't fix his social skills now, it'll be far too late. Now, speaking of this little yellow plush chick named Alipio, its true background is actually a remarkably big deal. That was a hidden treasure Julius dug out with his own two hands, from the massive mountain of extravagant gifts sent by his overbearing old man. Julius personally gave it its cute name and kept it closely guarded by his side all this time. As time went on in the mansion, the seemingly ordinary little guy actually got heavily tainted with his raw magic power. Who on earth could have ever predicted that an inconspicuous basic plushie would actually mutate to become his most special magical companion, which is honestly simply an unexpected, incredibly pleasant surprise. Elizabeth suddenly discovered that she could actually use the plush chick as her own personal speaker. This is absolutely perfect. The exact millisecond Julius tries to open his mouth to flame someone at the academy, she can remotely mute his toxic rant anytime she wants. Moreover, she already had another brilliant scheme running in her mind. That foreign exchange student named Tisua is destined to become a future powerhouse who masters top-tier healing magic. If they can build a solid ride-or-die relationship right now, their collective chances of survival in the dark future will skyrocket. Elizabeth proposed to inject her own magic power into the chick, allowing her to accompany her brother to school as a stealthy sidekick. Although Julius had a face completely full of suspicion, not understanding why she was so obsessed with tag-along, he finally relented under her adorable pressure in the end, and agreed to bring this bizarre special guardian along for the ride. Julius carefully packed away the magical chick. He always remembered his heavy promise to his terrifying old man, that he must fiercely guard his little sister with his life. So even if this plushie plan sounded completely ridiculous, he was still 100% willing to take Elizabeth along on the adventure. Elizabeth gazed at the caring brother standing before her eyes, a massive wave of warmth instantly filling her heart. Even knowing that she clearly has massive secrets on her, Julius still unconditionally treats her as his closest family. But before this heartwarming moment could even last for 2 seconds, the heavy room door was suddenly thrown open with a bang. Their imposing old man, Michael, walked in with an incredibly serious face, demanding to know who exactly he was conspiring with just now. Julius was so startled he quickly tried to cover it up, sweating as he insisted that he was just talking to himself. If their terrifying old man noticed even a single clue, then all of their upcoming master plans would be completely ruined. It turned out their old man Michael coming over this time was not just to check on his daily shift. He specially mentioned the high-profile new exchange student in the class, which was actually his way of giving Julius a critical heads-up. It turns out that Kid's background is anything but simple. He is the biological son of a legendary Grand Merchant Guild's president, holding quite a few critical supply channels globally in his hands, and is even deeply involved in those messy political affairs inside the Imperial Palace. Michael's calculated words obviously carried a much deeper meaning. A sharp, smart person like Julius naturally got the political hint immediately. He instantly stated his stance, promising that he would go get closer to him. Looking at his old man's satisfied, retreating figure, Julius knew exceptionally well in his heart that this was far from a simple, friendly classmate interaction. This is clearly a high-stakes trial handed down to him by the ruthless family. Who on earth could have ever predicted? Julius, who is usually so incredibly arrogant and aloof, would actually turn to his little toddler sister in the crib for social advice. He completely confessed that he hadn't spoken a single word to that exotic exchange student at all, and now had absolutely zero clue how to naturally start a conversation. The moment they arrived back at the elite academy, they finally spotted the elusive Tasua. The other party was an exchange student from far across the sea. Looking entirely fragile, timid, and weak, Elizabeth saw right through the core problem at a single glance. It wasn't that Tishua didn't want to talk to people. She was clearly just scared to death of Julius's terrifying aura, not even daring to lift her head up for a single second. Seeing that Julius was about to aggressively open his mouth to speak again, Elizabeth quickly stopped him in his tracks through the plush chick. If he let that notoriously toxic tongue of his go wild again, this crucial relationship would probably never be fixed in this lifetime. Elizabeth confidently instructed him to go over and boldly strike up a chat first, and then let her remote control the interaction for him. But Julius, strolling inside the prestigious academy, is indeed a massive attention magnet with his own main character, Yahello, getting intensely stared at wherever he steps. But he himself absolutely detests this superficial kind of popularity to the ultimate extreme. Elizabeth had a sudden, brilliant stroke of genius, planning to weaponize the cute little plush chick Ilipio to help him effortlessly break the thick ice with his classmates. After all, who on earth could refuse such an adorable little guy? Right at this precise moment, Elizabeth suddenly noticed a sharp gaze lurking in the corner, staring far more intently at them than anyone else. It was exactly that seemingly timid and submissive girl, Tishua. Looks like this awkward situation is way more promising than she originally imagined. Julius literally bit the bullet and stiffly walked over, attempting to strike up a casual, normal chat with Tishua. As a direct result, the other party was so violently startled she could barely hold her breakfast sandwich steady. This painfully awkward opening was simply too agonizing to watch. Julius originally wanted to sit down right next to her and get a bit closer, but seeing Tishua looking terrified like she was facing a formidable, deadly enemy, his heart instantly sank. Looks like to everyone else, he is still just that scary, unapproachable bully. He could only awkwardly stand up, mumble a quick apology, and prepare to walk away. Elizabeth, riding on his shoulder, was getting incredibly, frantically anxious. This was a golden, once-in-a-lifetime ice-breaking opportunity. If he just walks away like a coward right now, all of their previous strategic efforts would be completely and utterly wasted. Just as the defeated Julius turned around to leave, a faint, trembling voice suddenly echoed from directly behind him. Tishua actually took the initiative to call out and stop him right in his tracks. Now this awkward situation is getting seriously interesting. After holding it in and hesitating for a long time, Tishua finally summoned the courage to speak what was truly on her mind. It turned out that during the previous chaotic swordsmanship class, Julius had actually secretly and subtly helped her out. Although this sincere thank you was a bit long overdue, it finally broke the thick ice between them. Julius still maintained that stubborn, tsundere attitude, defensively insisting that he just did it in passing, and had absolutely zero intention of going out of his way to help her. Elizabeth, perched on his shoulder, saw right through his facade at a single glance. Her formidable older brother is just typically blushing and completely socially shy. But before the warm, wholesome atmosphere could even last for 2 seconds, a ridiculous accident suddenly happened. The magical little plush chick, Ilipio, suddenly tumbled face first down from his shoulder. Anxious, panicked, and losing his absolute cool, Julius accidentally blurted out his baby sister's secret name. Now it was Tishua's turn to be utterly and completely dazed. She watched Julius showing profound, deep concern and frantically checking up on this basic plushie, probably thinking in her heart, does this elite school idol genius have some kind of severe mental issue? Meanwhile, Elizabeth, who was originally staying quietly back in her cradle, suddenly let out a painful, agonizing groan. Before the attentive maid could even realize what was going on, she was completely and utterly scared out of her wits. She loudly screamed for help like an absolute madwoman, her trembling voice filled with absolute, pure despair. The terrified maid grabbed Michael and rushed back into the room as fast as they physically could. Who on earth could have thought that a child who was perfectly fine just a second ago would actually have her shallow breathing become this critically weak? Michael completely panicked for the first time. The volatile magic power inside this child's tiny body was totally out of control. Fortunately, through sheer effort, her life was barely saved in the end. Hearing the terrifying news, Julius barged straight through the bedroom door, his booming voice so loud it woke his just-asleep sister right back up. Looking at this reckless, loud brother of hers, Elizabeth couldn't help but sassy complain in her heart. Hey, I'm not even dead yet, but you are already trying to violently tear the house roof down first. Julius barked the harshest, most aggressive words with his mouth, but secretly and gently stuffed the little yellow plush chick into her tiny hands. He demanded to know exactly what catastrophic event happened back then. After all, for a perfectly healthy person, how could she suddenly just collapse and pass out cold? Elizabeth also felt incredibly frustrated and helpless in her heart. At that precise time, she was merely observing her brother's school life through the chick, and then desperately wanted to summon a magic clone to go check things out. As a direct result, her fragile baby body simply couldn't handle the massive strain. Both opposing types of raw magic power erupted violently at the exact same time, directly causing her system to short-circuit and pass out cold. Elizabeth's heart was instantly filled with absolute, overwhelming guilt. If it weren't for her recklessly running into magical trouble, her worried brother wouldn't have rushed back from school in such a frantic hurry. Julius, however, didn't hold it against her in the absolute slightest. As long as she is completely safe and sound, nothing else in this entire world matters. Elizabeth finally connected the dots and figured it out. A newborn baby's magic power is inherently unstable to begin with. No wonder it triggered such a chaotic, life-threatening commotion just now. Julius nodded with an intense, solemn look. This high-level clone of magic, for a literal toddler like his little sister, is truly way too advanced and dangerously exhausting. Before she could even react to his warning, the magical Elizabeth clone in front of his eyes shattered into fragments of light and vanished. This time, Julius could completely and utterly no longer sit still. With an ice-cold, serious face, he strictly announced that starting today, Elizabeth is absolutely, definitively forbidden from using clones ever again. Elizabeth frantically flailed her little hands on the bed in pure, unadulterated anger. This is simply a tyrannical, unfair clause. She had such a hard time finally mastering this legendary skill, yet her overbearing brother banned her account before she could even warm it up. She was 10,000 times reluctant in her stubborn heart. Clearly, as long as she holds the magical plush chick. Elipio, relying entirely on the unique function of the magic stone embedded on its head, it wouldn't consume her own physical stamina at all. Looking up at her brother's deeply stressed and worried face, Elizabeth could only let out a defeated, helpless baby sigh. It looks like on this grueling path to becoming stronger, the single biggest obstacle to her grand plans turned out to be this insanely overprotective brother of hers. Julius was still aggressively nagging right up until the moment he left, scared to absolute death that while he is away at school, his sister's volatile magic power might go haywire and explode again. Elizabeth, however, maintained a super stable, unbothered mindset, indifferently waving her tiny hand to tell him to hurry up and scram. After all, back inside the prestigious academy, there is still a whole bunch of troublesome political matters waiting for this genius youth. The very next day, the absolute millisecond he returned to the academy campus, Julius instantly became the main focus of the entire student body. But his mind was completely occupied with his little sister resting at home, leaving him in absolutely no mood to pay attention to the surrounding whispers and gazes. Right at this precise, tense moment, Teshua suddenly materialized at the end of the long corridor. The moment she saw him, her whole body froze dead right there, utterly unable to squeeze out a single complete sentence for the longest time. This is simply a massive, painfully awkward social anxiety scene. Teshua clearly wanted to act a bit more natural and approachable, But the exact millisecond she saw Julius approaching closer, she completely forgot how to basic function or even walk anymore. In the end, it still heavily relied on Alipio's timely psychic reminder for Julius to actually politely return the greeting with a calm good morning. Alipio couldn't help but playfully tease him, remarking that Julius was looking more and more like a mature, responsible grown-up now, only to get a classic tsundere shut up barked in return. Looks like this legendary genius youth still absolutely cannot handle this kind of blunt, genuine praise. Time flew by incredibly fast during the lecturing class. Although Julius was physically sitting in the classroom, his chaotic mind was clearly still fixated on his awkward rudeness from yesterday. The moment class dismissed, he took the bold initiative to track down Tisua to formally apologize for his abrupt, sketchy departure yesterday. This unexpected move gave poor Tisua quite a massive scare. She obviously didn't expect the notoriously high and mighty Julius would specially go out of his way just to apologize to her. Her entire body froze dead right on the spot, utterly unable to even stutter out a proper sentence. Julius casually noticed the rare herbal medicine book clutched in her hand, and only then did a trembling Tisua slowly begin to relax. She passionately explained that she wanted to fuse high-tier healing magic with traditional herbs so that she could ultimately save vastly more commoner lives. After all, in this strictly divided kingdom, miraculous healing magic is almost exclusively monopolized by the arrogant nobles, and ordinary everyday people have absolutely zero chance to access its benefits. Hearing these profound, unselfish words, Julius actually found himself looking at this timid, fragile classmate in a completely, profoundly whole new light. Alipio quietly witnessed the wholesome scene from the sidelines, finally letting out a massive, satisfied sigh of relief in his heart. If their relationship keeps developing at this promising rate, this hectic academy life should turn out to be way more smooth sailing than anyone ever expected. Meanwhile, the grand mansion in the dead of night was completely, eerily silent. The formidable Duke Michael guarded the baby crib all by himself, although the elite royal doctor reassured him that volatile, unstable magic power in newborn babies is a perfectly common phenomenon, and that mere close observation would be more than enough. Gazing down at the peacefully fast asleep Elizabeth, Michael's intense expression was deeply conflicted and complicated. He gently caressed his daughter's unbelievably tiny face, muttering in a low, protective voice for her not to desperately push herself too hard. Michael knew exceptionally well in his brilliant heart that the divine aura radiating from this miraculous child is definitively out of the ordinary. She is undeniably destined to become the ultimate salvation and hope of the entire Walter family. Suddenly, Julius broke the silence by bringing over some shocking news, announcing that his high-profile exchange student classmate named Tisua was officially coming over to personally visit the Grand Duchy mansion today. Elizabeth babbled a standard goo-goo gaga on the outside, but she was actually completely, utterly mind-blown in her heart. Her notoriously aloof brother would actually call the other party straight by her first name, meaning the relationship between the two has progressed at absolute lightning speed. Julius came back home with a major political mission this time. Their father strictly instructed him to keep fiercely looking after Tisua, and even formally allowed him to introduce his precious little sister to her. This was obviously handing a massive, high-stakes responsibility straight over to his hands. Seeing her older brother looking this dead serious, Elizabeth straight up aggressively patted her chest to guarantee that this entire matter can be fully and safely counted on her, and she will absolutely make that timid exchange student feel right at home. Watching Julius and his adorable little sister get along so seamlessly well, the emotional maid on the side couldn't help but sigh with deep emotion that the chaotic relationship between this young brother-sister duo is truly getting closer and closer by the day, with absolutely none of the previous icy estrangement left. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Imperial Palace, Duke Michael had already arrived at the office door. Adelina was currently completely buried in handling tedious official business, telling him to come in without even lifting her head for a single second. The two powerful figures started exchanging smooth pleasantries the moment they met. Michael remarkably rarely took the active initiative to care about her physical health. Adelina remarked with the subtle, rare smile that thanks to the premium tea leaves personally sent by the Duke, she indeed felt a whole lot more relaxed lately. But this brief kind of domestic warmth didn't last very long, before Adelina sharply changed the entire topic, saying she heard Julius made a high-profile new friend recently, who conveniently happens to be an exotic exchange student, highly skilled in rare healing magic. Michael was a bit genuinely caught off guard and surprised by this, not expecting the palace grapevine news to travel this insanely fast. Adelina smoothly mentioned that Tishua's influential father, in order to properly return the massive favor, specially sent over some incredibly precious tea leaves to thank Julius for heroically saving his daughter at the dangerous academy. Michael, however, maintained an ice-cold, serious face after listening. He sternly urged Adelina that in the near future, any sensitive political movements like this must be reported straight to him at the absolute very first moment. After all, the current domestic situation is highly unstable, and many greedy, corrupt nobles are staring like vultures at the border, trying every single possible way to profit off of a bloody war. This unexpected life-saving favor from Julius this time just happens to completely shut the loud mouths of those aggressive pro-war factions. After finally finishing the heavy talk on official state business, Michael's booming tone significantly softened up. He gently noted that little Elizabeth has already fully recovered. Adelina simply nodded with an unreadable expression, stating that from now on, confidential health reports regarding their baby daughter would no longer need to be constantly sent over to her place. The day finally arrived, and Tishua showed up at the estate exactly as promised. Julius stepped up like a surprisingly mature, sophisticated host, generously introducing his family with a calm smile. "This is my precious little sister, Elizabeth." Facing such an overwhelmingly adorable, chubby baby, Tishua was so incredibly starstruck and nervous, she could barely stammer out a word. Thankfully, Elizabeth was absolute peak host material, straight up throwing her tiny hands up in an enthusiastic, wholesome welcome. This pure, unexpected cuteness completely melted Tishua's anxious heart on the spot. Determined to make their high-profile guest feel relaxed, Julius's hospitality this time around was a literal masterclass in attention to detail. He specially imported rare tea leaves from Tishua's distant hometown, and specifically curated the lush garden as their tea party location, solely because he knew she thrives in natural, open-air environments. Tishua was clearly deeply touched by this profound level of thoughtfulness. Even Elizabeth couldn't help but fangirl and admire in her heart that her notoriously antisocial brother's EQ and social skills have skyrocketed so drastically that it forced everyone to view him in a dazzling whole new light. Julius also casually noted that this exact therapeutic blend of tea leaves was originally gifted by his father to his mother to nurture her frail body. It looks like in this strict ducal family, some forms of genuine love, although left completely unsaid by their cold lips, are actually always being silently passed down through actions. Tishua geeked out and passionately explained that this specific herbal blend is remarkably potent for replenishing depleted magic power. Julius lowered his gaze, muttering a rare, genuine thank you. Tishua, completely unused to such a gentle vibe from him, got a bit flustered and embarrassed, frantically waving her hands while minimizing it as just her family's corporate research results. But right as the two teenagers were enjoying their wholesome chat, little Elizabeth, who was chilling in her luxury stroller, was suddenly hypnotized by a glowing, ominous purple jar resting on the table. Driven by pure toddler curiosity, she extended her tiny hand, desperately wanting to grab it. Absolutely nobody could have predicted that this innocent reflex would trigger a catastrophic disaster. The mysterious jar shattered violently onto the cobblestone ground, the sudden magical shockwave leaving Elizabeth instantly unconscious and pale. Julius shrieked his little sister's name in a state of pure, unadulterated panic. Meanwhile, Tishua completely froze dead on the spot. She stared in sheer horror at the unnatural dark miasma swirling before her eyes, stuttering a terrifying legendary term out of her trembling mouth: the Necria disease. Witnessing Tishua's blood-drained, dead-serious expression, Julius completely lost his cool and panicked. What kind of obscure, deadly curse of an illness is this supposed to be? But Tishua's next trembling words were like a devastating bucket of ice water poured straight over his head. She confessed that there is absolutely zero known cure for this horrific affliction. Anyone unfortunate enough to contract it is irrevocably doomed to die within a few agonizing years. Guards, hurry up and summon the royal physician right this instant, and dispatch a shadow courier to the imperial palace to notify father immediately. Elizabeth's critical condition suddenly took a devastating turn for the worse, instantly throwing the entire ducal household into absolute frantic chaos. The terrifying revelation brought to light by Tishua, however, made the tense atmosphere plummet straight to an absolute freezing point. This incredibly rare and highly lethal disease is currently and forcibly burning through her literal lifespan. While normal individuals naturally convert magic power into physical stamina, Elizabeth is tragically burning her very life force into raw magic power. This kind of non-stop drain is something even hardened adults can't survive, let alone the grim fact that she is still just a fragile newborn baby. The Grim Reaper's cruel countdown is ticking faster and faster by the minute. What catastrophic fate will ultimately happen to little Elizabeth in the end? Julius had absolutely zero answers or hope left in his shattered heart. He could only stand there and watch in utter helplessness, as the shadow of death tightly loomed around his precious little sister. Right at this precise, desperate moment, Michael fiercely whipped his horse and rushed back to the grand mansion. He couldn't even bring himself to care about catching his breath, his very first booming sentence being a frantic demand to ask about his daughter's life or death condition. Upon learning that a proactive Julius had already arranged for a royal doctor in advance, Michael didn't blame the servants for taking matters into their own hands, because he had a far more strategically critical matter to handle right now. Completely locking down the news. Every single high-ranking servant who knows a single detail about this must immediately sign a binding absolute magical contract. The moment this fatal secret gets leaked out to their enemies, the entire Walter family will face total, irreversible annihilation. Michael rushed hurriedly to the dark bedside, where the exhausted doctor finally brought back a solitary piece of good news. Thanks to the timely administration of that vital magic recovery potion, Elizabeth is temporarily pulled out of immediate, life-threatening danger. The doctor sighed, noting that this was all thanks to Julius's lightning-fast reactions, who made a massive, life-saving contribution at the absolute critical moment. Michael also showed a deeply relieved expression for a split second, but a guilt-ridden Julius absolutely didn't take the credit. He confessed that his elite classmate Tisua was the one who truly helped. Otherwise, the immediate consequences would have been completely unimaginable. But before the family could even properly let out a sigh of relief, the royal doctor's face darkened with intense grimness once again. This legendary disease is officially called necria, an extremely rare and horrific type of magic depletion syndrome. Although her fragile life is temporarily saved for now, this kind of heavy potion is way too brutal of a physical burden for a baby. The doctor shook his head in absolute defeated helplessness. He had already pushed his medical abilities to their absolute limit. But facing this legendary, incurable terminal illness, existing conventional medical means are simply a pathetic drop in the bucket. This catastrophic matter must absolutely never, under any circumstances, be leaked out. Michael fiercely issued an absolute, non-negotiable dead order on the spot. He turned his head and locked his sharp eyes on the visibly nervous-looking Taisua. Regarding this bizarre, terrifyingly strange disease, he demanded to hear the most absolute, detailed explanation. While the frantic adults were desperately discussing countermeasures, Elizabeth, who was currently lying motionless in the cradle, had her fading consciousness drifted all the way back to her distant past life. That all too familiar, suffocating dizziness. An overwhelming nausea swept over her trembling soul once again. Was she truly doomed to repeat the same tragic, fatal mistake in this lifetime too? Back then, her name was still simply Liz, not some highly privileged noble princess, but just a miserable corporate slave buried under endless piles of official documents, forced to work grueling overtime, day and night. If she couldn't process the mountains of paperwork fast enough, those insatiably greedy nobles would only ruthlessly stuff her with even more endless, backbreaking work. The exhausted Liz back then wished so incredibly badly that there would be at least someone she could lean on. But the harsh reality was that she was surrounded by toxic predators kicking her while she was down. Those arrogant, high and mighty nobles didn't view her as a human being at all, only aggressively rushing her to complete the work while cruelly mocking that commoners are naturally born to obey their betters. Liz tightly, desperately gripped the sharp corner of the wooden desk, holding her breath, no matter how profoundly tired or bitter it got. She absolutely, definitively didn't want to lose to this pathetic bunch of jerks. But just as she desperately wanted to keep holding on, the official documents in her numb hands scattered chaotically all over the floor, and her heavily exhausted body completely lost its balance. This horrific feeling was way too terrifyingly familiar. Her helpless hands and feet were turning freezing cold, and her failing body completely refused to listen to her mental commands. This absolute coldness that penetrated deep into her very bones. Was she seriously going to experience the agony of death all over again right now? She fiercely didn't want to die yet. That paralyzing fear of being completely swallowed by the void of darkness made Liz struggle desperately, in a state of pure, unadulterated despair. But no matter how frantically she reached out her small hand, she couldn't grab onto that last fading shred of light. Just as her consciousness was about to completely fade away into nothingness, a sudden, deeply warm sensation tenderly surrounded her entire being. Elizabeth slowly, weakly opened her eyes, and profoundly found that she had already returned to the present reality. It was her formidable father, Michael, who was tightly, protectively holding her tiny palm, with a pulsating purple glow flickering softly inside his hand, which was the final, desperate hope to prolong her failing life. Michael comforted her in a low, trembling voice, whispering that everything is fine now, as he gazed down at his weak daughter, making the absolute heaviest, unbreakable vow in his heart. Elizabeth, I swear on my honor, no matter what the catastrophic cost may be, I will definitively, absolutely make sure you survive. Michael immediately got straight to the point, demanding raw information regarding this terrifyingly strange illness. He never expected that Tesua was actually researching this curse in absolute secret, entirely without any financial backing or approval from her own family. Thanks to her persistent, borderline obsessive dedication, Elizabeth narrowly managed to escape the Grim Reaper with her life. This incredibly heavy debt of honor favor Michael has firmly, permanently etched into his mind. Julius was understandably somewhat worried, urgently asking if they should immediately inform their mother, Empress Adelina. But Michael firmly shook his head. Right now is a critically sensitive political period, so they absolutely cannot let her know just yet. Who on earth would have ever thought that a mere student like Tisua had actually mastered a forbidden method to suppress terminal magic loss? This is simply nothing short of an absolute miracle. Although high-grade magic stones can temporarily save lives, the biological compatibility requirements are notoriously extremely high. Being able to successfully stabilize Elizabeth is truly a breathtaking miracle among miracles. Julius was frantically anxious to save his baby sister, demanding to know if there were any more compatible magic stones stockpiled at home. Michael didn't waste another single word, and straight up had his elite guards haul in a massive, heavy chest. The exact millisecond the heavy chest was slammed open, everyone present in the room was completely, utterly dumbfounded. These turned out to be the legendary, top-tier mythical magic stones, and a whole damn chest overflowing with them at that. Julius simply couldn't believe his own eyes. Where on earth did this kind of priceless, world-ending treasure come from? Michael, however, looked completely unfazed and casual, indifferently claiming it was just a tiny little bit rewarded by His Majesty the Emperor. Tishua broke out into a nervous cold sweat, listening from the sidelines. He seriously calls this logic-defying hoard a little bit? The absolute financial power of the Walter family is simply unfathomable. But right now, saving a fragile life is the absolute priority, so the glowing magic stones were carefully arranged right next to Elizabeth. This bizarre illness is extremely rare throughout history, and it exclusively cruelly targets females. To this day, nobody knows what the true root cause is. Elizabeth lay helplessly in her luxury cradle, her heart filled with an overwhelming wave of bitter regret, viciously hating herself for not studying advanced medical skills properly in her corporate past life. Now she can only close her eyes and leave things entirely to fate. Right at this tense, quiet moment, Michael gently pushed the heavy bedroom door open and walked in. He softly, with deep fatherly concern, inquired about his daughter's current condition, with a heavy tone completely overflowing with hidden, agonizing worry. Yet strangely and miraculously enough, despite currently suffering from this horrific lethal illness, the very moment she saw her father standing faithfully by her side, Elizabeth felt an inexplicable, profound sense of absolute peace, as if this giant of a man would hold up the heavens even if the sky fell down. The loyal maid stood quietly on the side, inquiring in a low, hesitant voice, "Should we keep this glowing magic stone resting here the entire time?" Michael carefully and sternly instructed that they must absolutely guarantee the magic stone is kept close to her physical body. The very millisecond they notice even a microscopic hint of magic depletion, this legendary artifact would serve as her final line of defense against death. He gazed down at his frail daughter, his booming tone becoming exceptionally, fiercely determined. Even if there are absolutely zero medical experts left in this entire country, he will stop at nothing to hunt down an absolute cure. Elizabeth, however, was internally panicking and worrying that, if she is truly forbidden from ever using magic again in the future, how on earth was she supposed to psychically communicate with her doting brother? Right at this incredibly tense moment, a sudden violent commotion echoed loudly from outside the bedroom door. Adelina completely disregarded all frantic attempts from the guards to stop her, straight up aggressively barging into the private room. She coldly, sharply scanned her eyes around the premises. "Since I am undeniably a core pillar of this noble family, there is absolutely nowhere in this grand mansion that I cannot step foot in." The originally peaceful bedrooms, fragile atmosphere, instantly plummeted straight to a freezing point. Michael saw that the explosive situation was spiraling out of control, immediately stepping forward to physically hold a hostile Adelina back. He growled his wife's name in a low, dangerous voice, forcibly dragging her all the way away from the baby's room. He strictly commanded the elite guards to keep a razor-sharp eye on this place, and to report to him immediately if there is even a single shred of movement. Obviously, he was terrified of Adelina getting anywhere near their fragile daughter again. Elizabeth, chilling in the cradle, was given quite a massive scare by that explosive family feud. Just now, that suffocating sense of maternal oppression left her utterly unable to snap out of it for a long time. The moment they reached the private office, Michael initially just wanted to softly ask about his wife's deteriorating health condition, but Adelina completely lost her composure and violently exploded. She hysterically shouted out loud that as long as their grand political goal could be achieved, sacrificing her own pathetic life didn't matter to her at all. Michael tightly, desperately hugged her trembling body, pleading with her to calm down and regain her senses for just a little bit. He sharply reminded Adelina that since she proudly holds the absolute power of the Prime Minister, she must ensure the upcoming high-stakes meeting goes off without a single hitch right now. As for the safety of their terminal daughter, Elizabeth, he solemnly promised that he would personally, fiercely look after her with his life, so his brilliant wife wouldn't have any lingering worries about the future. Although Adelina silently nodded and outwardly agreed, she absolutely could not calm the raging storm in her heart at all. This bizarre genetic disease was already astronomically rare, so why on earth did it have to be passed down to her innocent daughter of all people? She instantly spiraled into a dark abyss of deep self-blame, this cruel, agonizing kind of pain. Was it truly destined to be endured by both mother and daughter together? As a mere daughter originating from a minor side branch of the family, Adelina used to effortlessly possess both breathtaking looks and god-tier talent, and even the elitist royal family favored her incredibly highly. But who could have ever predicted the plot twist? That right on the fateful day before her grand high society debut, she actually contracted this exact same incurable, lethal disease. Her originally dazzling, bright future instantly crumbled into the agonizing despair of simply waiting for death. She literally already had one foot inside the grave, but at this final, heartbeat-skipping critical moment, a mysterious high-purity magic stone miraculously and tightly saved her failing life. Her physical life was barely saved, but because she permanently lost her explosive magic power, Adelina was straight up, ruthlessly kicked out of the family. She had never suffered such a degrading public humiliation in her entire life. Those mediocre, toxic nobles who only ever cared about raw magic power made her feel utterly, profoundly disgusted from the absolute bottom of her soul. Right when she was hitting her lowest, most pathetic point, Michael, who was still serving as a young officer in the Royal Guard back then, suddenly materialized right in front of her. Michael got straight to the absolute damn point and boldly said, "I'm not here for magic. I'm here to buy your god-tier administrative abilities. So clear your schedule and work for me." Looking at this massive man who didn't look down on her complete lack of magic, Adelina instantly understood in her sharp heart that instead of sitting around waiting for cheap charity from others, it was infinitely better to violently carve out a way to survive by herself. With that single, historic handshake, the grand destinies of both iconic people were completely, irrevocably changed. Who would have ever thought that a magicless Adelina, while secretly carrying an incurable, strange disease, actually managed to totally ace the grueling Royal Civil Service exam and effortlessly take the absolute highest score in the Empire? While fiercely fighting her terminal illness to the bitter end, she also successfully started a powerful family, and even politically fought her way all the way up to the legendary Prime Minister's position. But right at the absolute peak of her dazzling career, God played another sick, twisted joke on her. Her youngest baby daughter, Elizabeth, actually fell critically ill with the same curse too. Adelina couldn't help but weep in agony, asking herself, "Did my broken body cause this to happen to her?" Michael gently comforted her, firmly stating it wasn't necessarily hereditary, and luckily they had already successfully secured highly compatible magic stones. But Adelina knew full well in her brilliant analytical heart that relying on external magic stones alone could never fix the dark root problem. Michael's booming tone became immensely heavy. Little Elizabeth's innate magic power is simply too staggeringly strong, so these magic stones can only temporarily prolong her fragile life and won't last long enough to save her at all. But it's fine, since I made an absolute, unbreakable promise to our child. I will stop at nothing to find a way to cure her completely. In this ruthless, elitist country, raw magic power is the absolute ultimate symbol of high status. If she didn't have the overwhelming backing of her family's prestige and magic power, their ambitious mother wouldn't be able to hold on to the high-stakes prime minister's seat at all. Therefore, the moment a noble woman contracts this terrifyingly strange disease, in order to ruthlessly protect political power and family reputation, all relevant news will be locked down completely under absolute secrecy. To aggressively prevent the fatal secret from leaking out to enemies, hardly any ordinary servants in the massive Walter mansion were left behind after the brutal mass layoffs. The loyal maid gazed tenderly at the tiny baby resting in the cradle, asking softly and gently, "Are you awake, little one? Are you feeling hungry, or is it perhaps time to change your diaper?" As a result of checking, she looked down and suddenly realized, oh no, the glowing color of the vital, life-saving magic stone is completely wrong. Its radiant energy has been completely, utterly drained to zero. The maid quickly, frantically apologized, while scrambling in a state of pure panic to swap in a fresh new magic stone. Watching the warm, protective light up around Elizabeth once again, the terrified maid finally let out a massive, trembling sigh of relief. She was still constantly apologizing for her terrifying oversight just now, but a preoccupied Elizabeth was in absolutely no mood to listen to any of it. She was staring intently at her own chubby little hands, internally worrying. This fragile baby body is seriously, dangerously too weak. Although her doting father keeps tirelessly searching the world for medicine to cure her illness, she felt that sitting around helplessly waiting for death is definitely not a viable option. She finally got miraculously reincarnated into a new life, and even got blessed with such a deeply loving, warm family. So she absolutely, positively doesn't want to get permanently clapped before she even learns the basic mechanics of how to walk. Therefore, taking full advantage of the brief moment no one was paying attention, Elizabeth started her secret, high-intensity special training right in the luxury cradle. Even if it's just vigorously waving her tiny hands and kicking her legs, she is going to fiercely fight with everything she has to survive. Right when she was working out and training with all her might, the heavy bedroom door was suddenly, abruptly pushed open. Her handsome brother Julius walked in, accompanied by some people, asking with deep brotherly concern, "Is our little Elizabeth feeling any better today?" Julius gently stroked his adorable little sister's tiny head, comforting her and urging her not to be so terribly downcast, because the brilliant Tishua has been constantly helping everyone find a way out of this mess. Tishua watched from the sidelines, her face completely full of unanswerable questions. She seriously, fundamentally, couldn't understand why Julius was actually discussing such highly complex, serious matters with a literal baby. But jokes and bizarre sibling dynamics aside, the secret intelligence Tishua brought this time was absolutely critical. This horrific disease causes the intricate magic pathways inside the body to become shattered, functioning just like a hopelessly leaking sieve. No matter how much elite magic power you replenish, it only temporarily treats the symptoms, never the root cause. Julius was extremely, visibly anxious. Since continuously replenishing magic is totally useless, then how on earth can his precious sister be cured completely? Tishua lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper and said that, strangely enough, the Imperial research back then was forcibly, mysteriously stopped right halfway through. There must be some kind of profoundly shameful, dark secret, deliberately hidden behind this medical cover-up, which is exactly why she decided to investigate it thoroughly, in absolute private. It seems like if they genuinely want to save Elizabeth's failing life, they must first ruthlessly uncover that long-buried, forbidden truth. Watching Julius seriously and intensely flip through that forbidden data, Elizabeth was incredibly, sweatily nervous while lying in her cradle. This was top-secret, classified information directly concerning her very survival. Julius, on the other hand, was radiating absolute confidence. He felt that since Tishua is a prodigy master of healing magic, she will definitely be able to totally conquer this terminal illness in the near future. He even passionately pulled a flustered Tishua in to make an oath and promise that the three of them would definitely pull through this dark trial together. Elizabeth felt utterly hyped up and energized just listening to this wholesome speech, wishing she could jump up right away and enthusiastically yell, "Let's go, bro! You're absolute peak!" But the very millisecond she opened her mouth, all that tragically came out was a pathetic babu babu stream of incoherent baby talk. Julius thought his cute little sister was just playfully messing around, smilingly praising her for being so energetic despite her condition. Elizabeth could only silently and savagely roast herself in her own heart. This absolute trash-tier body is seriously letting her down at the most crucial moment. Deep inside the grand imperial palace late at night, the formidable first princess, Claudia, received a highly confidential, secret piece of news. It turned out that the newborn youngest daughter of the powerful Walter family had actually contracted that legendary, incurable, strange disease. She elegantly, dramatically snapped open her luxurious folding fan, her smooth tone sounding as if she were feeling deeply regretful. But she already knew full well in her cold, calculating heart, if this brutal disease falls upon a tiny, helpless baby, it's basically an absolute, non-refundable one-way ticket to the grave. Claudia gazed out at the sprawling, dark night scenery outside the window, and softly, mockingly sighed. How truly, deeply tragic. Meanwhile, in order to be able to seamlessly communicate with the little one, Julius specially brought over a custom alphabet communication board. This time, the two of them could finally seamlessly talk. Julius had a smug, incredibly proud look plastered on his face, even wanting to hear a few more enthusiastic compliments. But his very next words became incredibly, suffocatingly heavy. It turned out that Tishua had been aggressively investigating a certain strange disease, but the crucial clues to unraveling this illness had bizarrely snapped and vanished right in the middle of the research. There was clearly a massive, high-stakes secret hidden behind this cover-up. Just as the two siblings were preparing to dig deeper into the mystery, a sudden, sharp knock came from the door. "Young Master Julius, your friend has come frantically looking for you." Tishua rushed inside the room in a total hurry, looking at her in this completely disheveled state. She had clearly brought back some absolute, mind-blowing intel. Meanwhile, on the other side of the estate, the formidable patriarch Michael was having a tense, secret meeting with the high-ranking members of the Lars family. On the surface, the other party was exchanging fake pleasantries, thanking the Duke's mansion for buying up quite a massive lot of special items. But Michael was in absolutely no mood to listen to this corporate nonsense. He immediately got straight to the absolute point, steering the dangerous topic directly toward that bizarre, incurable, strange disease. The other party repeatedly, confidently claimed there was no disease that couldn't be cured, but the harsh reality was that there was no real antidote for this illness at all. How on earth was this saving innocent people? Someone high up was clearly treating human lives as a lucrative business. The elite representative from the Lars family finally spilled the beans under pressure, saying that for this so-called bizarre, strange disease, the absolute prerequisite is that it actually has to be a natural disease. At the exact same time, Tishua also brought back a deeply shocking, terrifying discovery. It turned out the real reason the imperial research back then was abruptly halted was because this wasn't an organic infectious disease at all. This is actually an extremely insidious, lethal curse, and it might even be directly related to forbidden black magic. Tishua's family had barely sensed the horrific truth back then, but because they couldn't withstand the crushing pressure from all political sides, they were forced to choose to save themselves and back off. Julius immediately, sharply realized that, to make such a powerful, large family feel utterly terrified and retreat, the dark waters behind this conspiracy run infinitely deeper than imagined. Deep inside her father's private study, Tishua had secretly flipped through the sacred journals of the clan leaders from several generations ago. It was explicitly written, black on white, that the corrupt royal family had actually forcibly, violently taken over that research. Hearing this world-shattering news, Julius was completely, utterly stunned into silence. Why on earth would the royal family want to weaponize and cover up the truth? And on the side, a frantic Elizabeth's mind flashed back to the classified reports she had seen in her previous past life. The total number of innocent victims who died from that horrific, strange disease was absolutely shocking. If this catastrophic affliction really was a calculated curse, then who on earth set up this insidious trap? And when did it start? Thinking up to this terrifying point, the highly volatile magic power around Elizabeth's tiny body suddenly went completely out of control. Julius quickly, frantically handed over a high-grade magic stone, which finally helped stabilize her ragged, heavy breathing. Although the immediate crisis was temporarily averted, this dark secret, buried deep by the royal family for an entire century, has already begun to reveal the terrifying tip of the iceberg. Elizabeth instantly felt that something was fundamentally not right. The raw magic power deep inside her body was continuously draining outward, as if being forcibly, violently sucked away by some unseen entity. She tightly, desperately grabbed Julius's hand, signaling him with all her might to bring her closer to the window. She demanded to see with her own eyes exactly where this stolen magic power was going. If this strange disease really is a weaponized curse, then there must be an ultimate source actively emitting the dark energy. The very moment the heavy window was opened, that ominous flow of magic power, completely invisible to the naked eye, became glaringly, clearly visible through Elizabeth's special eyes. Looking intensely in the direction guided by the glowing light, the terminal end of it turned out to be none other than the imperial palace. Now the ultimate truth is finally leaking out. Every single piece of evidence points straight to that highest, most corrupt center of absolute power. Elizabeth pointed with a trembling finger at the rune board in her hand, her unspoken meaning being crystal clear. The monstrous culprit behind the curse is lurking right inside the imperial palace. She wants to sneak over right now to investigate the conspiracy thoroughly. Julius instantly got incredibly anxious the moment he heard this insane plan. A heavily fortified place like the imperial palace isn't somewhere you can just stroll into whenever you want. He fundamentally couldn't understand why his baby sister insisted on taking such a suicidal risk herself. Elizabeth knew very well in her brilliant heart that only her unique eyes could perceive the flow of magic power. Getting anyone else to do the tracking would just be a total waste of time. But Julius couldn't bring himself to listen to any of it. In his protective eyes, his sister's safety is infinitely more important than any historical truth. Seeing that he couldn't talk a stubborn Elizabeth out of it, Julius completely lost control of his spiraling emotions. The raw magic power around his body violently erupted like crackling lightning. He fiercely roared that he absolutely won't allow her to do this. This terrifyingly intense aura completely stunned and paralyzed Elizabeth on the side. Meanwhile, Michael finally saw the entire situation clearly. If this really is a malicious generational curse, then it means someone is deliberately playing dirty behind their backs. And this mastermind is lurking right in the heart of the kingdom, which clearly proves the real reason Adelina became so critically broken was entirely due to the shadowy mastermind playing dirty in the darkness. This monstrous, toxic malice has already brutally targeted his beloved wife, an innocent child. It turns out that for all these agonizing years, the corrupt royal family has completely ignored this devastatingly strange disease, heartlessly leaving those afflicted, noble families to tragically fend for themselves. Michael finally figured out the whole ugly picture. Since this entire royal bloodline is thoroughly rotten to the core, There is absolutely no need to waste time digging up any more truths. Since the coward royal family adamantly refuses to take responsibility, then he will violently handle this crisis in his own ruthless way. Elizabeth never expected that. Her brother's explosive reaction this time would be so incredibly intense. Shutting down her plan without even a single second thought, Julius knew very well in his protective heart that if he let his fragile sister keep recklessly pushing herself like this, she might not even survive to save her own failing life. But Elizabeth had her own desperate, unvoiced difficulties too. There are simply far too few prodigies who can actively see through magic, so she can't just recruit any random high-ranking mage to help out. She could only fiercely grit her teeth and persist, fully planning to rely entirely on her own cheat code power for once. As a result, Julius didn't give her the opportunity at all, straight up blocking this dangerous path entirely. Julius asked with a completely exhausted, helpless look, "You're literally just a tiny, fragile newborn baby. So how exactly do you plan to pull off a heist and sneak into the imperial palace?" Before Elizabeth could even begin to explain her method, her brother straight up poured freezing cold water on her ambition, reminding her that the palace guards are all their terrifying father Michael's loyal men, so wanting to sneak inside is basically a delusional pipe dream. This patronizing tone completely triggered Elizabeth. Since the gentle, diplomatic approach was officially a bust, she simply planned to flex her raw magic to force her way in. She flawlessly manifested high-tier clone magic, and fiercely stated the life-or-death reason why she absolutely had to go. As long as she can track down the source of the curse and utterly destroy it, she will still clutch a slim, fighting chance of survival. After all, nobody wants to just sit around like a loser and wait for death. Elizabeth's commanding tone was so intensely determined that it was physically impossible to refuse. She declared that until the absolute last agonizing heartbeat, she will never ever give up on the hope of surviving. Julius completely froze in pure shock for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth curled up into a proud, slightly unhinged smirk. He said this savage, unyielding attitude is exactly how a member of the Walter family should be. Since his tiny little sister is fighting this damn hard, as her powerful older brother, he obviously can't throw in the towel either. Since they've mutually decided to illegally barge into the capital, then they might as well turn that entire corrupt palace completely upside down. Even if the palace entrance is locked down completely tight by the elite guards, he will absolutely take her and recklessly charge right in. The exact millisecond the two reached the grand gate, they were sternly, aggressively shouted at by a menacing guard. Seeing that they were about to get caught red-handed in a restricted zone, Julius remained completely unfazed and unbothered, straight up whipping out two glittering, prestigious golden medals. The moment the guards saw this insane flex, their hostile attitude instantly did a total 180-degree flip, humbly and respectfully inviting them right inside. Elizabeth was completely, utterly stunned by this smooth move, never expecting these flashy badges to possess so much massive clout that they could make the ironclad guards too terrified to ask a single question. Julius casually smiled and said this was a legendary treasure gifted to him by Princess Claudia. If he had known it worked this insanely well, he should have just flexed it right from the absolute start. As Julius walked, he casually dropped some heavy insider info, explaining that who actually calls the shots inside this royal palace is actually a highly complex, sophisticated political matter. Although their powerhouse father Michael is the prestigious Grand Master of the Knights, within these heavily fortified palace walls, the one who truly wields the absolute supreme power is actually the Prime Minister herself, Adelina. Elizabeth instantly fell into deep, calculating thought. Previously, the cunning first princess wanted to rope her brother into entering the palace, but that lucrative proposal was straight up aggressively shut down, presumably blocked entirely by their overprotective mother pulling strings in the shadows. Julius directly, sternly laid down a strict, non-negotiable order, stating that the absolute second the magic stone sustaining her clone power runs out, no matter if the investigation is successfully done or not, she must immediately evacuate and retreat back to the safety of the Duke's mansion. Elizabeth smiled and playfully nodded in total agreement, but just as the two advanced deeper into the belly of the palace, she suddenly, abruptly froze in her tracks. Just as the two quickly hid themselves around a dark corner, they caught a shocking sight of their imposing father Michael, who was hurriedly, secretly handing a mysterious file over to a civil official. The very moment Michael walked away, Elizabeth instantly, sharply noticed something horribly wrong. The classified document held in that civil official's hand was actually faintly, ominously emitting a bizarre glowing aura. Before an anxious Julius could even step in to stop her, Elizabeth straight up recklessly rushed out from the shadows and called out to that unsuspecting civil official out loud. She smoothly fabricated a random excuse to strike up a conversation, but her sharp eyes were deadlocked onto that specific stack of documents. Only when she got dangerously closer did she see the terrifying truth clearly. This wasn't an ordinary, mundane official document at all. The dark, suffocating aura radiating from this cursed thing made Elizabeth instantly, chillingly realize that they had truly stumbled upon an absolute world-shattering secret this time. Who could have ever predicted that the Grand Palace, which was completely splendid and majestic just a short moment ago, would transform into a chaotic living hell in the absolute blink of an eye? Looking at the utter devastation and carnage scattered all over the ground, Elizabeth completely, emotionally broke down. She couldn't understand, no matter how much she frantically thought about it. Why on earth did the situation have to come to this tragic end? The towering Michael stood menacingly amidst the roaring flames, his dark tone so incredibly icy that it brought pure, unadulterated despair. He ruthlessly ordered every single person present to be brutally eliminated, leaving absolutely zero survivors behind. Julius instantly noticed something was terribly wrong, quickly asking a panicking Elizabeth if her cloned magic power had finally run out, since she was completely frozen and paralyzed in place. But Elizabeth couldn't bring herself to listen to any of it. Her traumatized mind was an absolute chaotic mess right now. Before long, her own cold-blooded father Michael would really kill her without hesitation. If that dark future prophecy is actually true, then what inevitably awaits her down the line will be an agonizing end far more terrifying than simply dying from her terminal illness. Julius anxiously urged her to evacuate and leave quickly. If they were accidentally discovered by their formidable father, the bloody consequences would be too terrifying to even comprehend. Elizabeth knew full well in her racing heart that once she was caught red-handed by Michael here, she would absolutely, unequivocally not survive. Following the glowing trail of ominous magic, the two siblings groped their way through the shadows all the way to the grand banquet hall. It was absolutely packed to the brim with elite nobles here. Where on earth was this mysterious magic trying to guide them? The real, forbidden secret lay hidden right behind that massive door. Who could have ever thought that the source of the cursed magic was actually right before their eyes? That luxurious red folding fan absolutely has a dark problem. Just as Elizabeth was secretly, intently observing the crowd, the political atmosphere on the other side of the room had already dropped to sub-zero. The unyielding Michael actually took the bold initiative to approach Arthur. These two powerful figures usually weren't this chummy or friendly at all. The very moment Michael spoke, he aggressively went straight to the absolute point, saying he directly heard rumors that the corrupt royal family holds the classified forbidden secret regarding that strange disease. After hearing this confrontational accusation, instead of getting visibly angry, Arthur actually smirked in a sinister way that made people's skin crawl. Michael was truly risking his entire life and status all this time, ruthlessly ripping open the deep scar that the royal family wanted to cover up the most right to his face. That affliction is not some natural, strange disease at all, but an intentionally weaponized lethal curse. The cunning Arthur didn't even flinch a single millimeter after hearing this, even putting on an absolute clown show of worrying about the empire and its citizens, hypocritically claiming that if he genuinely knew the forbidden truth, he would absolutely be the very first to charge into battle. But make no mistake, don't be fooled by this facade of a merciful king. Although he's hailed as a benevolent saint in the eyes of the clueless commoners, anyone who can sit securely and comfortably on that blood-stained throne is never a simple or innocent character. Not only is he extremely, dangerously charismatic, but he has also been secretly, strategically supporting Adelina's schemes all along. Michael obviously didn't plan to let the monarch slide like this. He aggressively demanded a thorough, full-scale investigation into this matter immediately. This high-pressure confrontation straight up backed Arthur into a tight political corner. However, Arthur's completely nonchalant, arrogant attitude was simply adding premium fuel to the already raging fire. He slowly and deliberately gaslit him, saying they'd look into it sometime later. After all, hardly anyone has actually died yet, so it's completely not worth making a massive, dramatic fuss over. Michael was so utterly anxious and furious he was about to explode. How could a life-or-death crisis like this possibly wait? But a dismissive Arthur wouldn't listen to a single word. His shallow mind right now was entirely filled with rushing over to pamper his beloved princess. The exact millisecond, Arthur turned his back to walk away. The suffocating air pressure around Michael instantly dropped to the absolute freezing limit. Cowering anxiously under the table, Julius and a trembling Elizabeth were so utterly terrified by this monstrous chaotic aura that they didn't dare to move a single muscle. Their powerhouse father was completely, unforgivingly enraged this time. A destructive, catastrophic power heavily filled the air, and even the luxury crystal wine glasses sitting next to them, being totally unable to withstand this immense spiritual pressure, straight up violently cracked open. The terrifying situation had completely spiraled out of absolute control. If Michael really unleashed his full power and made a move here, the entire grand banquet hall would probably be turned into a bloody pile of ruins. Just as a desperate Elizabeth was about to recklessly rush out to stop him, She was pinned down remarkably tight by a sharp Julius. Exposing their secret faces now would only make things 100 times worse. But Michael's raw, leaking killing intent could no longer be contained or hidden. The surrounding glass windows instantly shattered into a million sharp pieces. This massive, deafening commotion instantly silenced the originally lively, bustling venue. All the elite guests were utterly stunned, awkwardly looking at each other. Absolutely nobody knew what this sudden, violent commotion was actually all about. Arthur was still cringeworthily putting on a fake heroic act over there, shielding the princess while loudly asking if any of the nobles were hurt. He didn't realize in the slightest that the enraged Michael standing right behind him had completely locked in his lethal killing intent. Since playing nice and speaking diplomatically wasn't working, then there is officially nothing left to negotiate. The suffocating magic power around Michael's body instantly erupted, with nothing but absolute destruction gleaming in his golden eyes. Right at this exact critical peak of tension, a large splash of crimson blood suddenly splattered violently across the marble floor. Who could have ever predicted that the first one to tragically collapse in this high-stakes conflict would actually be her? Elizabeth materialized right in front of them, her pale face completely covered in blood, her tiny body so incredibly weak she could collapse into oblivion at any given second. Before a desperate Elizabeth could even finish uttering her sentence, she completely, utterly lost the physical strength to support herself. Michael subconsciously, frantically reached out his massive hand to catch her falling form. This sudden bloody scene scared King Arthur half to death, and the elite venue instantly fell into a state of utter, unbridled chaos. Everyone in the room panicked, thinking they were under a coordinated terrorist attack, even frantically urging His Majesty to fall back and evacuate immediately. Elizabeth weakly looked up at her towering father standing in front of her, with only one comforting thought echoing in her fading mind. Thank goodness, he has finally snapped back to his protective, normal self. The grand banquet hall was now reduced to an absolute chaotic shambles. The pool of fresh blood on the floor threw every single noble into a wild panic. Absolutely nobody expected that the originally gorgeous high-class ball would instantly turn into a total horrific nightmare. Meanwhile, a sharp Julius knew very well that this chaotic distraction might be their absolute last chance to strike. He locked his eyes dead center onto the swirling chaos. Right at this very hypercritical millisecond, he finally locked his sights onto that one critical item. That seemingly ordinary luxurious folding fan was actually the ultimate source and anchor of the entire lethal curse. As long as that cursed magical medium is completely destroyed, all of the active insidious spells will instantly fail and shatter. Without a single shred of hesitation, he straight up unleashed his full explosive power. With a sharp, incredibly crisp cracking sound, that elegant folding fan was completely, violently shattered into a million tiny pieces. This deeply rooted, long-standing royal conspiracy is finally facing its ultimate, long overdue day of reckoning. The brutal hand of karma came much faster than anyone in power could have ever imagined. With the cursed medium violently destroyed, the massive, dark power of the lethal curse instantly backfired with explosive force directly onto the wicked caster. The unsuspecting other party didn't even have a millisecond of time to react before being completely, ruthlessly swallowed up by the surging dark aura. This horrifying supernatural scene left everyone present completely, utterly dumbfounded. Naturally, the battle-hardened Michael had the absolute fastest reaction. While tightly supporting the desperately weakened Elizabeth, he calmly, authoritatively commanded the elite guards to lock down the entire area. The absolute top priority right now is to swiftly evacuate all the panicked, innocent people out of harm's way first. Elizabeth used the absolute last of her fading strength to firmly point out the true, monstrous culprit. Now every single piece of incriminating evidence perfectly matches up. Michael locked eyes with Julius, who had just frantically rushed over, and with a single, sharp glance, the father and son reached a silent, profound understanding. The explosive chaos finally died down into a tense silence. Julius tightly, protectively shielded Elizabeth in his arms. Although they miraculously secured a win, the physical cost was clearly not cheap. Julius looked at his exhausted father in this battered state. He utterly failed to understand why he had to dangerously overdraw his power to such an extreme extent for a high society mess like this. Michael opened his mouth to speak, but found himself completely at a loss for how to explain it. Deep down in his unyielding heart, protecting certain things is just infinitely more important than his own life. Meanwhile, the wicked spellcaster collapsed helplessly on the floor, was still pathetically trying to make one last desperate struggle. She actually audaciously claimed she only wanted to become beautiful, which was supposedly why she was easily bewitched by this forbidden black magic. Hearing such a laughably ridiculous, toxic excuse, Michael completely lost the last of his patience. He looked down with absolute disdain at this crazy, delusional woman, leaving her behind with only a single, spine-chilling warning. You no longer possess a single right to speak in my presence. Claudia stared down at the broken woman slumped on the cold ground, her melodic voice heavily filled with artificial grief and deep disappointment. This calculated move to cut ties and protect herself was played brutally well. She publicly, fiercely accused the other party of weaponizing and abusing the curse, shirking any royal involvement or responsibilities. Cleanly, flawlessly, and completely. The betrayed spellcaster never could have expected that the master she swore absolute loyalty to would suddenly flip the script and destroy her. Under the crushing double blow of sheer despair and magical backlash, she couldn't even utter a single, coherent word of defense. Before straight up passing out cold on the spot, Michael stepped forward to inspect her unconscious body and discovered that a lethal strike had been dealt directly to this woman's consciousness. It was an extremely powerful, high-tier magical restriction, clearly executed by a mastermind who desperately wanted her to shut up forever. The chaotic aftermath of the banquet incident was handled extremely quickly. The ruined woman who held the cursed medium was promptly carted away to the dungeons. Under Claudia's strict performative demands, her noble family was stripped of status, demoted straight from an earl down to a lowly baron, totally blacklisted and ruined for the absolute rest of their lives. Who could have ever thought that Claudia, who commands a massive, pristine reputation in elite high society, would actually be publicly praised and recognized as a merciful princess? This psychotic disguise is simply, terrifyingly flawless. And on the other side of the palace, Michael was entirely swamped, dealing with that whole giant political mess. Although he almost went completely berserk and unleashed absolute carnage on the spot, in the end, he still stoically shouldered the entire crushing burden all by himself. 3 days later, the chaotic estate of Valzer finally regained its tranquil peace. Julius frantically rushed over to check on his precious little sister at the very first millisecond. Elizabeth beamed a warm, relieved smile and told him that the toxic curse devouring her body from the inside had completely vanished. Hearing this miraculous, long-awaited news, Julius's heavily anxious, hanging heart finally settled down in sweet relief. But right on the heels of that victory, another looming crisis that gave him an even bigger, massive headache arrived. Although they successfully stopped their powerhouse father from going on a wild rampage this time, now, facing their terrifying father who was actively about to blow his top, he had absolutely zero clue how to explain their illegal stunt. The heavy bedroom door was suddenly, aggressively pushed open, and a towering Michael just stood right there framing the doorway, with a suffocating lethal spiritual pressure radiating fiercely all around his body. After relentlessly dealing with the political fallout for a whole 3 days, the colossal mess at the grand royal banquet was finally suppressed and covered up. But the real, unfiltered trouble had only just walked through the door. Michael demanded with a stone-cold face, "Let's see how you choose to explain this betrayal." This time, both of the scheming youngsters were completely, utterly dumbfounded. Julius quickly, nervously spoke up, explaining that the abnormal magic power that night was all violently surging straight toward the palace center. He knew he had to fully come clean with the absolute truth before his monstrous father completely lost his terrifying temper. Michael intensely stared him down and growled, "Are you absolutely sure you're not lying to me?" The suffocating atmosphere was so incredibly oppressive, it made it physically hard to breathe. Until Michael suddenly, unexpectedly changed the tense subject, and sharply asked whether those 2 royal medals had been safely recovered or not. Julius was now completely, embarrassingly at a total loss for words. The incriminating medals were sitting right in his private room. He frantically wondered how on earth his omniscient father found out so fast. Michael gave a cold, mocking snort, explaining that classified items belonging to the royal family all possess special magical markings. Wanting to play clever tricks right under his elite nose, his naive son was still a bit too green to pull it off. Elizabeth on the side instantly understood the entire blunder completely. So the hilarious reason her brother let the cat out of the bag was entirely because of those 2 little high-tech gadgets. Michael's deep tone was dead serious and unyielding, as he sternly warned and intimidated Julius that he must be exceptionally prudent when gifting valuable items to others in the future. If anything goes disastrously wrong ever again, he will have to single-handedly shoulder all the grim responsibility himself. Then Michael casually, almost menacingly mentioned that every single high society person present at the banquet that chaotic night, he vividly remembered all of them, from their hidden names to their exact faces. This time Julius instantly turned into a total starry-eyed fanboy, his entire face written with pure, unadulterated admiration. And he even shamelessly wanted to mimic his legendary father's badass mannerisms, dramatically putting on a majestic, ultimate boss pose. Elizabeth, watching from the side, was completely left utterly speechless. This kind of terrifying, absolute psychological control, even for an overpowered reincarnator like her, who carries deep memories of her past life, made her entire spine violently tingle with dread. But Julius was built different. actually shamelessly mimicking the terrifying aura here with a perfect resemblance. Did this total idiot not realize that their father's death stare had already sharply swept over him? Michael was actually rarely, surprisingly gentle for once, tenderly reaching out to pat Elizabeth's precious little head, personally confirming that this fragile child had finally pulled through the worst of it. Looking down at his tiny little sister's happy, radiant face, Julius still felt a heavy, lingering dose of phantom fear, anathematized by the worry of whether this strange disease would suddenly relapse. Michael firmly shook his head. This kind of taboo high-tier curse is absolutely no joke, and nobody can repeatedly cause major trouble with it in such a short window of time. Furthermore, the forbidden medium acting as the ultimate source of the curse had already been completely, irrevocably obliterated to cosmic dust. Julius suddenly, sharply remembered something suspicious. He hadn't caught a single glimpse of their mother Adelina at all during that entire chaotic banquet. He deeply worried whether some terrible, unseen accident had happened to her. Michael calmly explained the situation, revealing that she was completely paralyzed with fright because of Elizabeth's life or death situation, which was the exact reason why she suddenly fell bedridden and ill. However, her fragile condition has completely stabilized now, and to put his beloved wife's stressed mind at absolute ease, Michael even flexed his massive influence to go completely out of his way to secure the highest grade nutritional supplements and premium tea supply, directly from the heavily guarded border kingdom. But the terrifyingly cryptic words that followed next instantly made both of the over-analytical children freeze dead on the spot. Michael stated with complete and utter nonchalance that while Adelina is quietly recovering from her sudden illness, the grand, absolute diplomatic power of the Empire has already fallen directly into the scheming hands of the first princess. Elizabeth's sharp mind finally, brilliantly realized the truth. Although her terrifying old man's words always sound incredibly harsh, he is actually tanking all the political heat and taking the blame entirely upon himself. This is clearly a massive, absolute flex of protective peak parenting. However, there was still one glaring anomaly she couldn't comprehend, no matter what. That notoriously cunning first princess Claudia was clearly bitter arch rivals with her own mother in the dark past. So why on earth would she take the bold initiative to lend a helpful hand this time? Had this traditionally toxic woman completely changed her villainous nature? But before she could even begin to mathematically figure it out, Michael and Julius actually asked her in a hilarious, perfect unison if she desperately needed a fresh diaper change again. This perfectly synchronized, ridiculous reaction instantly made Elizabeth just want to roll her eyes in sheer, unadulterated annoyance. Right after that rare breakthrough, the three of them actually gathered together, enjoying a rare, deeply relaxing moment in the mansion's massive luxury bathroom. Naturally, Michael didn't forget to sternly remind a distracted Julius to always pay absolute attention to controlling the unstable magic power inside his body. Julius stared at his imposing father standing before him, feeling an unexpected, overwhelming wave of raw emotion in his heart. He originally thought this co-living arrangement would be awkwardly painful and toxic, but he never expected this long-lost, wholesome feeling of closeness would actually make his heart feel incredibly warm and secure, watching her goofy brother get genuine praise from their terrifying father. Elizabeth also felt a surge of pure delight in her soul. Although her powerhouse old man is usually strict and unyielding, at critical, life or death moments, his words truly bring ultimate peace of mind. However, Julius still harbored one nagging, anxious concern in his heart. It was because he had to return to the elite academy to resume classes very soon. And the one person he couldn't bring himself to let go of was this tiny little sister. He tentatively, nervously asked his formidable father if he could personally watch over and protect Elizabeth. Michael, however, immediately frowned with deep irritation. There was still a whole political pile of toxic mess waiting for him in the palace, and with certain dangerous matters, it was indeed finally time for him to take aggressive action personally. Right after dropping that ominous hint, Michael dropped an absolute bombshell of a decision. He fully planned to leave the fragile Elizabeth directly to the scheming Adelina to be taken care of. The exact millisecond these words came out, Elizabeth was completely, utterly dumbfounded and shook. Isn't her allegedly toxic mother still sick and bedridden? What on earth is this tactical old man plotting behind the scenes? Lately, Elizabeth's physical progress has been quite miraculous. Not only has she successfully learned to crawl on her own, but the chaotic magic power inside her baby body has also stabilized quite a bit. She confidently felt that even if her father and brother weren't home, staying by herself as an independent baby would be absolutely fine. As a hilarious result, this peak confidence didn't even last for 3 seconds before Daddy Michael straight up effortlessly scooped her up, carrying her toward the royal carriage without uttering another single word. Before her brain could even begin to comprehend or react, her old man casually dropped another massive bombshell. Starting from today, you are going to live in the imperial palace for a period of time, This time, Elizabeth was completely, dramatically thrown off. Why on earth would she suddenly be forced to move to the dangerous palace out of nowhere? Meanwhile, brother Julius has already safely returned to the academy, even hyped up and saying he was going to make new friends before leaving. Elizabeth was straight up forcefully brought into the den of wolves by her old man, and was even about to be blindly handed over to that ice-cold, calculating Adelina to be monitored and taken care of. Yet Daddy Michael was surprisingly, hilariously carefree, giving a few quick, effortless reminders before preparing to completely shake off all parental responsibility, even casually claiming he would come to visit her every single day from now on. And he even mysteriously, cryptically, whispered to a confused Elizabeth that she would fully understand the brilliant tactical intention behind doing this in the near future. But Adelina was clearly not mentally or emotionally prepared for this surprise. Staring down at the tiny, innocent toddler plopped right before her, she was visibly radiating a vibe of extreme, unbridled reluctance. How did this officially scheduled Imperial work debrief suddenly turn into a mandatory high-stakes babysitting mission? Daddy Michael was completely, unyieldingly set on his chaotic decision this time, dumping the baby over like a package without even giving a basic heads up. Adelina was so incredibly furious she was about to blow her top right on the spot, but her formidable old man maintained a completely calm, unbothered face, straight up claiming that Elizabeth is built different, very tough and resilient right now, so there's absolutely zero need to stress or worry. In absolute reality, the real tactical reason Michael strategically embedded himself in the palace was to aggressively investigate and handle that tricky biohazard infectious disease case. The second he finished dropping his official business talk, he coldly turned around and walked away without even looking back, leaving a stressed Adelina behind to face a quiet room full of awkward, silent sighs. Elizabeth quietly, intently observed the unfolding drama from the side, instantly noticing that her mother Adelina's physical state wasn't looking very good at all, and there wasn't even a single royal servant around to attend to her basic needs. The sketchy isolation was completely different from the luxury nobles she had witnessed before. Right at this tense moment, a sketchy maid quietly brought up a cup of tea, emitting an ominous, glowing purple vapor. Elizabeth suspiciously stared down at that glowing cup of water, her sharp instincts always telling her that something about it was profoundly strange. Suddenly, an aggressive, low-tier clerk violently burst in from outside. The exact moment this audacious guy entered the room, he glared directly at the baby, his entire body language also being extremely, insufferably arrogant, aggressively thrusting forward a few official documents. He wanted to forcefully pressure Adelina into signing them right this instant. He kept loudly claiming that it was all his high-ranking superior's explicit intention, and that incredibly toxic, punchable manner of his was something even a baby, Elizabeth watching from the side, couldn't stand witnessing, silently thinking to herself whether this complete clown had any basic manners at all. But the completely unfazed Adelina just coldly, effortlessly exposed every single dirty detail about him, not only knowing that he was a clueless rookie who just joined the payroll last month, but even knowing all the classified information about his precious little sister, who was currently studying at the elite academy. The toxic clerk was now completely, utterly dumbfounded and shook. He never in a million years expected that this seemingly easygoing, pushed-aside female prime minister would actually know even such microscopic minor details like the absolute back of her hand. Adelina completely reduced him back to his true, pathetic colors with a single savage sentence. Since the imperial recruitment list was personally finalized by me, I naturally know your entire background and bloodline inside out. Scaring that arrogant guy so much, he pathetically scrambled and fled the room in sheer terror. Elizabeth now completely and utterly understood the situation. Not only does her mother Adelina possess a terrifyingly flawless memory, but she is also a total absolute badass. Under the revolutionary system she implemented, no matter your family background or lineage, as long as you have raw talent, you can absolutely make it big in the palace hierarchy. But what deeply frustrated and annoyed Elizabeth was that this powerhouse female prime minister is terrifyingly fair to her subordinates, yet she never gives a single warm look to her own innocent little toddler, remaining completely ice-cold all day long without cracking a single smile. To forcefully attract her attention, a determined Elizabeth simply crawled onto the massive executive office desk and started pointing wildly and aggressively at a specific document. She brilliantly discovered there was a fatal, catastrophic mistake on it and babbled anxiously in baby talk, desperately wanting to warn her. As a frustrating result, Adelina didn't catch on to her genius at all, instead thinking the chaotic baby was just throwing a tantrum and causing trouble, and coldly ordered the maid to take her away immediately. The low-ranking maid was instantly scared out of her mind, frantically apologizing while forcibly dragging a protesting Elizabeth away from the desk. Adelina intensely stared down at that smudged document, her icy gaze suddenly becoming incredibly sharp. Could it be possible that this tiny child really noticed an anomaly just now? Who could have ever thought? After checking it carefully, line by line, Adelina actually found that the critical numbers on the official document were completely wrong. Now even the shocked maid on the side couldn't sit still, straight up hyping Elizabeth up and calling her a literal genius. Adelina strictly claimed it was just a random coincidence, but massive waves of deep doubt violently stirred in her heart. She always firmly believed that as long as someone possesses genuine talent, whether they are a broke, commoner, or a mere baby, they are undeniably the Empire's most valuable asset. In fact, Adelina herself also proudly came from a commoner background. Back then, if Michael hadn't completely flipped the script and changed the rules, she would have never had the slightest chance to sit in the Prime Minister's seat. Therefore, she fiercely values true, unfiltered ability more than anyone else alive. Meanwhile, Elizabeth always felt the current palace atmosphere was a bit strange. Right at this hyper-tense moment, Daddy Michael suddenly pushed the heavy door open and walked in. With an incredibly grave expression, he took out a mysterious letter. This actually turned out to be an exclusive invitation sent by the second princess, specifically naming and demanding both Adelina and Elizabeth to attend her high-stakes royal tea party together. Hearing this trap, Adelina immediately wanted to decline, excusing herself by saying her health hasn't been good lately, and she really didn't have the emotional energy to deal with that toxic social scene. Who would have ever thought that Michael's very next words would leave everyone present in the room completely dumbfounded and shook? He completely unfazed and calmly stated that since her health was compromised, he would personally escort and bring Elizabeth to this high-stakes appointment. The exact millisecond these shocking words came out, even a stunned Elizabeth, cradled in his arms, had her jaw drop in absolute shock. Is her terrifying old man actually being serious right now? In these ruthless, high-society aristocratic circles, so-called casual tea parties are definitely not places meant for casually drinking tea. While seemingly calm and elegant on the surface, behind the scenes, they are entirely about lethal information trading and forming toxic factions. To put it bluntly, this is a literal war without gunsmoke. Whoever can successfully secure a firm, unshakable foothold here will completely hold the absolute power of political discourse for their entire family. And starting today, Elizabeth is also about to officially step onto this treacherous social battlefield. Although she is still just a helpless little toddler right now, she absolutely, under any circumstances, cannot lose in terms of raw momentum. However, the most puzzling, mind-boggling part of it all was that her powerhouse Daddy Michael actually tagged along to the event as well. Despite still technically being a little toddler, Elizabeth already possesses her own ride-or-die inner circle. Sarah has an incredibly fierce and straightforward personality, while Sophie is fiercely protective and incredibly loyal. However, the tactical reason Michael sent them over to assist actually stems from one most heartbreaking, hilarious reason. And that is her biological mother, Adelina's actual babysitting skills are honestly so garbage they are nothing to write home about. Looking at her elegant, peak noble way of sipping premium tea, who could have ever thought she couldn't even cradle a baby properly? If she were really left unsupervised to do the babysitting, Elizabeth's fragile little life would probably hang by a literal thread. Then again, the real reason Michael insisted on stepping up and handling this personally this time is likely because he doesn't have many allies or friends in this exclusive circle, meaning this toxic tea party is his one and only chance to make a massive comeback. In order to aggressively expand her social networking, Elizabeth is completely dressed to the nines for the grand occasion this time. But before she could even take a single step to enter the venue, vicious rumors and elite gossip outside were already flying all over the place. This petty group of high society noble ladies gathered together and were currently busy wagging their toxic tongues, gossiping that Adelina, the Grand Prime Minister, fell seriously, helplessly ill, and all the political limelight now has been violently snatched away by the first princess. Just look at this scheming princess, standing right in the dead center, completely surrounded like a star among moons, seemingly becoming the absolute new center of the kingdom, while Adelina's powerful position appears to be in critical, fatal jeopardy. What's even more profoundly outrageous is that some bold noble actually openly and audaciously mocked them, sneering that people from the Valzer family don't understand true elegance or class at all, and that inviting uncouth commoners to an elite CEC's tea party is simply lowering one's own noble status. The Valzer family hasn't even crossed the threshold of the venue yet, but the explosive smell of toxic social gunpowder is already this incredibly strong. It seems today's psychological battle will be even harder to fight and conquer than initially expected. Meanwhile, Claudia was still masterfully putting on a saintly act over there, pretending she loves the common people like her own children, while the fake noble ladies underneath her completely played, along with the cringe theatrical performance, shamelessly sucking up to her while not forgetting to viciously stab their rivals in the back. They were currently aggressively wagging their toxic tongues, audaciously whispering that Duke Valzer himself is nothing but a violent lunatic who acts just like a ruthless demon king. And they even hypocritically pitied the bedridden Adelina, claiming it was a true, tragic misfortune for her to marry this kind of monstrous man, right when this catty group of elite people was talking up an absolute storm. The real main character straight up aggressively pushed the grand door open and entered the venue. With his iconic crimson cloak paired with this suffocating, overwhelming aura, the entire venue that was just loudly buzzing with malicious gossip instantly, dramatically fell into a profound, deathly silence. Michael spoke up with an ice-cold, booming voice, announcing that in direct response to the second princess's explicit invitation, he has officially made a grand appearance alongside his precious daughter. Now the whole aristocratic crowd was completely, utterly dumbfounded. Who on earth could have ever thought that this terrifying, legendary demon king of the battlefield would actually be gently holding a tiny, adorable toddler in his massive arms? The exact millisecond Michael showed his devastatingly handsome face, he straight up emotionally stunned the entire aristocratic crowd. He confidently and generously introduced the baby, declaring that this is his absolute pride and joy, his precious daughter, Elizabeth. What the gossiping crowd expected even less was the hilarious fact that this legendary, cold-blooded warlord duke was actually wearing a perfectly matching, coordinated parent-child outfit with his daughter. This massive gap-moa contrast is absolutely profoundly insane. The high society ladies who were just viciously wagging their tongues now completely lost all of their sharp, aggressive edge, each and every single one of them intensely staring at the cute, chubby Elizabeth, their cold hearts about to violently melt from the sheer baby cuteness. Michael, however, had absolutely zero intention of caring about their reactions. He walked directly, intimidatingly straight up to Princess Claudia and gave a mathematically flawless, polite greeting, smoothly thanking her for the exclusive invitation. Now, all the immense psychological pressure instantly shifted onto the princess's side. Facing a powerhouse man who completely refuses to play by conventional rules, how on earth will she formulate her next political move? The exact moment Claudia opened her mouth, she desperately wanted to assert her dominance. With a heavily forced fake smile, she sharply reminded Michael that this is a high-class tea party exclusively prepared for noble ladies, heavily implying that a giant, brutal man like him shouldn't be crashing their party or joining in on the feminine fun. Michael didn't buy into this passive-aggressive act at all. He instantly shot back in front of everyone, stating that the official invitation clearly declared that an imperial representative of completely equal rank could be sent, but it absolutely never specified that it had to be a female to attend. This tactical logic was simply flawless. Elizabeth listened from inside his arms, completely stunned, so it turned out her old man specifically exploited a massive loophole in the invitation, just to forcefully crash the party and infiltrate the venue with her. Claudia was roasted so incredibly hard she was left entirely speechless, only able to barely maintain her collapsing fake smile, while dismissively waving her hand to tell them to just suit themselves. In this tense first round of high-stakes confrontation, Michael secured a total, undisputed victory. Elizabeth also honestly didn't expect that getting through this elite gatekeeping would be so remarkably easy. It seems that as long as your skin is thick enough and your debate logics is rock solid enough, this entire toxic group of people can't do a single thing to them. Of course, Elizabeth didn't come here just to casually sip tea. She sharply pointed at the bright yellow rose on the table, instantly directing her powerhouse old man to initiate their secret poaching plan. The very first step was to aggressively target the people closest to the princess. Michael caught on to the baby's signal instantly, smoothly picking that flower along the way, and walking straight toward the princess's top close confidant. This sudden, incredibly bold move made the unsuspecting noblewoman completely freeze dead on the spot. As Michael smoothly handed the elegant flower over, he delivered a critical emotional strike at a perfectly unhurried pace, mentioning he vividly remembered that the other party's husband had once publicly praised his beloved wife for being just as jaw-droppingly charming as the delicate little flower. With this ultimate sugar-coated bullet fired directly at her, how could the starstruck noblewoman even hope to resist? Clutching the flower, she stood there paralyzed, unable to utter a word for a long time, clearly having been completely and utterly won over by this dynamic father-daughter duo. Seeing her very own ride-or-die confidant defect so embarrassingly quickly, Claudia, who was watching from the side, could no longer maintain her calm, regal composure. This ruthless high-society social war had only just begun, yet the entire room was already completely choked with the smell of gunpowder. A petty noble named Deborah couldn't sit still and stay quiet any longer. She just desperately had to touch a painful sore spot, fake showing deep concern about Elizabeth's upcoming magic test on the surface, while secretly maliciously bringing up the Duke's bedridden wife on purpose, even adding in an incredibly sarcastic tone that her sudden illness was truly pitiful. The exact millisecond these toxic words came out, the originally lively royal tea party instantly fell into a dead, suffocating silence. Elizabeth heard the underlying insult loud and clear. This basic woman was openly disrespecting and insulting her mother, and was even audaciously questioning her imperial lineage. Right at this hypercritical moment, Michael's terrifying gaze completely and utterly changed. This time, shit is seriously about to go down. Meanwhile, amidst a mountain of classified data, Adelina suddenly discovered a deeply shocking secret. Someone had actually smuggled forbidden demonic beast materials straight to the first princess as a dark sacrificial offering. What she found even harder to fundamentally believe was the fact that Michael, who absolutely never socializes, actually went out of his way to attend a petty tea party for the first time ever. The hidden agenda behind this is definitely not that simple. Right at this exact moment, things on Michael's side had completely and violently blown up. He firmly, protectively shielded Elizabeth in his massive arms, his eyes overflowing with an unhideable, suffocating killing intent. Word by brutal word, he coldly cross-examined. "What exactly did you just say to me?" The clueless Deborah hadn't even realized her life was in danger yet, actually still daring to arrogantly talk back righteously, pettily questioning Elizabeth's unique hair color, and heavily implying the innocent child's origin was sketchy. Isn't this a crystal-clear suicidal provocation? Michael didn't give her a single chance to continue digging her own grave, straight up announcing in front of the entire public, "This child looks exactly like my beautiful wife. If any other clown here dares to object, you better heavily weigh the fatal consequences yourselves." This overwhelming aura instantly brutally stunned the entire crowd. Even if he was blatantly lying through his teeth, absolutely nobody dared to utter a single word right now. Right at this incredibly tense moment, Claudia smoothly spoke up while elegantly fluttering her fan, inviting the formidable Michael father-daughter duo to take their seats. But a terrified Elizabeth in his arms had only one desperate thought in her mind. "I really desperately do not want to go over there." The humiliated Deborah now completely couldn't sit still or stay quiet. She publicly and loudly accused Michael of being a brainless barbarian, bitterly feeling that this kind of violent person had absolutely zero right to sit in such an honorable, elite position. But Princess Claudia didn't even bother to raise her head, only elegantly, dismissively fluttering her fan while saying, "This seating arrangement is precisely my own imperial intention." With that single definitive sentence, she completely, ruthlessly shut down the all-annoying voices of opposition. Sitting quietly on the side, a sharp Elizabeth saw right through the toxic inner workings of this social hierarchy. At this high society tea party, whoever the host treats with absolute respect is crowned the true boss. It seems the elite criteria for choosing psychological allies runs incredibly deep. Right when the social atmosphere completely dropped to a freezing point, Claudia suddenly, sharply snapped her folding fan shut and smoothly ordered the royal attendant to switch to the rare tea leaves gifted by the neighboring country's ambassador. This was a crystal clear, calculated move to shift the subject and instantly regain absolute control of the room's psychological rhythm. The exact moment the mysterious purple tea poured into the crystal cups, the suffocating smell of gunpowder from earlier instantly vanished into thin air. Deborah's shameless bootlicking was loud enough to literally shake the heavens, showering Claudia with dynamic praise, which made a disgusted Elizabeth watching from the side roll her eyes so incredibly hard they almost reached the back of her head. Right when Deborah was loudly talking up an absolute storm, Elizabeth suddenly, calculatedly made her move. A small pastry cake on the table drew a perfect arc through the air and was accurately, aggressively stuffed straight into the other party's open mouth. Now the entire aristocratic crowd was completely and utterly dumbfounded. That toxic mouth that was just trash-talking nonstop was instantly, hilariously plugged up tight. The elite atmosphere became awkward and cringe to the absolute max. Michael, on the other hand, was incredibly, hilariously calm. Maintaining a total straight face, he shielded his daughter and told everyone not to mind it, casually claiming the child just likes the luxury desserts here a bit too much. Claudia smiled slightly while gracefully fluttering her fan, casually remarking that this was just an innocent child, foolishly fooling around. But her dark, deep gaze was clearly, ominously warning everyone present that this psychological power play wasn't over yet. Intently looking down at the mischievous Elizabeth, Claudia made a heavily loaded, passive-aggressive comment with a sigh. "This child sure is lively enough, unlike the pristine princess of my own household, who is usually the absolute definition of quiet and poised." Listening to these toxic, hypocritical pleasantries, Elizabeth was actually calculating all the messy royal succession drama in her head. The first queen's daughter is currently far away overseas, while the second queen's two princes never show their faces in public. This ultimate battle for succession to the throne has probably turned into a chaotic, bloody mess long ago. Claudia obviously didn't plan to stop her psychological warfare there, and aggressively started using Elizabeth's fragile health to make a point again, heavily implying that a sickly child like her would probably fail to ever achieve anything great. However, absolutely nobody in the room expected that Daddy Michael would straight up drop an absolute bombshell. He publicly, confidently announced that the real reason Elizabeth is built like this is because she carries a literal dark curse. The exact millisecond these shocking words came out, the whole elite venue instantly fell into a heavy, deathly silence. Claudia's calculated gaze changed dramatically and immediately. She stared dead at Michael, shocked that this kind of dangerous royal taboo. How on earth dare you actually say it out loud in front of everyone here? Michael's next chilling words were exactly like dropping a massive bomb into a perfectly calm lake. Not only did he confidently announce that his daughter's fatal curse had been lifted, but he also publicly exposed a deeply shocking, high-level scandal. The malicious culprit behind this dark curse is actually currently hiding among the elite nobles who can freely enter the palace walls. The exact millisecond these explosive words came out, the high society nobles, who were just elegantly sipping tea, completely and utterly lost their minds. Everyone was absolutely terrified that this toxic, dirty water would be forcefully splashed onto their own heads. Elizabeth saw through everything clearly and brilliantly from the side. Her old man's tactical move was honestly too savage and brutal. This was obviously a genius power play to completely muddy the waters, essentially forcing the corrupt royal family to publicly give a definitive explanation. Looking down at the chaotic, panicked scene, Michael didn't have any plan on giving the trapped other party a single damn chance to breathe. He coldly dropped a ruthless final line. Since everyone here is so incredibly anxious, then His Majesty will surely initiate an immediate investigation to unearth the absolute truth. How on earth was this a casual discussion? This was clearly a bold, public display of forcefully forcing the ruler's hand. Claudia sat frozen in her high seat without uttering a single word, only able to watch completely helplessly as Michael took absolute, undisputed control of the situation. Elizabeth couldn't help but mentally marvel at his genius. So her father, Brilliant, wanted to weaponize the panicked mouths of these nobles to completely force the king's hand, making him have absolutely zero choice but to take aggressive action against the real mastermind. This peak play of using their own toxic strength against them was pure brilliance. Meanwhile, the humiliated Deborah obviously couldn't swallow this crushing insult. She intensely stared dead at Elizabeth resting in the cradle, already maliciously calculating in her twisted mind that she must never, ever let this arrogant father-daughter duo have an easy time. The exact second the unsuspecting maid passed by carrying the heavy teapot, Deborah realized her golden chance to strike had finally come. She intentionally pretended to casually walk past, as if nothing happened, even smugly humming a little tune. But the exact moment they crossed paths, she viciously slammed into her hard. Things completely and dangerously went out of control now. The boiling teapot in the maid's hand instantly flew straight out into the air. The scalding, burning purple tea water splashed directly and violently toward Elizabeth's unprotected head. Absolutely nobody expected this psycho to strike at a high-stakes time like this. Elizabeth screamed in sheer, absolute terror, watching that scalding liquid about to pour down upon her. If it actually made direct impact, the devastating consequences would be entirely unimaginable. Right at this hypercritical, life-or-death juncture, the powerful Adelina suddenly stepped forward out of nowhere. She stared dead into the soul of a panicked Deborah, cross-examining her in a bone-chilling, ice-cold tone. "What on God's green earth did you just try to do to my child?" Seeing that her malicious cover was about to be completely blown, Deborah aggressively pointed her finger right back and ruthlessly shifted all the blame onto the terrified maid nearby, defamingly claiming the low-ranking servant was just clumsy and made a catastrophic mistake. The poor defenseless maid was scared out of her mind, only able to frantically bow her head and plead guilty, helplessly taking the fall for this entirely fabricated charge. But this absolutely terrible bottom-tier acting couldn't fool the sharp Elizabeth's eyes at all. This corrupt matter is definitely not that simple. Deborah must have heavily threatened the maid in private beforehand. In a toxic, cutthroat place like this, those of low social status are always forced to be the ultimate scapegoats. Adelina intentionally made the legal consequences crystal clear. Harming a high-ranking noble child inside the imperial palace walls is a straight-up capital offense. But if this scandalous matter escalated any further, the one losing major face would be Empress Claudia herself. Claudia was undeniably a brilliant and smart person. In order to desperately protect the pristine reputation of her tea party, she had no choice but to take the diplomatic exit provided, abruptly changing her tune to say she would take the maid back for severe rediscipline. The maid, having barely escaped a brutal death, quickly expressed her gratitude. Although her literal life was saved for now, this high-stakes open and secret infighting within the palace has only just revealed the absolute tip of the iceberg. Elizabeth was now completely and utterly full of admiration. As expected of the legendary empire's prime minister, Adelina's fierce speech just now had her main character aura on full blast, instantly stunning and silencing the entire room. But before anyone could even snap out of their shock, Adelina coldly dropped a final line, flatly saying she had to go back to handling her business. Seeing that Adelina was about to walk out and leave just like that, Elizabeth was so frantic and anxious, she straight up cried out loud. How on earth could this dad be so completely clueless? Hurry up and chase after your woman. Michael, frankly, didn't want to stay for even a single second longer. Casually using the solid excuse that the child was far too young, he took a smug Elizabeth and left ahead of everyone else. This incredibly cold, dismissive attitude made the remaining noble ladies present completely unable to maintain their fake, elegant composure. In order to shamelessly suck up to Claudia, a desperate Deborah quickly cozied up to her royal side, sardonically trash-talking Michael behind his back, sneering that he was simply an uncultured, ill-mannered barbarian. Claudia remained flawlessly polite on the surface, smoothly saying she would make sure to convey this loyalty directly to the emperor, instantly making Deborah absolutely ecstatic, delusionally thinking she had chosen the absolute winning side this time. But who could have ever thought that Claudia would completely flip the script right after, bone-chillingly, dropping a line that the exclusive gift she had formally promised her before is now officially cancelled. After saying that, she walked away without even looking back once, leaving only a humiliated Deborah standing on the spot completely, utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, having returned to the privacy of her room, Adelina finally took off all of her exhausting, elegant disguises. She was quietly processing and treating the painful burn wound on her arm all by herself. Originally, she didn't want to attend that toxic high society tea party at all, but in this cutthroat, dog-eat-dog aristocratic world, without absolute status and overwhelming power, one can only wait around to be ruthlessly trampled underfoot. She knew this cruel, uncompromising rule far better than anyone else. Right at this incredibly tender, vulnerable moment, Michael suddenly appeared outside the door, quietly holding the child. He silently, intensely watched this heartbreaking scene unfold, finally confirming the painful truth in his heart, that she really did take a direct hit and got hurt just now. Adelina, however, didn't care about her own physical pain at all. As long as Elizabeth's legendary magic could fully recover, this small sacrifice was absolutely nothing to her. Michael ultimately couldn't hold back his intense concern after all. He softly knocked on the door and gently handed Adelina a premium box of rare ointment, stating that this stuff is miraculously effective for treating severe burns. Adelina was a bit caught off guard and surprised, unable to help but pettily complain that his protective reaction earlier was way too slow. As a result of her nagging, Michael suddenly revealed a shocking, dark secret. Back then, it wasn't that he didn't want to violently make a move, but rather his entire body was temporarily paralyzed and trapped by some kind of hidden magic. For someone to actually dare to cast restriction magic inside the heavily guarded imperial palace, Adelina instantly became hyper-alert and suspicious. Who on God's green earth had such massive, suicidal balls to dare pull these kinds of shady, illegal moves right under their noses? Michael grimly shook his head. His combat gut told him that investigating further right now would be far too dangerous, so they could only keep staying intensely vigilant just like before. Elizabeth heard absolutely everything loud and clear from the side. It seems the political waters in this imperial palace are even deeper and deadlier than anyone could have ever expected. With this kind of terrifying assassination attempt happening, Adelina was naturally still a little worried, anxiously asking Michael if he really wanted to keep the fragile child in the imperial palace. Michael, however, strategically felt that the imperial palace right now was actually 100 times safer than their own home. He then brought out a shocking piece of the latest top-secret intel. Princess Claudia is currently preparing to go on a ruthless, bloody killing spree. She wants to completely and ruthlessly purge all the close confidants around her, and she won't even spare the influential Marchioness, whom she has been wining and dining all this time. This volatile situation is straight up turning the high society world upside down. However, for their faction, this chaos is actually a golden opportunity. Because of Elizabeth's previous actions, their current strategic relationship with the Marquise's family is incredibly, unbreakably rock solid. As long as they can successfully maintain this crucial friendship, nothing can go wrong with the security of the upcoming Imperial Festival. Watching these two tactical geniuses discuss things so smoothly, Elizabeth silently, curiously observed everything from the side. Although absolutely no emotions could be seen on either of their stoic faces, this flawlessly tacit, understanding atmosphere made it feel like this political marriage might not be that bad after all. Who could have ever thought that the usually ice-cold, terrifying Michael would actually have such a detailed, thoughtful, and caring side? He carefully instructed the nanny to heat up some milk the moment the child woke up, muttering that feeding this baby was way easier than giving her a bath. Adelina was completely, utterly stunned watching this unfold from the side. Was this still the exact same bloodthirsty man she knew? Back when he dealt with Julius, he had never been even a fraction this patient before. Could it simply be because it's a precious baby girl this time? Even Elizabeth couldn't help but hilariously roast him in her mind. Who would have thought the rumored ruthless battlefield tyrant could actually look so professional and seasoned when babysitting? This character gap is honestly too massive to comprehend. Looking up at Michael's retreating figure, Adelina quickly followed up with an anxious question. Do we absolutely have to heat up the milk first when feeding her? In order to take flawless care of the precious child, Adelina was also clearly giving it her absolute all. She thought that since she couldn't naturally breastfeed the baby herself, she would step into the kitchen and personally cook something up instead. However, looking at the soaring, catastrophic flames in front of her, the terrified nanny was scared completely out of her wits, hurrying to frantically rush forward and grab the hot spatula. Deeply afraid that the Prime Minister would accidentally burn the entire imperial palace down, an anxious Elizabeth could only worry as she watched the kitchen chaos from the side, constantly praying in her tiny heart, "Dad, you better hurry the hell back." But at this exact terrifying moment, Michael was standing right in the dead center of a literal pool of blood, the long, demonic sword in his hand still dripping fresh red, having clearly just been through an extremely brutal, relentless, and fierce slaughter. He cold-bloodedly walked away without looking back even once, only dropping a bone-chilling line, "Clean this entire place up." First thing in the morning, the exact millisecond she cracked her eyes open, Julius majestically appeared completely bathed in a blinding holy light. This obnoxious entrance-exclusive flash effect honestly almost permanently blinded a stunned Elizabeth. I mean, it isn't even the academy holidays yet, so why on earth did her overprotective big brother not go to class? Could this golden child have actually skipped class? Julius smoothly explained with a warm smile that he was officially acting on the king's personal orders, specifically coming to conduct a critical magic test on his precious little sister. After all, that nagging dark curse is always an unpredictable hidden danger. The exact moment Julius opened his mouth, he showered his sister with absolute high praise, revealing that their stoic father boasted she is a once-in-a-century prodigy, and that as long as someone talks to her, this baby can magically understand absolutely everything. Elizabeth remained hilariously unfazed on the surface, but she was getting secretly anxious in her heart. While this whole genius persona is a bit severely exaggerated, it's actually a phenomenal high-stakes opportunity for her. She can just exploit this chance to dig up some serious imperial intel. Suddenly, Chief Archmage Pendragon himself personally stepped up to witness it, officially announcing the high-stakes start of the Imperial Magic Test. This is quite a grand, heavyweight lineup just for a baby. Julius instantly put away his usual goofy, smiling face, dealing with this strictly in his professional capacity as the acting head of the family. Actually, before resurrecting into this current life, Elizabeth didn't have it good in her past life at all. Back then, she barely possessed a single drop of magic. And in that cold, ruthless orphanage, only the gifted kids with insanely strong magic would ever get adopted, while she could only watch completely helplessly as others were happily taken away. After growing up, she desperately practiced magic control like an absolute maniac, but as a tragic result, she could only do underpaid odd jobs in the archives room and endlessly handle boring documents for those arrogant, elite nobles. Even if her practical skills were completely top-notch, without a powerful background or a prestigious noble family, she would still be brutally looked down upon just the same. But now in this life, everything is entirely different. She has magically become the precious daughter of a top-tier powerhouse family. The elite skills she painfully polished back then just to barely earn a living finally have the ultimate place to spectacularly shine. As long as she can precisely, flawlessly control the chaotic magic inside her tiny body, who knows, she might actually completely suppress that deadly, lingering curse. Chief Archmage Pendragon took just one single look at her flow and immediately gave an extremely high, jaw-dropping evaluation, stating that this child's internal magical foundation is incredibly, impossibly solid, making her completely unlike any normal, basic toddler. Elizabeth's heart instantly skipped a violent beat. Could this creepy old man actually have literal X-ray vision? To actually be able to effortlessly see right through her hidden, god-tier strength. Julius, standing on the side, was also quite full of raw emotion. To be able to make the busy Chief Archmage personally take a trip out here, this flex was indeed massive enough to shake the kingdom. The Archmage, however, was all pleasant smiles, stating bluntly that this child is the absolute, undisputed treasure of the kingdom. With the basic pleasantries kept to a minimum, the high-stakes test officially got right down to business. The Archmage brought out the ancient, glowing testing board, signaling a tense, Elizabeth to gently place her hand on it. With this single, decisive slap of her tiny palm, whether she's destined to be a genius commander or will accidentally trigger even bigger, catastrophic trouble remains to be seen. The exact millisecond, Elizabeth's hand barely touched the surface. The entire room was instantly swallowed by a blinding, powerful light. The shockwave commotion was so massive that everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Old Man Pendragon was so hyped and excited he became utterly incoherent, straight up shouting that this display is nothing short of a literal miracle. He confidently asserted that this child won't just be a basic royal mage in the future, but possesses the god-tier potential to become the strongest magician in the entire empire. Julius on the side was grinning proudly from ear to ear, enthusiastically praising his little sister for being the family's precious little angel, saying their terrifying father is definitely going to be thrilled to bits now. But Elizabeth herself was quite hilariously calm, still casually muttering in her heart, "Wait, this is already considered a genius?" Thinking back to when she was still a literal tiny infant. She possessed so much raw magic that she could casually conjure up multiple clones. It seems this so-called legendary top-tier talent is nothing more than an absolute walk in the park for her. Suddenly, Pendragon sharply shifted his tone, pointing out that Julius's and the Duke's formidable magic are both internal type reservoirs, but Elizabeth's unique magic is actually an extremely rare, rule-bending external attribute type. These heavy words instantly sounded way off to the listener. Julius aggressively changed his attitude on the spot, sternly demanding to know what this old man was actually subtly implying. In fact, magical energy is fundamentally divided into two distinct paths. One is the raw capital used to physically reinforce the body, while the other is a reality-warping ability that can alter the surrounding environment. Usually, the specific attributes of a powerhouse family are passed down through the exact same lineage. The more Julius thought about it, the more he felt violent shivers down his spine. Originally, he simply thought his sister just possessed great innate talent. But looking closely at it now, the Archmage has clearly seen through some mind-blowing, forbidden secret. Could Elizabeth's overwhelming power not be some beautiful blessing from heaven at all, but rather some kind of dangerous, ominous signal? While a panicked Elizabeth was still worrying about her past memory issues, Daddy Michael had already fiercely strided right forward into the room and protectively, tightly pulled her right into his safe embrace, publicly and fiercely declaring that this child is the undisputed true bloodline of the family, and absolutely nobody should even think about shaking her elite status. Seeing her powerful father suddenly show up out of nowhere, that suffocating tiny bit of anxiety Elizabeth had just a second ago instantly vanished without a single trace, and her whole tiny body just leaned completely and trustingly into his massive arms. Originally, Michael was supposed to go out on important business today, but his luxury carriage conveniently broke down halfway through, so the entire itinerary could only be postponed until tomorrow. But precisely because of this lucky break, he was successfully able to rush back at the hypercritical moment to fiercely protect his precious daughter from suspicion. Michael sharply turned his head to glare at Pendragon standing next to him. Although his spoken tone was technically polite, his deathly eyes carried an unquestionable, terrifying authority. "Chief Archmage, don't you think you and I should have a little private chat?" He looked down fondly at the daughter resting in his arms, his deep voice full of absolute, unwavering certainty, stating that anyone on Earth could tell with just one single glance. Elizabeth looks completely, undeniably identical to Adelina. Old Man Pendragon also followed up with a heavy sigh, nostalgically thinking back to the legendary Adelina of the past, who was the absolute top god-tier genius in the entire academy, whom everyone constantly praised for having a limitless, golden future. But tragically, that is all in the past now. Before that strange, debilitating illness suddenly appeared, she was indeed everyone's ultimate pride and joy. But honestly, rather than calling it a basic illness, it would be way better to say it was some kind of terrifying dark curse that completely and ruthlessly entangled her soul. Who on earth could have ever thought that this chaotic magic, which was originally treated as a terminal disease, has now actually become a highly prized treasure in the greedy eyes of the royal family? Pendragon slyly suggested that since this family is in desperate need of high-grade magic, why not just effortlessly let the child enter a high-stakes political marriage with the royals? The exact millisecond these audacious words came out, Michael was about to straight up explode with homicidal rage. Who the hell dares to touch his precious child? But as long as the brilliant Adelina is still securely in her prime position, the corrupt royal family can forget about ever pulling off this kind of delusional, wishful thinking. Right at this tense, critical moment, Arthur actually actively invited the calculating Claudia out for tea. What kind of dangerous 4D chess game is he trying to play here? Arthur looking for Claudia to have tea this time around was definitely not just to casually catch up on the good old times. He intentionally brought back a piece of absolutely shocking news. The ruthless empress has already sent her top spies to investigate that mysterious child. And Arthur knew very damn well in his heart that it wasn't some kind of basic illness at all, but a sinister, soul-eating curse. He sternly and aggressively warned Claudia that when standing in front of that terrifying man, she absolutely must not show even a single shred of weakness. He wants to personally take absolute control over this matter, and nobody else in the palace should even think about interfering. Looking at Arthur's cold, retreating figure, Claudia just dismissively and coldly put down her silver fork. Honestly, compared to these incredibly troublesome political matters, she absolutely hated the sour lemon resting on this plate. Even more right now. Meanwhile, Michael had already safely brought the children back to the room. Julius suddenly spoke up with an intensely serious look, saying he had a very earnest, high-stakes request to make. Since the greedy royal family is plotting a toxic political marriage, then his precious little sister's future fiancé must be carefully, ruthlessly chosen. His ultimate requirement was actually very simple. Anyone who wants to marry his sister must at least beat him in a death match first. The exact millisecond Michael heard this, the suffocating murderous intent radiating from his body instantly couldn't be hidden anymore. This elite father and son duo's overprotective, ciscon nature is completely identical. Looking at these two imposing figures who were about to go completely dark mode, Elizabeth let out a heavily defeated, helpless sigh. I mean, starting to pick a son-in-law when she's still a literal infant, isn't it a bit too hilariously early? The maid standing nearby saw right through the brutal reality even more. Judging by this terrifying father and son duo's unhinged posture, she was deadly afraid their young lady would never be allowed to get married in this lifetime. Regarding the dark, hidden secret of the mother, Adelina, Michael felt it was finally time to tell his son the raw truth. It turns out that when Adelina was a mere child, she was just like Elizabeth is currently, deeply and painfully tortured by that tragic, necrotic disease. That wasn't a normal medical illness at all, but an extremely sinister, forbidden, and vicious curse. Adelina, left completely alone in the cold study, had actually been living in constant, silent fear all this time. Although the royal doctors all sworn this thing wouldn't be genetically inherited, looking down at the fragile child in her arms, her most terrifying, deep-seated nightmare, ultimately still became a harsh reality. In Adelina's eyes, their eldest son, Julius, is simply completely identical to Michael. That fiery red hair and intense, forceful personality made him the most undeniably qualified successor to the powerhouse family. During her overwhelming work breaks, she always couldn't help but stare longingly at her son's face. That was the ultimate beacon of hope he took immense pride in. But when it came to her fragile daughter Elizabeth, everything dramatically changed. This sweet child possesses the exact same hair color as her past self. Only Adelina herself truly knew how terrifyingly deep that fear hidden at the bottom of her heart truly was. What she feared wasn't her own impending death, but rather, if this innocent child grew up harboring that overwhelming magical power, and if the latent curse completely erupted, what she feared most in the universe was that she ultimately would end up utterly loathing her own flesh and blood, solely because of this catastrophic, uncontrollable power. Staring blankly at the crumpled letter in her hand, Adelina smiled self-deprecatingly at her own weakness. Once upon a time, she was no better than those heartless parents who abandoned her, having done quite a few incredibly stupid things out of panic. That horrific curse, masked as the necrotic disease, was originally designed to ruthlessly take her life. The sole reason she could even survive until today was because she desperately traded all the magic in her body for this second chance at life. But it was also precisely because she unexpectedly turned into an ordinary person without a drop of magic that she miraculously got the golden chance to meet Michael and build a real, loving family. Michael warmly reached out his hand to her, inviting her into his life with a firm, unwavering tone, hoping she could become his ultimate pillar of support. At this life-changing moment, Adelina was finally, completely no longer that miserable, abandoned child, shrouded in the suffocating shadow of the curse. In these toxic noble circles, there is a tragic subclass of people known as the magicless. In order to desperately snatch their life back from the jaws of the Grim Reaper, they had no choice but to exhaust every ounce of their magic as the ultimate price. But for those elitist families who view magical prowess as their entire life, a person who completely loses their power is equivalent to a useless piece of trash and will be relentlessly, brutally exiled. Julius finally, heartbreakingly realized right then, so his brilliant mother, Adelina, had also painfully experienced this exact kind of crushing despair of being abandoned. Michael coldly, ruthlessly added that although he used his power to help Adelina reclaim her stolen status, the trash family that once humiliated her had already been completely, violently wiped out by his own hands. In his brutal view, these blind idiots who only care about pure magical inheritance are not qualified to call themselves proud nobles at all. Therefore, the most urgent, high-stakes matter at hand is successfully solving the problem of Adelina's dangerously depleted magic. Since Tishua is conducting ongoing research over there, then he must be ruthlessly forced to hand over all his top-tier resources. While Michael was fully occupied handling these heavy family affairs, Adelina brought the fresh, highly anticipated test report and gently pushed the door open to enter the study. Who could have ever predicted that while still bundled up in her tiny swaddling clothes, Elizabeth's internal magical reservoir would actually be shockingly, impossibly strong? Looking straight into her big brother Julius's deeply doting eyes, Elizabeth's inner thoughts were actually throwing a massive, chaotic tantrum. Because absolutely nobody in this room knew that she actually carried the fully intact memories of her brutal past life. In that tragic lifetime that had already passed, it was entirely Adelina's painstaking cultivation and guidance that allowed a completely penniless commoner orphan like her to successfully climb to a high, influential position in the imperial court. But what was the ultimate heartbreaking result? Adelina was brutally spat on by the toxic world as a villainess, while she herself, precisely because she didn't possess a single bit of magic, lived every miserable day under other people's constant ridicule and cold shoulders. However, all the agonizing injustices and deep regrets of this life seemed to be about to completely and beautifully change, starting right now with this newly awakened, powerful magic. The more Elizabeth deeply thought about it, the more she felt something was seriously off. According to the vivid memories of her past life, behind these intense hardships that her mother Adelina experienced, there actually hid a massive, catastrophic historical deviation. In a desperate bid to get everyone's immediate attention, Elizabeth crawled toward her mother with all her tiny might and tightly, frantically grabbed the edge of her elegant skirt. She realized with absolute clarity that if she didn't take decisive action soon, those corrupt nobles with malicious intent lurking in the imperial palace would sooner or later completely ruin this beautiful powerhouse family. Just when the entire family was left completely puzzled by her behavior, this tiny baby still wrapped in her swaddling clothes actually clearly articulated and called out, "Mama." The single shocking word instantly made the whole room drop dead silent. Michael and Julius were both utterly dumbfounded by what they just heard. Adelina was left completely paralyzed and stunned, simply unable to believe her own ringing ears. Julius even excitedly added a hype comment from the side, exclaiming that the baby is definitely 100% calling you. Actually, Elizabeth knew perfectly well in her calculating heart that this slip of the tongue was just a pure accident. But seeing her new family look so blissfully happy, she figured she might as well just act cute to fool her way through the moment. But right at this exact chaotic moment, Daddy Michael on the side completely and utterly broke down, the highly classified documents in his hands scattered all over the cold floor. As he knelt on the ground, entirely unable to snap out of his shock for a long time, Adelina watched the chaotic scene unfold from the side, only feeling that this newborn child is truly not simple at all, already able to effortlessly wrap grown adults around her little finger at such a tender young age. But Elizabeth had absolutely zero interest in playing basic baby games. Her laser-sharp attention was entirely focused on those classified documents. The prominent words "Founding Chronicles" instantly made her sharp senses pick up an unusual, dangerous vibe. Right at this tense, critical moment, an absolute heavyweight piece of news came dropping from the royal palace. King Arthur himself personally announced to the court that terrifying necrotic disaster wasn't a natural disease at all, but a long premeditated malicious curse. Although a small corner of the dark truth has finally been unveiled, the corrupt conspiracy behind it remains a terrifying, bottomless pit. Arthur knew very damn well in his scheming heart that there must be a treacherous traitor hiding right inside the royal palace walls. Now everyone in the powerhouse family is frantically busy with their own high-stakes agendas. The elite, Julius, is thriving like an absolute boss out there at the academy. On the surface, he's casually making influential friends. But in reality, he's aggressively digging for hidden intel everywhere. To think he's already so terrifyingly sharp at such a young age. Daddy Michael is even busier, barely keeping his feet on the ground, having to coordinate heavy security for the upcoming founding festival on one hand, and having to desperately find time to rush back and hug his precious baby on the other. Although he's running on pure exhaustion, the exact millisecond he sees Elizabeth, his battlefield gruffness completely melts away. As for our reincarnated protagonist Elizabeth, she definitely hasn't been slacking off in her swaddling clothes either. In order to completely avoid being executed as a villainess in the future, she secretly trains her magical core extra hard every single day. Just today, she finally mustered up enough raw physical strength to spectacularly stand up entirely using her own power. Although it's technically only a small step forward for a toddler, this genius kid knows very well in her ambitious heart that her ultimate plan to rewrite her tragic fate has officially begun. While chugging hard on her standard issue milk bottle, Elizabeth was still aggressively hyping herself up in her mind, Just being able to stand is nowhere near enough. I need to quickly speedrun learning how to walk to secure the absolute win. Meanwhile, in the study, Adelina was completely swamped with mountain-high work, the elegant quill in her hand, never stopping for a second. Yet this rebellious kid chose precisely this busy moment to start aggressively practicing how to talk. As those random, clumsy babbles of brother and dad spilled out, Adelina was left completely and utterly baffled. Having absolutely no idea what this little alien creature was muttering about, the loyal maid standing nearby quickly stepped up to smooth things over, reassuring her that it's totally normal for elite babies to babble random words, and that this milestone just proves her body is growing incredibly strong and healthy. Adelina heard this and smiled warmly, not thinking much more about it. But how could she have ever possibly guessed that inside this fragile, innocent child's shell lived a fiercely independent and incredibly strong-willed soul? Just as the political situation in the royal capital was descending into total turmoil, a major heavyweight figure aggressively entered the imperial palace. He was none other than Carl, the legendary frontier earl, an old-school noble known throughout the realm for being notoriously, brutally rigorous. The exact moment Carl entered the study and tried to exchange a few basic pleasantries, Michael directly and dismissively waved his hand, telling him to cut the superficial crap and straight up speak bluntly. Staring directly at this highly resolute and lightning-swift young powerhouse in front of him, Carl couldn't help but sigh heavily in his heart. Although the previous Earl had praised Michael for being remarkably kind-hearted, the current high-stakes situation was definitely not something that could be held up by soft kindness alone. He firmly stated his position to Michael on the spot. Since he has already sworn a blood allegiance to the current king, he will absolutely never let his guard down for a single second. While these words sounded like a standard display of loyalty, Carl's sharp, predatory gaze was clearly and silently telling everyone that during the upcoming high-profile founding festival, nobody should even think about pulling off petty tricks right under his nose. The exact moment Michael opened his mouth, he dropped a massive, earth-shattering bombshell. The security protocol for this year's founding festival will undergo a total, aggressive major overhaul. He plans to personally keep a death-grip eye on the inner royal palace, while handing over the absolute command rights around the outer royal capital entirely to Carl. Carl was left completely and utterly dumbfounded by this massive play. Michael even confidently promised to temporarily grant him absolute authority equal to his very own. This power move was so insane it was hard to believe, and he even wanted to deploy elite archmage squads to patrol the perimeter the entire time. Michael coldly asked him if he had any personal objections. I mean, how could Carl ever dare to have any objections? He could only quickly nod his head and frantically agree. After all, the priceless national treasure is slated to be publicly displayed this year, and if even a single minor mistake happens, absolutely nobody can shoulder the catastrophic blame. Michael appeared extremely, chillingly calm, but Carl's heart instantly started to sink, always feeling that the ruthless Michael in front of him, compared to before, had simply turned into a completely different, terrifying beast. Right before Carl left the room, Michael especially gave him one final heavy reminder, telling him to put in maximum effort for the sake of his own future survival. Although his spoken tone was completely casual, it carried an unquestionable, absolute imperial authority. Carl respectfully and quietly backed down, but deep in his heart, he admired Michael to the absolute utmost. In his seasoned eyes, no matter what the rumors or others thought, Michael was hands down the most loyal and reliable person to the king in this entire corrupt kingdom. Meanwhile, the wholesome atmosphere at home was way more relaxed. Julius was casually talking to a magical, glowing, little yellow chicken chick. Elise, Abeth was still desperately fretting over how to properly address her father. The term father was just way too formal and tongue-twisting for a baby. Even after practicing for actual ages, she still couldn't say it smoothly. She sat helplessly on the plush bed, feeling completely conflicted. Since she could easily call her mother Mommy, couldn't calling her terrifying father be a bit simpler too? But the exact millisecond she thought of her father's stone-cold, serious face, she instantly felt that she still had to honestly and painfully practice that most difficult elite title. Julius then casually mentioned that their father met with the legendary frontier earl at the royal palace, and also noted that the rigid earl would be heavily responsible for the security of this year's massive founding festival. Hearing this casually dropped news, Elizabeth's heart skipped a violent beat. She suddenly, vividly remembered the dark records she had read in a forbidden book in her past life. That was a horrific piece of history, stained entirely red with blood. During that specific, fateful founding festival, countless ferocious, bloodthirsty magical beasts suddenly launched a coordinated attack. Michael went on a total, unrestricted rampage back then, and his infamous title of Tyrant, right after that brutal battle, completely and chillingly spread everywhere across the continent. Although the invading magical beasts were eventually wiped clean by his blade, the tragic, unfortunate part was that key members of the royal family were also dragged into the slaughter. The entire grand scene turned into a complete apocalyptic mess. Elizabeth knew very damn well in her calculating heart that this upcoming catastrophic incident was the exact fatal fuse that led the elite Walter family straight toward total destruction. If they couldn't successfully stop this event from happening, then her entire loving family would probably be dragged down to a premature grave together. For this high-profile founding festival that is held only once every 5 long years, the arrogant royal family brought out their absolute best treasures, just to aggressively flex their imperial power. But who on earth could have ever thought that right behind this glorious golden facade hid a catastrophic, world-ending disaster? In Elizabeth's vivid memories of her tragic past life, the unsuspecting royal family would be completely ambushed during the peak of the festival. And my powerful father, as the supreme knight commander, ultimately became the corrupt empire's only convenient scapegoat. When that tragic day arrives, the entire powerhouse family will be ruthlessly dragged down to the grave together. In a desperate bid to save my family's lives, I absolutely must keep my eyes locked on Mother at all times, and under no circumstances can I let history repeat itself. Since I can't realistically count on anyone else in this timeline, I can only rely on this weak, tiny baby body to personally take decisive action. Who would have thought that just as I painstakingly crawled my way onto the wooden stool, the panicking maid would scream at the absolute top of her lungs, effectively alerting every single person in the entire estate. Michael genuinely thought some catastrophic crisis had happened, and straight up violently busted through the heavy door, only to devastatingly find out that he had just barely missed. The historic exact moment, Elizabeth proudly stood up on her own, looking at his utterly crushed face. He clearly regretted it so intensely, his stomach was turning in knots. But right now is definitely not the time for mindless playing around. Listening closely to what Mother implicitly meant, that crucial high-grade magic crystal is indeed slated to be sent to the upcoming festival as a prized treasure. This is the exact deadly fuse of the apocalyptic tragedy from my past life. To absolutely ensure the massive festival goes off without a single hitch, Michael decided to personally lead the elite team in absolute charge of inner security, leaving the strategic safety of the royal capital to someone he deeply trusts. Adelina also nodded in firm agreement. Her fragile body has thankfully been recovering quite remarkably recently, so she plans to step up and help manage those priceless national treasures together. Right at this critical, plotting moment, the Emperor suddenly issued an emergency summons for him, so Michael could only leave a massive pile of documents behind and hurriedly take off first. Staring intently at her mother's vibrant figure, Elizabeth finally felt a bit more at ease in her anxious heart. Before, she had always been miserably tortured by that debilitating old ailment, and absolutely neither chugging medicine nor getting painful injections worked. Luckily, they successfully switched to this revolutionary curse-purifying method. As long as she consistently eats premium food infused with magic every day, her weakened body can slowly but surely get better. As long as Mother can completely recover her peak health, there is still a fighting hope for this family's survival. Wait a minute. In this current life, Mother is perfectly healthy, and Father's immense political pressure is also way lower than before. This clearly shows we've already successfully secured the upper hand. Even if bloodthirsty monsters really launch a surprise attack in the future, we absolutely possess the raw power to ruthlessly deal with them. Elizabeth instantly took the golden chance to snuggle into her mother's warm arms to act cute. And while Adelina claimed she was completely helpless against her adorable daughter, she still dotingly carried her over to the busy office desk. Elizabeth peeked down curiously and spotted a highly confidential proposal resting on the desk, which prominently featured the official signature of the royal chief mage himself. This is the absolute blueprint to heavily reinforce the Imperial Palace's defensive barrier. As long as this strategic defense system can be fully implemented, no matter what horrific monster launches a surprise raid in the near future, they will all be solidly and effortlessly kept outside the palace gates. It seems like the tragic ending of this specific lifetime is truly going to change for the better. Elizabeth deliberately threw a baby tantrum wanting to go outside, but she actually just wanted to find an isolated spot with nobody around, to secretly test out her awakened magical skills. Seeing that the restless Elizabeth really couldn't sit still, the attentive maid suggested taking her out to the lush courtyard for a breath of fresh air. Although Adelina readily agreed to the request, she still repeatedly and strictly warned them and absolutely not to wander off far. The exact second they arrived on the soft grass, Elizabeth expertly took advantage of the maid not paying attention and quickly began to channel the raw magic power sleeping inside her body. As long as she can fully master this volatile power, she will possess the ultimate life insurance when encountering deadly danger in the future. But before she could even practice for very long, an old noble in the distance secretively called his trusted subordinate over, insisting on smuggling out a secret letter at this exact critical juncture. He muttered that the news of the upcoming imperial palace banquet has widely spread, and the powerful Duke Walter has shown an extraordinary level of enthusiasm, even wanting to personally prepare premium venison to lavishly entertain everyone. Hearing this, Elizabeth instantly fell into deep, calculating thought. Everyone in the high society knows that venison is her father's absolute favorite, so by going out of his way to do this, he is clearly trying to openly and aggressively win our powerhouse family over. But the more Elizabeth overanalyzed it, the more she felt something was seriously off. Did her stern father and this sketchy old man really share such a tight, friendly relationship in her past life? Aside from both conveniently being disliked by the arrogant first queen, the two of them historically had absolutely zero interaction at all. Even the traditional rules of the Grand Founding Festival are going to be majorly overhauled, which is obviously a calculated political play meant to delegate massive power to the Union. Who on earth could have ever predicted that the brilliant mastermind driving all of this behind the scenes would actually be Adelina? Now even the stubborn conservative faction couldn't sit still anymore. Elizabeth was also left completely and utterly dumbfounded by this revelation. In her vivid memory, these opposing political groups should clearly be bitter arch-nemeses. So why on earth are they all fiercely standing on her mother's side now? The shocking truth finally and clearly surfaced. It turns out that all these insane historical variables originally began with that seemingly ordinary innocent tea party. It was she and her overprotective father who had personally butterfly affected all of this. Who could have ever thought that elite social gathering hosted by the malicious first queen actually managed to successfully recruit that legendary powerhouse? The ruthless man widely feared as the bloodthirsty tyrant would actually willingly show face in a massive crowd of noble women. Elizabeth sat completely frozen on the lush grass, but her hyperactive mind was in total chaotic turmoil. The specific turn of events didn't match up with the past life, etched into her vivid memories at all. In her distinct impression, her stone-cold father always completely disdained this kind of superficial socializing. But now in this timeline, he has boldly walked onto a completely different path. Although in this current life, he hasn't left any damning evidence or dirt for those hostile, scheming nobles to weaponize against him, this overwhelming feeling of historical events, spinning entirely out of control, instead sends a terrifying, icy shiver straight down one's spine. Clearly, every single piece of the puzzle is moving in a phenomenally good direction. But why on earth is there always a lingering, catastrophic premonition in her heart? The highly anticipated Grand Founding Festival finally arrived. The entire Imperial Palace grounds were lavishly decorated with glowing lanterns and grand banners, with an incredibly vibrant, festive atmosphere spreading everywhere. The reliable Julius dotingly carried his precious little sister, fully planning to head over to the magnificent Crystal Palace first to regroup with their powerhouse parents and check out the high-security National Treasure exhibition there while they were at it. On the outside, he strictly told Elizabeth to behave herself like a good baby, but his anxious heart was wildly pounding with adrenaline all along. Anxiously lowering his voice, he quietly asked the brilliant little creature, "Will there really be a catastrophic magical beast attack on the palace today?" Absolutely nobody could give him an exact definitive answer. But just to be absolutely safe from total annihilation, they simply had to stay hypervigilant at all times. Just when the entire kingdom was completely immersed in pure joy, not a single soul noticed that. Countless pairs of blood-red predatory eyes had already sinisterly opened within the pitch-black shadows. The absolute ultimate highlight of the entire founding festival is undeniably the exclusive National Treasure exhibition held inside the Crystal Palace. All kinds of high-ranking nobles gladly received their golden invitations, desperately wanting to catch a rare glimpse of that legendary magic crystal's true form. But to the reincarnated Elizabeth, that glowing artifact was simply a dangerous, ticking political hot potato. In her tragic past life, it was simultaneously the fabricated political evidence that falsely framed her for treason, and the essential saving shadow that ultimately spared her life. This paradoxical feeling was truly hard to describe. But before she could fully figure out the complex mystery, the hostile surrounding whispers of the crowd slowly drifted over. Everyone judgmental stared directly at Julius's vibrant, flame-red hair, their narrow eyes filled with absolutely nothing but pure disgust and deep-seated fear. "Look over there, that's the terrifying tyrant's literal spawn. He looks like a carbon copy of his terrifying old man. We'd better keep our distance from that family, lest we end up bringing absolute ruin upon ourselves." Julius didn't utter a single defensive word, only silently locking his little sister tighter in his protective arms. He had long since grown numb to hearing these incredibly harsh insults. Seeing the surrounding atmosphere getting more and more suffocatingly awkward, Elizabeth directly whipped out her ultimate foolproof secret weapon. Not only did she start acting unbeatably cute herself, she even aggressively dragged her stiff brother into the wholesome business with her. Julius was quite visibly resistant to the idea at first, but under his sister's relentless, intense demands, he could only desperately bite the bullet and forcibly flash that radiant, idle smile he had practiced for so long. With that single dazzling smile, the entire social scene immediately pulled a complete U-turn. The judgmental nobles who were actively keeping their distance just a second ago were instantly, completely melted by the sheer cuteness of these two siblings. Julius was feeling incredibly smug right about now, genuinely believing that his grandmaster plan to make influential allies was an absolute win. But the calculating Elizabeth wasn't nearly that optimistic about their situation. This superficial kind of political favor secured purely by pretty visuals. Just how long could it actually hold up in a real crisis? Just as she was sharply scanning the packed surroundings, she suddenly spotted lurking in the far distance two extremely sketchy, suspicious-looking figures. Suddenly, breaking news came flooding from the city front line, stating that the chaotic riots in the royal capital had been completely and ruthlessly suppressed, all heavily thanks to the frontier earl's incredibly decisive, iron-fisted command. Hearing this monumental update, Elizabeth finally cleared up a massive, suffocating knot in her anxious heart. It turns out that in her tragic past life, the real reason why her powerful father couldn't rush back to save the palace in time was because he was desperately holding the line to protect the entire burning city, physically unable to spare a single extra hand for the royal family. But before she could overanalyze the butterfly effect further, the loud ceremonial horns across the field suddenly sounded a deep blast. The absolute most intense, pivotal moment of the entire founding festival has officially arrived. Michael stood tall upon the high imperial platform, announcing to the vast crowd with a dead serious expression, to properly celebrate this historic, monumental day, the royal family will now publicly display our legendary, supreme national treasure. Julius below the stage watched the grand spectacle with eyes completely full of pure admiration, thinking his powerhouse father looked absolutely badass at this exact moment. As the heavy silk cover was slowly and dramatically pulled back, every single spectator's breathing instantly stopped short. This fate-changing, forbidden treasure is finally going to show its true face to the world. This is it, the legendary, hyper-powerful magic crystal. The absolute millisecond it made its grand appearance, the high-ranking nobles in attendance all collectively had their fragile minds blown, one after another, mindlessly gasping that this artifact is a true god-tier national treasure. Julius was also completely and utterly dazed. He honestly never expected that his old man could actually track down such a mind-bogglingly rare item. Staring intently at this glittering, mesmerizing crystal, Elizabeth felt an overwhelming wave of mixed emotions crashing in her heart. She fiercely swore to herself that in this current lifetime, she will absolutely stay a million miles away from this thing, and never wants to have a single thing to do with it ever again. But right at this exact spine-chilling moment, a strange, sinister light suddenly began to ripple around the crystal. Julius casually thought it was just standard, harmless magic leakage, and didn't take the anomaly seriously at all. But Elizabeth completely froze up in sheer horror. This chilly, eerie, and suffocating sensation was exactly the same as the night she was lethally cursed. Julius instantly realized they had to notify their powerhouse father immediately. But right at this exact catastrophic time, he was aggressively blocked outside the main door by the elite palace guards. Anxiously scanning the dense crowd packing the grand ballroom, he grew more and more visibly anxious in his racing heart. Their father was surrounded so incredibly tightly by a wall of people, there was simply no physical chance to get anywhere close to him. According to the horrific memories of her tragic past life, this entire place will be brutally ambushed by bloodthirsty magical beasts any second now. But because of Elizabeth's butterfly effect intervention, the overall development of events has already spiraled completely and utterly out of control. It really is a terrifyingly small world. Elizabeth recognized the culprit with a single sharp glance. That elite woman was the exact malicious person who fatally harmed her back then. The ultimate key lies in the glowing bracelet on her hand, which is serving as the corrupt source of all the dark magic power. But before they could even move an inch to get close, the cursed gem on the bracelet suddenly and violently exploded. Julius instantly sensed that things had gone horribly sideways. In the end, they were still one agonizing step too late. The volatile black magic power instantly and aggressively engulfed the entire venue. What's even more profoundly bizarre is that the specific monsters written in the history book were clearly just wolves, but these grotesque things, spawning right in front of their eyes, are basically demonic monsters that crawled straight out of the deepest pits of hell. The legendary Knight Order was already on absolute razor-sharp, full alert, naively thinking that by relying on these seasoned elites, they could easily suppress the sudden situation. But absolutely nobody could have ever guessed that the monster's destructive power was still constantly and aggressively expanding. Julius desperately and fiercely protected the vulnerable Elizabeth while frantically searching for their father's towering figure in the total chaos. Although they successfully blocked the initial attack for the time being, he knew very damn well in his gut that this brief moment was just the terrifying calm before the ultimate storm. Elizabeth suddenly snapped out of her localized trance. It was explicitly recorded in the history book that this specific breed of magical beast doesn't just slaughter indiscriminately. They possess only one high-priority target, and that is the direct bloodline, members of the royal family. Crap. Prince Arthur is still standing completely exposed over there, and the hellish monsters have already deadlocked onto him. Seeing the grotesque magical beast about to viciously pounce on Adelina, Elizabeth desperately fully released her latent magic power, but the physical distance between them was just way too far, making it completely impossible to stop the deadly momentum in time. Right at this absolute critical heart-stopping moment, a blinding flash of a holy sword directly sliced through the heavy darkness. Michael heroically blocked right at the very front of the carnage, coldly declaring, "I will absolutely never allow this atrocity." This mutated monster's raw strength was insanely huge, but in front of a legendary powerhouse like Michael, it couldn't gain the absolute slightest advantage at all. The shimmering longsword deadlocked against the monster's jagged fangs, instantly flipping the terrifying script. As long as he is standing on this battlefield, this demonic monster can completely forget about taking another single step forward. With a spectacular flash of intense blinding light, that incredibly arrogant magical beast was cleanly slain on the spot. Julius tightly protected his vulnerable sister in his trembling arms, finally breathing a massive, exhausted sigh of relief. Michael immediately checked on the terrified Arthur's condition. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Arthur frantically nodded. It was all entirely thanks to Michael arriving in the absolute nick of time. Otherwise, the horrific consequences would have been utterly unthinkable. But the chaotic battle wasn't completely over just yet. Michael's piercing eyes turned dangerously cold as he roared an absolute, unquestionable order to the entire field. "Listen up, everyone. Leave absolutely no one alive. Clear out every single one of these monsters completely." Just as the elite Knight Order launched their full general offensive, Elizabeth suddenly cried out in a panic, "Brother, look over there!" We absolutely cannot let that mastermind escape, carrying his heavy sister, the agile Julius. Desperately and aggressively chased after that shadowy figure through the chaotic crowd. Who on earth could have ever thought that Lady Deborah, who usually looks so incredibly clumsy, would actually flee at a ridiculously, inhumanly fast speed, slipping straight into the panicking crowd in the absolute blink of an eye. Elizabeth was anxious as hell right now, but there were fleeing royal guests packing everywhere around them. If she carelessly used her destructive magic power right now, it would definitely cause a massive, irreversible mess. Witnessing the shady target about to completely vanish at the edge of the royal garden, Julius furiously gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. The suspicious woman definitely has a major, deep-seated problem. Julius frantically chased her all the way to the absolute edge of the perimeter fence, fully thinking he could finally apprehend the fleeing Deborah. But the shocking, bizarre scene playing out right in front of his eyes made him completely and utterly freeze dead on the spot. Deborah was actually violently blindsided by a mysterious figure from behind. That unknown assailant, clad in black, moved with extremely lethal speed, instantly deadlocking her mouth shut to stifle any noise. Deborah struggled desperately against the suffocating hold, but simply couldn't squeeze out a single audible sound. To think that a massive horde of monsters had actually breached the high imperial palace, but in the eyes of a powerhouse like Michael, this wasn't an actual threat at all. He completely alone, single-handedly, suppressed what should have been a cataclysmic disaster. A panicked guard hurriedly ran over to deliver an official report, stating that the bloodthirsty monsters inside the palace have already been cleared out completely. Michael only gave a deadpan, faint reply to the news. Maintain the perimeter and continue to stay on high alert. The surrounding high-ranking nobles were all left utterly dumbstruck by the display. As expected of the continent's legendary, undefeated god of war, these merciless methods of his truly sent a terrifying shiver straight down one's spine. Who on earth could have ever thought that among the vicious creatures Michael had slaughtered just now, there was actually a defenseless young magical beast cub? Although the immediate threat was completely eliminated, his terrifying blood-soaked body and cold, ruthless eyes instantly scared the living daylights out of every single noble present. An arrogant noble loudly and boldly questioned Michael's behavior. As an esteemed holy knight, don't you know how to show a bit more basic decency to a lady? Michael didn't even bother to raise his head to look at them, icily clapping back while casually wiping the fresh blood off his blade. Precisely because I am a dedicated knight, I did exactly what needed to be done to ensure survival. But the ungrateful surrounding crowd weren't buying his logic at all. Everyone was judgmental, whispering in private that it was just an innocent cub. and that his execution methods were simply too savage and brutal. The seemingly out-of-place robotic cold-bloodedness made the tense atmosphere become even more suffocatingly heavy than before. Just when the hypocritical crowd was collectively accusing Michael of being a cruel monster, Adelina gracefully stepped forward to intervene. She calmly but firmly reminded every single person in attendance. The terrifying growth rate of these specific magical beasts is absolutely staggering. If we carelessly let this cub escape into the wild today, and it inevitably grows into an apex monster that charges straight into the royal capital, who among you will step up to take full, bloody responsibility then? Could it be that as long as the one brutally dying isn't yourself, the fragile lives of the innocent masses simply don't matter to you at all? These razor-sharp words completely and utterly shut up everyone standing around, and left the entire crowd completely speechless. Although some bitter nobles were still incredibly salty, they simply couldn't find a single logical reason to counter her flawless argument. King Arthur finally laid down the last word, firmly declaring that he fully agreed with Adelina's sharp judgment, and publicly praised Michael for his unmatched valor. Even though the immediate monsters had been thoroughly cleared out, Arthur still had a massive, troubling knot in his heart. With the imperial palace being so heavily guarded by elite forces, how on earth did these bloodthirsty monsters manage to sneak in completely undetected? Claudia opened her mouth and coldly remarked from the side, "It's entirely too late to obsess over this detail now. For a catastrophic breach like this to happen on a monumental day like the founding festival, the entire royal family's reputation is completely down the drain. If there is no immediate scapegoat or explanation for this disaster, the judgmental nobles of the entire country will turn us into an absolute laughingstock. In the end, the royal family would inevitably have to take the fall." With a sharp snap, she aggressively closed her folding fan and glared directly at Michael. "Since you are the Supreme Knight Commander fully in charge of security, shouldn't you be the one to give a proper explanation for this massive failure?" Claudia was openly making things difficult for them, directly calling out the Knight Commander, Michael, insisting that he cough up an immediate explanation. After all, with ferocious magical beasts literally breaking into the palace ballroom, this catastrophic security lapse truly couldn't be brushed under the rug. The opportunistic nobles below also started chiming in, fueling the commotion. Just as the chaotic scene was about to spiral completely out of control, King Arthur issued a booming order that instantly shut everyone up. He openly and fiercely clapped back at her. Now is most certainly not the time to point fingers and play the blame game. What left everyone in the room even more profoundly shocked was that the king actually took the entire burden of the blame upon himself. This strategic move completely left the scheming Claudia with absolutely nothing to say. King Arthur then publicly and grandly announced that not only would he personally spearhead the investigation to find the truth, but he would also lavishly accommodate all the shaken guests safely inside the palace. This political maneuver was truly a stroke of absolute brilliance. The high-ranking nobles below cheered one after another in pure relief, gushingly feeling that their king was both incredibly generous and highly responsible. Claudia listened to the praises from the side, and though she was 100 times displeased in her petty heart, she could only stand there and stare blankly right now. But who on earth could have ever predicted that the lethal danger hadn't actually left the palace grounds at all? Right within the pitch-black shadows of the outer palace, Julius was hurriedly carrying the baby Elizabeth as they ran headfirst into a mysterious, threatening person clad in black. The dangerous other party was still ruthlessly choking Deborah in his iron grip. Julius instantly noticed that what was tightly wrapped around the assassin's arm completely was an eerie, swirling vortex of dark magic. Elizabeth saw right through the trap with a single glance. The trembling hostage, Deborah, was merely juicy bait. The mysterious person in black's true, sinister purpose was to ruthlessly silence the witness forever. Seeing that the dangerous other party was about to deal a fatal blow, Elizabeth couldn't hide her forbidden abilities anymore, directly bursting out with a powerful wave of raw magic power to forcefully blast the lethal assassin back. Julius also reacted with incredibly lightning speed. While bravely blocking at the very front, he lowered his voice to urgently remind her to hold back a bit, as it would be a total nightmare if anyone found out a baby can use magic. The two prodigy siblings cooperated absolutely seamlessly, finally managing to rescue Deborah from the jaws of death. But the persistent person in black clearly had zero intention of stopping. Just when the life-or-death situation was at a total tense standstill, several elite palace knights suddenly arrived on the scene. The incoming knights frantically confirmed that Julius and the precious baby Elizabeth weren't injured, finally breathing a massive sigh of relief. Julius immediately, sharply questioned Deborah about secretly carrying such a suspicious, cursed magic tool in her person. Scared completely out of her wits, Deborah hurriedly defended herself, hysterically sobbing that she knew absolutely nothing about it. Although Julius smoothly said on the surface that he didn't blame her, his calculating eyes had completely and nicely changed. He knew phenomenally well in his gut that Deborah being violently ambushed just now was absolutely not as simple as some random coincidence. He systematically had the knights take Deborah away to protect her, under the convenient pretext of being afraid something else might happen to her. But in reality, it was to keep this vital witness firmly locked in his hands. Deborah was still desperately crying foul to the wind, screaming that she was maliciously set up by someone else. But who on earth would listen to her desperate excuses now? Meanwhile, back in the inner palace, the scheming Princess Claudia finally couldn't sit still anymore. Completely ignoring her panicked attendants' attempts to stop her, she directly barged straight into King Arthur's private office. Under the convenient banner of being a prominent member of the royal family, she aggressively wanted to meddle in the high-stakes investigation of this festival incident. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to control the damage and put out her own fire. As a direct result, Arthur didn't even bother to raise his head, giving her a frosty, dismissive reply. "I'm busy," and fiercely emphasized that he holds the ultimate final say in this country, so it's absolutely not anyone else's place to boss him around. Looking at the arrogant Claudia getting brutally shut down, this toxic power struggle between the royal couple is now considered completely and officially out in the open. Princess Claudia, realizing that going head-to-head was utterly useless, hurriedly lowered her head to fake admit her mistake, quietly preparing to slip away. But King Arthur had absolutely zero intention of letting her off the hook that easily. He intentionally, menacingly called out to the princess, noting that her close associate from the prestigious count's family was just violently ambushed by a mysterious assassin in black, and is currently being tightly guarded by none other than Commander Michael. These toxic words superficially sounded like casual family concern, but in reality, he was blatantly and savagely telling her that her little accomplice had already fallen directly into his hands. Arthur coldly and calmly stated that the elite court mages have also actively intervened in the investigation now, so the ugly truth behind the magical beast assault will be cleared up very soon. Claudia was also a cunning, seasoned old fox. She seamlessly faked a face full of absolute, shocked surprise, then even forced a smile as she gracefully thanked the king, claiming that having the legendary commander guard her asset is truly reassuring. The exact moment Michael returned home to the estate, he immediately began to harshly and icily interrogate Julius. He had already received the full tactical report and knew damn well that the two kids had recklessly run into an ambush in the garden. Just as Julius wanted to desperately stammer out a few words of explanation, he was directly and ruthlessly cut off by Michael's booming voice. Michael fiercely felt that his young son was massively looking down on the elite Royal Knight Order. In that kind of highly volatile, chaotic situation, he shouldn't have been running around wildly with his baby sister at all. Michael's crushing words were extremely, brutally heavy, even going as far as calling him a total brainless fool, harshly declaring that the proud Walter family has absolutely no need for a weak heir who loses their judgment. The second things hit the fan in critical moments. Elizabeth was anxious as hell to help speak up from the side, but Julius, in a desperate bid to fiercely protect his sister, directly dropped to his knees on the hard floor without a second thought, bravely taking all the crushing responsibility upon himself. He loudly and formally apologized, stating it was entirely because of his own reckless hubris that his precious baby sister was put in mortal danger, and that he is fully willing to accept any brutal punishment. But right at the absolute end, Julius still fiercely gritted his teeth and added one last defiant sentence. He firmly believed that aggressively pursuing Deborah at that time was absolutely not a wrong or flawed decision. Michael icily warned the defiant Julius that there is only a razor-thin line between true bravery and suicidal recklessness. If their sheer luck had been even a fraction worse today, neither of the two siblings would have ever made it back alive. Michael's explosive anger still hadn't cooled down in the slightest. He glared daggers at Julius and icily asked, "Whose? Clueless son, are you supposed to be anyway? How could you possibly be stupid to this utter extent?" This time, the defeated Julius was completely left with absolutely nothing to say. He could only defeatedly lower his head and quietly admit his massive mistake, even offering to go humble himself and apologize to their mother. Seeing that the suffocating atmosphere was getting way too tense, Elizabeth hurriedly waved her little hands in a total panic, desperately wanting to rely on acting cute to beg for her brother's forgiveness. As it turned out, the stoic Michael wasn't buying into this adorable trick at all. He coldly informed Julius in a frosty tone that a harsh punishment was absolutely unavoidable, and sternly told him to prepare himself mentally for the consequences. Looking at Julius honestly and submissively kneeling on the hard ground, everyone in the room knew deep down that Michael was truly laying down the law with zero exceptions this time. They originally thought the brutal monster attack would trigger widespread panic, but King Arthur personally took absolute charge of the chaos. and directly stabilized the entire volatile situation. He publicly announced that there was definitely a treacherous inside mole lurking in the palace, so absolutely nobody could even think about leaving the premises right now. Every single guest had to stay behind to fully cooperate with the investigation. This tactical move was clearly a gilded form of mass house arrest, but the exact moment he spoke up, nobody dared to say a single word of dissent. In fact, this brilliant containment idea was actually suggested by Adelina. Michael also moved with lightning-fast efficiency, leading the elite mage course to clean up the bloody scene in no time at all. On the surface, the grand festival was still going on as usual, but the true, devastating storm was already violently burning inside the walls of the imperial palace. While it was incredibly lively and boisterous outside, Julius and Elizabeth were strictly grounded in their room, only able to watch the distant crowds having fun with longing eyes. Julius let out a defeated sigh and quietly said, "Since this is Father's official punishment, we have to stay put and behave ourselves perfectly." When they made mistakes before, Michael's angry bark was always worse than his bite, but this time anyone with eyes could easily see that he was truly and relentlessly enforcing the strict family rules. What was even more unusual was the behavior of their mother, Adelina. She was usually such an unshakable, calm person, but right now, she couldn't even focus on reading her favorite book. The exact second Julius mentioned encountering the person in the black robe, Adelina suddenly rushed over in a rare panic and tightly, desperately hugged him. Elizabeth had honestly never seen her mother break character like this before. Although she didn't know what traumatic memories had been triggered, at this very emotional moment, she felt as if the eternal iceberg in their home had finally melted away. Julius was currently staying in the quiet study with his baby sister. He gently but seriously reminded Elizabeth never to make their gentle mother worry like that ever again. The exact moment his warning voice trailed off, Adelina, bringing a stern-faced Michael along, rushed inside the room in a massive, uncharacteristic hurry, immediately and frantically asking if the two children were secretly injured. Before Julius could even fully process her sudden panic, Michael dropped a completely shocking, grim piece of news. The detained Deborah had suddenly dropped dead in her cell. The official conclusion given by the elite court mages was that she suffered a horrific death from poisoning caused by a violent mana overload, and at that exact time, her cursed bracelet was constantly and aggressively absorbing the raw magic power from inside the crystal. Elizabeth was instantly, utterly dumbfounded by the revelation, because she knew phenomenally well from her past life that back then, when she desperately cured her own strange, fatal illness, this exact type of highly unstable magic crystal was also used. Michael reassuringly put his arm around the trembling Adelina, gently comforting her by saying that their children's innate magic power is exceptionally strong, and they would absolutely never end up like the tragic countess, having a fatal accident just because their natural constitution was incompatible. Julius also hurriedly and earnestly explained that they hadn't directly touched the cursed Deborah at all, and even the investigating knights had already double-checked everything, telling their anxious mother to put her mind completely at ease. Once Adelina's erratic emotions finally stabilized under their comfort, Michael icily began asking about the specific magical details. Julius answered with absolute, unwavering certainty that the bizarre bracelet was indeed absorbing magic power, like absolute crazy at that time. Elizabeth heard every single word crystal clear from the side. It turned out her genius brother was just like her, also uniquely able to see those invisible, flowing currents of raw magic power. Michael lowered his deep voice and ominously said that the highly illegal bracelet was secretly given to Deborah by a powerful individual lurking inside the imperial court. Right now, any leaks regarding the news have been tightly locked down by the crown, and only a select few high-ranking people know the ugly truth. Poor foolish Deborah was nothing more than a disposable pawn until her dying breath, and her entire disgraced family has already been stripped of nobility and demoted to commoners. Elizabeth knew very well in her calculating heart that the mysterious person who handed that lethal bracelet to Deborah was the true, terrifying mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. But on second thought, the Grand Palace was currently full of her formidable father's elite knights everywhere, and there were top-tier battle mages strictly guarding it. So this kind of audacious crime shouldn't stand a chance of happening ever again. Right at this exact contemplative moment, the head family maid politely came over to ask if it was finally time to prepare a lavish dinner for the whole family. It was a remarkably rare occasion for the entire family to gather together, and the stiff atmosphere at the dining table finally relaxed quite a bit. Adelina looked down fondly at her youngest daughter and softly asked if she, besides drinking her usual milk, could already tolerate eating other foods now. The family maid smiled warmly and replied, "Miss Elizabeth has a massive appetite lately and is eagerly trying out all kinds of solid baby foods." Elizabeth happily took a big bite of the delicious food from the spoon, joyfully thinking to herself that this gourmet meal was simply to die for. While casually cutting his steak, Michael playfully grumbled, pouting that this little kid only had eyes for Adelina, and completely ignored him, her own doting dad. Julius sat nearby, dangling a piece of fresh bread to tease his baby sister, smirkingly asking if she wanted to try a bite. Elizabeth was drooling so much from sheer craving that she desperately reached out her tiny hand to grab it. Although the maid kept reminding them from the side that right now, she still couldn't safely digest this. Elizabeth, just for the absolute sake of getting this bite of food, actually did the unprecedented and called out "Dada" to a shocked Michael. This legendary moment completely made Michael over the moon. He dropped his knife and fork on the spot, scooped up Elizabeth in one swift motion, and started spinning her around wildly, directly making the poor baby super dizzy. Seeing their precious daughter starting to cough uncontrollably from the spin, both Michael and Adelina were instantly dumbstruck with panic. Well, great job. A perfectly heartwarming family dinner was completely ruined by his sudden goofing off. Meanwhile, who on earth could have ever predicted that the deadly magic bracelet that brutally killed Deborah was actually Princess Claudia's twisted experimental product? Moreover, her forbidden experiment has already succeeded flawlessly now. She stared at the bracelet, emitting an ominous purple glow on the table, a thick hint of supreme smugness carrying in her voice. As long as she possesses this dangerous artifact, the terrifying power of the magic crystals can be deployed as she wishes. A mysterious, hooded person silently handed over a secret letter. The moment Claudia finished reading its contents, she casually tossed the letter straight into the fireplace, burning the incriminating evidence completely clean. She coldly gave the ultimate order down below to notify her family that her original plan to return to her home country will be pushed back indefinitely. Although her strict father wished for her to behave herself and lay low, Claudia still harbors even bigger, darker ambitions to conquer in this foreign country. For the sake of that wicked promise that hasn't been fulfilled yet, she will absolutely never stop her scheming here. Looking at her fiercely determined expression, the real, devastating storm has probably only just begun. Who could have ever predicted this little kid's growth rate would be so incredibly fast? Not only can she confidently walk on the ground now, but she is even learning to speak perfectly well. Julius just so happened to be on winter break, so now, as the doting older brother, he could finally play with his precious little sister every single day. However, the adults in the elite household weren't idling around in the slightest. Her formidable father, Michael, had been relentlessly investigating exactly which traitor brought in that monster summoning bracelet. Although he had already successfully narrowed down a few key suspects, the calculating other party acted completely flawlessly. And right now, he couldn't uncover any decisive smoking gun evidence at all. Meanwhile, in the dark, a sinister pair of eyes was staring dead at this household. Michael rushed back home early, and specially brought back a whole chest of premium magic crystals from the palace, stating they were to be kept ready for Elizabeth at a moment's notice. Julius was a bit puzzled by this. Wasn't his little sister's fatal curse already fully lifted? Why on earth did she still need to consume so many rare magic crystals? It turned out the overprotective Michael was deeply worried that she might unfortunately end up like Adelina, having her fragile body break down due to sudden mana depletion. However, Elizabeth didn't panic at all in her calculating heart. After all, she was just an ordinary person without a drop of magic in her past life, so she was already long used to dealing with this kind of physical limitation. After finishing his explanation, Michael had to hurriedly fly back to the palace. Before taking off, he didn't forget to issue a stern final reminder. The moment anything goes sideways, send word to him immediately. Beneath the surface of these peaceful days, it always felt like an even bigger, more chaotic storm was waiting to unleash. Julius desperately wanted to help his father share the heavy household duties, so Michael took the perfect opportunity to suggest that he visit the prominent orphanage located near the Imperial Palace. It turned out that Julius had previously suggested donating the Academy's valuable old books to the poor orphanage, a charitable act that made his mother, Adelina, praise him nonstop. However, Julius felt a bit guilty listening to all this high praise. After all, the genius mastermind who actually came up with the brilliant idea was his baby sister, who was currently stuffing her face and eating happily. Elizabeth was quietly muttering to herself in her heart, if it weren't for relying on those exact old books, she wouldn't have been able to ace the brutal civil service exam in her past life. Right at this exact cozy moment, Julius suddenly proposed an incredibly bold idea. He wanted to take Elizabeth out on an adventure with him. Although Michael was a bit anxious about her safety, he felt that letting his daughter out to get some fresh air would be excellent for her. He readily and happily agreed, as long as they take a full squad of elite guards with them. Elizabeth was absolutely, fundamentally thrilled this time around. She desperately wanted to see, with her own two eyes, what a fantasy world orphanage actually looks like. The stunningly luxurious carriage pulled up in front of the rundown orphanage entrance, and Julius stepped down onto the cobblestones while carefully cradling his baby sister. He specially instructed the armed attendants to hold their positions, intending to take Elizabeth inside for a quiet walk by themselves. Looking at the heartbreakingly familiar sight before her eyes, Elizabeth felt a heavy, mixed bag of intense emotions in her chest. After all, in her bittersweet past life, she was also an abandoned child who, from the literal moment she was born, was dumped at an orphanage. Julius had clearly come completely prepared. He leaned in and softly whispered to his sister in his arms, "Since you carry the vivid memories of your entire past life, then you surely know better than anyone what these poor kids are lacking." It turned out, donating books was just a clever cover story. Her brother geniusly wanted to use her unique experience to provide these suffering orphans with the most practical, life-changing help. Elizabeth was completely stunned for a moment, not expecting her young brother to be so profoundly thoughtful. It looks like this low-key trip is destined to be much more impactful and meaningful than she ever imagined. The director was both utterly shocked and overjoyed upon recognizing Julius, hurriedly bowing down in a frantic greeting, deeply fearing he might accidentally slight this high-ranking young noble master. Julius, however, didn't put on any arrogant, aristocratic airs at all, directly stating his business. Besides delivering books and heavy donations, he also wanted to have a genuine look around the facility. Hearing this request, the director was a bit visibly hesitant. After all, this depressing place was broken down and ancient, hardly a suitable environment for wealthy nobles to hang out in. But Julius didn't care about the grime at all. Carrying his sister tightly, he confidently stepped into the dim, drafty corridor and immediately asked where all the children were gathered. Hearing that everyone was currently having lunch in the communal cafeteria, he headed straight over to take a look without a single second thought. The cafeteria was completely freezing, gloomy, and desolated. Around a mere dozen children were huddled around a long wooden table eating. Julius carefully scanned around the bleak room, then sharply asked the director if there were any older children around his own age living here. The director's nervous reply was very straightforward. He flatly said there weren't any left, and that all the children currently registered in the orphanage were sitting right here in this very cafeteria. The exact moment those shocking words came out, Elizabeth felt her entire mind go completely and utterly blank. How on earth could this be mathematically possible? If the nervous director wasn't outright lying, then where on earth is the past life version of herself, who was supposed to be living here right now? Could a living, breathing human being just vanish into thin air like absolute magic? Julius immediately noticed the bizarre, tense reaction of the baby in his arms and softly whispered to ask what was wrong. Right now, Elizabeth's mind was completely exploding with chaotic questions. In her vivid memory, she clearly lived in this exact depressing orphanage in her past life, and she even remembered that stern woman who took care of her at the entrance. Crystal clear. But according to the original, established timeline, she shouldn't have been taken back or adopted by her noble family yet. Could there be a massive glitchy error with the timing of her rebirth? Seeing her constantly and deeply spacing out, the doting Julius gently comforted her, saying he would personally grill their father upon returning and would bring her back here whenever there's a good opportunity in the future. Just as they were about to climb back into the carriage, Elizabeth's eyes were suddenly caught by a flashy shop sign by the roadside, and she became totally mesmerized. That happened to be a very famous high-end luxury stationery store. Julius saw right through her inner thoughts at a single glance. Smilingly asking her if she was secretly interested, Elizabeth merely gave a vague, adorable response. To her absolute surprise, Julius also happened to want to buy some school supplies, so there was absolutely no need to hesitate over it anymore. It officially looked like their next grand itinerary would be checking out that high-end shop. Julius was in incredibly high spirits, striding toward the stationery store while carrying the tiny Elizabeth. The elite attendants quickly followed up to anxiously advise him that if the young master lacked anything at all, they could just give a simple command and have the shopkeeper deliver it straight to their mansion, insisting there was no need to make this tedious trip in person. But the stubborn Julius didn't listen to their whining at all, insisting that he absolutely needed to use the items right now, and sternly told the guards to just wait patiently at the entrance. Pushing open the heavy shop door, the aesthetic inside was filled with all kinds of premium quill pens and leather account books. This luxury tier was indeed built different. Looking at the massive room full of aesthetic stationery, Elizabeth was incredibly and profoundly thrilled in her heart. These elite items that she desperately dreamed of owning before, but could never afford as a broke orphan, were actually all neatly laid out right before her eyes now. Since the prestigious Walter family has always been sourcing goods here, could it be? Does it mean she can also freely pick and use whatever she wants now? Just as she was completely staring at that gorgeous luxury quill pen, so incredibly excited that she was about to squeal out loud, Julius suddenly noticed something bizarre happening on the floor. Looking straight down, that sneaky little spirit fellow, Elipio, had actually casually snuck out of hiding at this exact moment. Julius stared intently at a vibrant red pen inside the display case and casually said, the intense color was a perfect thematic match for his father, Michael, so he planned to buy it for him as a surprise gift. It turned out his beastly father had a rather quirky habit of accidentally crushing the reinforced pen barrels whenever he wrote. Hearing this terrifying fact, Elizabeth was completely and utterly dumbfounded. Those were literally high-grade, reinforced crystal barrels. Just how insanely, inhumanely powerful is his physical grip strength? Julius, however, remained very calm and unbothered, directly and smoothly instructing the shop clerk that he wanted a custom red pen with the absolute highest durability available. After finishing up their high-end shopping spree, the noble group prepared to get back onto the luxurious carriage. But this eye-opening trip out had clearly given this calculating Elizabeth a whole new, profound understanding of this overpowered family. Julius suddenly remembered he forgot to buy one last crucial item, so he asked the elite attendant to take Elizabeth back to the carriage first, while he quickly went back into the stationery shop completely alone. Who would have thought that the exact moment he stepped inside, he would violently bump into a mysterious woman wearing a dark cloak? Julius recognized her face at a single, sharp glance. She was actually a high-ranking attendant serving the first princess. The panicked attendant looked extremely anxious and on edge, desperately begging the clerk to ship the secret items quickly, even mentioning something cryptic about a deadly curse and an illness, crying out that it would be too late if they delayed any further. Faced with the nervous clerk's endless bureaucratic excuses, she clearly didn't care about protecting her royal status anymore, straight up stating that no matter how much gold it took, she absolutely had to get her hands on the forbidden item. The overwhelmed clerk finally relented under her pressure, grudgingly agreeing to help her out just this once. The relieved attendant hurriedly handed over a thick envelope, giving strict instructions and heavy warnings over and over again, seemingly terrified that something might go wrong in the secret process. Hiding behind a large potted plant, Julius saw absolutely everything crystal clear. The distinct royal crest stamped on that envelope clearly belonged to Lidelnan. Watching the frantic attendants hurrying back as she left the shop, Julius knew deep down in his heart that the political water behind this was probably even deeper than imagined. The specific word illness hit his mind like a heavy, alarming hammer. That singular word struck Julius right in the heart. He instantly realized the secret the attendant was desperately hiding was no ordinary small-scale matter. Intentionally masking his tracks and keeping a low profile, he rushed straight out of the boutique shop. Before the elite guards, waiting outside the carriage, could even react, they saw their young master emerge with a deadly grave look on his face. At the exact same time, Elizabeth inside the carriage also noticed something deeply unsettling. The cloaked woman who was hurrying away emitted an extremely eerie, corrupted fluctuation of magic power from her body. This was absolutely no ordinary medical illness, but looked more like some kind of highly ominous omen. She absolutely could not let this suspicious target just slip away like this. Relying entirely on Elizabeth's precise sensory guidance, Julius bit down hard on the other party's tail through the labyrinthine alleyways. Julius chased deep into the shadowy alleyway, but ultimately found only a dark-colored cloak left abandoned on the cold ground. He slowly picked up the discarded clothes from the dirt, knowing phenomenally well in his heart that this conspiracy had already wildly exceeded his current scope of control, and he absolutely had to return to the estate immediately to report to his father everything that had unfolded here. Facing his formidable father's suffocating interrogation, Julius didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. This tense atmosphere was honestly more nerve-wracking than stepping onto a bloody battlefield. Could it be because their secret detour had been completely exposed? At this critical, high-stakes moment, saving the day still had to depend entirely on Elizabeth. She directly took clumsy short steps with her tiny baby legs and proactively toddled over to her imposing dad, asking for a warm hug. The instant that adorable word, Dada, was softly called out, whose heart wouldn't completely melt on the spot, Michael, who possessed an incredibly terrifying scowl just a literal second ago, instantly lost all of his terrifying temper. It looks like in this overpowered family, as long as you successfully win over the doting dad, there is absolutely no obstacle you can't smoothly get over. Who could have thought this monster of a dad could actually pulverize solid stones with his bare hands? This physical strength is simply beyond insane. Elizabeth was completely dazed and starstruck watching from the side. However, right now is definitely not the time to be blindly amazed. Michael sharply shifted the direction of the conversation and began strictly questioning Julius about what exactly he had uncovered on the way back. It turned out that while inside the luxury stationery store, they randomly bumped into a highly suspicious court servant. The other party was tightly holding a confidential letter in hand, and the elite family crest stamped on it was extremely distinct and special. Julius recognized that specific emblem at a single sharp glance. That individual belonged right by the first queens. inner circle, and the most bizarre twist was that Servant's physical appearance had completely and unnaturally transformed. Not only did she look completely emaciated and deathly ill, but even her distinct hair color was entirely different from before. That woman acted as though she were violently hexed, and shockingly, right before everyone's baffled eyes, she vanished directly into thin air. This sinister matter was obviously not that simple. Michael instantly realized the situation was going south, and deployed to move out for the royal palace immediately. Before rushing out, he specially issued a stern command to Julius that if anything went sideways, he must go find his mother, Adelina, without a single second's delay. Although his mind was utterly consumed with serious crisis business, he still paused to gently and affectionately pat Elizabeth's head. Meanwhile, the sharp Adelina also made a thoroughly shocking discovery in the private study. The corrupt family that routinely sent massive tributes to the imperial palace actually maintained a deeply entangled, sketchy relationship with a certain shadowy, mysterious chamber of commerce. The imperial palace clearly had authorized no military expeditions recently, yet they were currently and crazily hoarding massive amounts of rare tea leaves and herbs that aggressively restore magic power. This anomalies clearly indicated that they were secretly making heavy war preparations. Before she could fully piece the entire conspiracy together, a malicious legal indictment targeted squarely at Julius was slammed directly onto her wooden desk. Michael completely ignored all standard royal etiquette and aggressively pushed the door open to barge straight inside the room. His chaotic appearance right now showed that he had obviously just brought back the absolute worst possible news from the imperial court. It turned out that all of this was a meticulously calculated trap. That wicked woman had long since set up the chessboard, just waiting for their family to blindly jump right in. Now Julius has officially become the primary target of vicious public criticism, and the entire noble house has been ruthlessly pushed to the absolute edge of a cliff. Adelina's eyes turned completely red with raw anxiety, and she desperately tried to rush out the door to save her son. But Michael held her back with a desperate death grip. Going for a reckless head-on clash right now will only drag the entire family down into an early grave together. Although he kept preaching that they desperately needed to stay calm, this overprotective dad's heart ached more intensely than anyone's. He could only forcefully suppress his exploding rage, digging his sharp fingernails deep into his bleeding palms. Gentle sunlight spilled peacefully over the quiet courtyard, where a completely oblivious Julius was still happily playing with his baby sister. The two of them had absolutely no idea that the entire world outside had already turned completely upside down. Julius was indeed an incredibly attentive and caring older brother. He noticed Elizabeth kept staring longingly at that premium pen, so he simply took it out and warmly gifted it to her. The tiny kid had never laid eyes on such a dazzling treasure before, clutching the box tight and happily calling out, "Brother," with absolute glee. The wholesome atmosphere in the room honestly couldn't be any warmer. But right at this peak, happiest moment, a sharp, terrifying cracking sound suddenly echoed from outside the window, and a storm of shattered glass violently littered the floor. The two siblings subconsciously whipped around to look. Adam, the ruthless captain of the First Queen's elite guards, brought a massive, heavily armed force of men, and forcefully barged right inside the private quarters. The loyal maid tried to step forward to block them, but she was roughly and brutally shoved aside by him. The serene scene instantly turned into absolute, terrifying chaos. Adam loudly and publicly announced an utterly absurd charge, claiming Julius had brutally murdered the Queen's personal attendant. This was a blatant, malicious frame-up, giving the young master absolutely no chance to explain himself. Before Julius could even process what was happening or react, he was pinned down firmly onto the ground by two burly soldiers. Elizabeth was crying hysterically and screaming for her brother in the back. This time, Julius was in real, life-threatening danger. Julius still desperately tried to argue based on logic and reason, insisting they couldn't just arbitrarily arrest people with zero concrete evidence. But a corrupt thug like Adam wouldn't listen to a single word of that. He wore a sinister sneer and asked, "Are you actually trying to resist arrest?" The very split second those words left his mouth, Adam actually straight up launched a violent attack. Julius had absolutely zero chance to fight back against the commander, and his whole body was heavily and painfully knocked to the hard ground. This time they were officially in deep, irreversible trouble. The opposing party didn't even care to put on a polite act anymore. Before Adam's brutal follow-up kick could land on the boy, the brave maid actually rushed forward regardless of her own safety, shielding Julius with her literal life. This heavy, direct strike left her severely injured on the spot. Witnessing this horrific scene unfold right in front of her, Elizabeth completely and utterly broke down. She sobbed and screamed out loud at the top of her lungs. But the power-tripping Adam before their eyes had already lost his mind to absolute bloodlust. Adam coldly and sadistically stared down at them, muttering that as long as he took care of every single person who witnessed this, Nobody in the Empire would ever know what truly happened here. He didn't even want to spare a single innocent witness. Before the dazed Julius could even recover from the sheer shock, the freezing, heavy handcuffs were already locked tightly and painfully onto his wrists. The once high-spirited, brilliant young master had now been completely reduced to a helpless prisoner. The suffocating atmosphere inside the carriage was heavy enough to crush anyone. The bound Julius could only silently sit there and endure Adam's petty taunts. The corrupt captain mockingly told him he should be profoundly grateful because thanks to the Queen's generous mercy, he wasn't forcefully thrown into one of those filthy open-air prison carts. Facing these endless humiliations, Julius didn't utter a single solitary word. He knew perfectly well that any resistance right now would be entirely futile, and he could only let the carriage drag him toward an unknown, dark abyss. The carriage finally ground to a halt at the remote north side of the palace, where the landscape was so desolate that there was almost no sign of human life. Adam pointed a mocking finger at the towering stone tower ahead and sneered, "This is going to be your next permanent home, my dear Julius." The young master couldn't help but sharply ask why they brought him to this specific place. Without even bothering to turn his head back, Adam coldly replied, "The Queen's supreme thoughts are absolutely not for a pathetic criminal like you to blindly speculate about." This entire situation was truly too bizarre to comprehend. He honestly thought he would be locked away in a cold, dark dungeon, but Adam relentlessly led him up and up the dim, winding stone steps. The exact tense moment the heavy door to the top floor was pushed open, the shocking sight before his eyes left Julius completely and utterly stunned. Who on earth could have ever thought that at the very peak of this eerie, foreboding stone tower, there was actually a beautiful terrace blooming with vibrant flowers? The ambient sunlight was so brilliantly bright, it was a bit blinding, making it feel like a completely different universe from the grim heaviness earlier. The tyrannical Claudia was sitting there, elegantly sipping her premium tea. She wore a fake smile and casually greeted him. "Welcome to my absolute favorite place, our prestigious future Lord Duke." She gestured grandly to the empty seat across from her, her voice so sickeningly gentle it made one's skin instantly crawl. "Since you're finally here, sit down, enjoy some tea, and have some snacks." Julius stared intensely at the dangerous woman sitting before him, and straight up asked her directly what kind of sick game she was trying to play. Claudia slowly set down her porcelain teacup and stated in a completely flat tone, "I'm being this extraordinarily polite to you, purely because I used to think very highly of your potential before." But immediately after those words, her eyes instantly turned ice cold. She venomously said Julius had made his absolute biggest fatal mistake by stubbornly refusing to enter the imperial palace under her wing. This blatant defiance had clearly crossed her absolute red line. Julius remained completely silent and didn't utter a word. He knew perfectly well that every single calculated word that followed could ultimately decide his life or death. Claudia stood up and delivered her chilling final ultimatum. "Swear absolute loyalty to me. This is officially your last chance." Julius gripped the edge of his clothes tightly, his knuckles turning stark white from the sheer, trembling force. On one side was his family's freedom. On the other was basic survival. He had absolutely no way out anymore. "Brother, are you safe right now?" Elizabeth's anxious voice suddenly echoed through his mind. She was desperately trying to contact him through high-level magic. Just one tap meant he was safe, and 2 frantic taps meant absolute danger. Hearing that crisp, singular tap, her hanging, terrified heart finally settled down. As long as they could stay in constant contact, there was still a slim chance to completely turn things around. Right at this tense moment, the frantic nanny hurriedly pushed open the main door. She anxiously shouted for Sophie to stop pushing through the agonizing pain, but the fiercely loyal Sophie couldn't care less about her own well-being. Right now, young Lord Julius's whereabouts were completely unknown, and that was by far the most critical issue at hand. "It's okay, everything will be fine." Elizabeth in her protective arms couldn't sit still either. Although she was just a young baby, she knew infinitely better than anyone in her heart that they had to go find her mother immediately. The nanny suddenly remembered a vital detail. Someone had explicitly given instructions before, that if a major apocalyptic disaster really happened, they should infiltrate the imperial palace to find Lady Adelina. This might literally be their last saving straw. Sophie picked up the child and was about to rush out the door. No matter how perilous the path ahead, they had to risk absolutely everything now. The nanny confidently patted her chest and firmly guaranteed that she would absolutely protect the precious Elizabeth well. Meanwhile, Adelina had already brought Michael to find Arthur to beg for political help. But Arthur's demeanor was as cold as pure ice. He straight up stated he would never meddle in the formidable First Queen's private matters. Adelina obviously knew the strict rules of the court, and she even remembered those humiliating conditions from back then, crystal clear in her mind. But right now, an innocent life was on the line. and she could no longer care about saving face or protecting her pride. Arthur sharply countered, "Since you already understand how everything works, then what on earth are you even coming to find me for?" Adelina took a long, deep breath and made the absolute most daring request. She wanted permission to personally infiltrate the First Queen's private palace. Meanwhile, Michael brought some devastating bad news. That supposedly murdered servant was actually an elite undercover spy. They were originally about to trace the whole conspiracy back to her, but the entire clue ended up being brutally cut off like this. Hearing this shocking revelation, Arthur fell incredibly deep into thought. Since the opposing party was so desperately eager to silence the witness, it meant something massively fishy was indeed going on behind the scenes. Now was arguably the most perfect time to secretly investigate. But the grim words that followed were even more terrifying. Michael deeply suspected that the strange, unnatural illness spreading in the palace was not a natural disaster at all, but rather someone secretly casting a forbidden high-level curse. Arthur absolutely couldn't sit still after hearing that. He clearly remembered that the required medium had been completely destroyed long ago. But Michael grimly reminded him that dark curses don't just magically appear out of thin air. As long as a person's black heart is ruthless enough, vicious, harmful methods can be found literally everywhere. The absolute worst possible news finally arrived to rock the court. Even the beloved Second Queen had now mysteriously fallen deathly ill. Now the entire inner palace was in a state of absolute chaotic panic, and everyone's anxious eyes were fixed entirely on His Majesty Arthur, desperately waiting for him to finally make the executive call. Arthur finally relented under the sheer weight of the situation, stating that if he personally kept a close eye on the unfolding events, perhaps he could actually grant her dangerous request. In his eyes, that fierce woman was still exactly the same as she was before, without changing one single bit over the years. On the other side of the palace, Julius was facing a brutally tough psychological battle. The tyrannical Claudia elegantly held her delicate teacup, her smooth tone completely laced with venomous underlying threats. She mockingly noted that Julius had already flatly refused to swear loyalty twice now. He truly deserved to be called the prideful future Lord Duke. Julius remained dead silent on the outside, but he was completely and utterly disgusted to his core. This supposedly gorgeous elite tea party, and this overwhelming sweet scent of fresh roses, were simply harder to stomach than the depths of hell for him. He really truly couldn't comprehend why she had so obsessively targeted him of all the noble children. Claudia, however, was shockingly straightforward with her intentions, saying that what she valued most above all else was raw, elite talent, especially an apex prodigy like Julius, a certified genius who inherited both the monstrous strength and elite wisdom of his parents. She was fiercely determined to recruit him at all costs. But Julius didn't buy into this manipulative act for a single second. He coldly and flatly replied, "You are gravely mistaken." Julius was still trying to reject her advances, insisting that if you put aside his legendary parents' halo, he wouldn't even rank high in the empire at all, as there were elite prodigies way better than him literally everywhere. Claudia heard this blatant deflection and merely smiled faintly. She countered that this wasn't genuine humility, but rather an intentional effort to undersell his own worth. Because there are some grand things that only Julius can possibly achieve in this world, and what she desperately craved happened to be exactly this one-of-a-kind, irreplaceable ability. These words sounded like high praise to any ordinary listener, but in reality, every single step was subtly laying down a lethal trap. Right at this exact high-stakes moment, Elizabeth in the distance seemed to supernaturally sense something. She desperately cried out in her heart, "Brother, absolutely do not fall for her wicked trap. You must never let yourself be fooled by this dangerous woman." Meanwhile, Sophie and the frantic nanny were currently sprinting at full speed while clutching Elizabeth, praying to stop all of this madness before a total disaster struck. Julius stared intensely at the porcelain teacup sitting in front of him, having already successfully deduced 70 to 80% of the conspiracy. The sinister plot was likely yet another twisted method of the First Queen. He replied in a low, gravelly voice, "I know. But could he really back out of her presence completely unscathed?" Julius finally and boldly laid all his cards on the table. He first politely thanked the Queen for her immense kindness, then sharply shifted his tone, declaring he only wanted to accomplish one single thing in this lifetime, and that was to protect his beloved family with all his heart and soul. These definitive words were equivalent to directly crushing Claudia's twisted hopes into pieces. Julius's posture and attitude were extremely firm. He said no matter how many times she asked, the result would be identical. He would absolutely never swear his ultimate loyalty to the Queen. In reality, he knew infinitely better than anyone else in his heart just how unbelievably dangerous the woman sitting before him truly was. Back then, it was precisely because he was too young and naive that he was spun around like a toy by her sweet talk and calculated lies. He would absolutely never willingly jump into the same pit a second time. Elizabeth, watching the scenario inside the carriage, saw all of this intense drama unfold. She couldn't help but give her badass brother a big thumbs up in her heart. This was truly the spectacular brother she admired the most. Claudia suddenly fell dead silent for a tense moment. Her tone suddenly became bone-chillingly cold. She hissed, "Since that is your final stance, then this outcome is truly and deeply disappointing." Judging by this menacing tone, this dangerous confrontation was obviously far from over.